You're in, right? We can count on you, right? Thank you all for showing so much interest in the 2025 roadmap, for all your great questions, and for your continued support. This is actually my third dev drop, and I've been getting some questions that really hit the mark, and others I honestly didn't see coming. We're still shaping things as we go, so please bear with us. Episodes 4, 5, 6, we've got more coming, so please keep the feedback coming too. Thanks again. Hello players, this is Kim Tae-hyun, Director of PUBG Battlegrounds. Welcome to the third episode of Dev Drop. In this video, I'll be going through some questions about the 2025 roadmap. I'll also touch on topics that are not in the roadmap but might be on players' minds. Hope you enjoy it. Questions and feedback that aren't covered in the video will be answered in a blog post. Shall we get started? Let's go. With or without Unreal 5, I feel the developers need to take a step back from content for a month and focus purely on game optimization and fixing stutters. We actually have many different teams. There's a team working on Unreal Engine 5, another team focused on optimization, and teams that handle live service content and various updates for PUBG. So even if we pause work in one area, it doesn't necessarily mean we can immediately shift focus to another. We would love to say everything is working perfectly, but we know there is still work to be done, especially on optimization. We understand player concerns about optimization, given the recent Sanhok issues. We made some optimization improvements back in April, so we hope you give it another shot. Of course, we'll keep working hard to improve performance moving forward. Really looking forward to 120 FPS on console. That's all I've wanted since the game came out. Wait a second, about this comment. Pretty sure we've never officially announced this, so we're not exactly sure where that information came from. But as of now, we haven't made any decisions to confirm 120 frames per second support. We would need to explore the technical feasibility through development first. We know there are a lot of expectations around the shift to current-gen consoles. We'll do our best to figure out how we can meet them. Despite the long-standing dominance of the AR meta, weapons like the M16A4 and SCAR-L have remained underused for years. I believe it's time to either enhance their strength or rebalance them in some way to make them more viable. There are several different aspects to consider when balancing weapons. We've seen quite a few discussions and comments about weapons such as the M16A4 and SCAR-L, and many players have been asking us to improve underused weapons in general. While we do make gunplay adjustments every 2 months, it's difficult to single out just 1 or 2 weapons. Instead, we follow a broader balancing plan and adjust multiple weapons together. The reason we recently rebalanced shotguns and SMGs is that we also consider balance across weapon categories. We've been tuning things across the board. As there are subcategories like 5.56mm and 7.62mm weapons even within ARs, There's no single correct answer, but we assure you that we'll keep fine-tuning the overall balance. I've seen the video and the latest dev talk. Oh, thank you so much for checking them out. I am touched. I'm a bit scared to see destruction being added to more maps. The performance issues in Sanhok with destruction have not been fixed. There are two types of destruction in the game: terrain destruction and building destruction. To explain a bit more, terrain destruction affects only the terrain, while Sanhok's destruction also includes destructible buildings. When we mentioned destruction in the roadmap, we didn't mean that Sanhok's destruction would be applied to every map. We meant that terrain destruction, which was first added to Rondo, will be expanded to other maps. There are currently no plans to bring building destruction to every map. And we will need to resolve optimization issues on Sanhok first before considering anything like that. That's something we may look at much further down the line. Don't worry, we won't do it. Keep the bots how they were. It's casuals. It's where those who aren't as skilled can come and play daily. Let's see. I think we got two questions here. One about bots and another about the casual mode. First off, let's talk about bots. Our goal isn't to make bots stronger or threatening in any way. Instead, we want their movement and behavior to feel more natural, so that they can better fit into matches and provide a smoother, more enjoyable experience for players. We want them to act as a support element, like oil in the engine. As for casual mode limits, we know there are players who only play casual mode. These players log in, play their 3 matches, and then log off. While raising the limit could help boost playtime, our goal is to encourage players to gradually transition from casual mode to normal match. That's why it's not easy for us to simply raise the cap. That said, we have been discussing this internally. We are exploring different ways to expand the limit, and already have a few ideas in mind. We will share more once we have a clearer direction. Passes need to be more appealing, especially the survivor passes. Without the provided schematic, I do not think most players would even consider purchasing them. For passes, our intention is for players to enjoy the game a bit more, with fun missions that give various rewards. We hope more players can have fun clearing missions and getting rewards through the pass. Ideally, we want the pass to feel rewarding and enjoyable, a fun system where players look forward to the next unlock. Also, remember how the schematic wasn't there at first? I actually fought for it and earned it. Even getting just one in was tough, but of course it doesn't have to be just schematics. We'll keep exploring different ways to make things fun and do our best to bring good news. If UGC is introduced and becomes more mainstream, we expect to see an increase in creators producing a variety of content. Some maps could gain widespread popularity, similar to user-created maps in other games. Right now, our UGC system is still in alpha. Once it's live, we'll start by looking at how players engage with it, whether creators are making content, and how everything comes together. We haven't planned any specific benefits or incentives for creators just yet, since we're currently focusing on ensuring that everything related to UGC works smoothly. UGC will be launching soon, and if you have fun creating with it, we'll follow up with some exciting plans and updates to share later on. While we understand that optimizing existing maps is currently the priority, when will development on a new map begin? Also, with the introduction of Unreal 5, will the minimum system requirements need to increase accordingly? Seems like there are two questions here about a new map and about minimum system requirements with Unreal 5. As of now, we don't have any plans to develop a new map. Last year and this year, we've been more focused on improving existing maps rather than creating new ones. So for now, we are not planning to develop a new map. As for system requirements, of course, we would love to keep things optimized for the setups players are currently using. But with Unreal 5, along with all the new features and visual improvements, there's a possibility that the minimum system requirements could increase slightly to support those changes. That said, we're not aiming to drastically raise the specs, we're working to keep them accessible. Having teammate kill or knock notifications appear in the center of the screen feels really uncomfortable. Please consider removing the notifications, or at least adding an option to turn them off. We added those kill messages because we felt it was important for players to be quickly aware of their teammates' actions. We are doing our best to keep them as subtle as possible, but we know it is a fine line. We will continue to closely monitor player feedback and make adjustments wherever needed, so please bear with us. We will do our best to find the right balance, so we would really appreciate your continued feedback. Based on the Unreal 5 preview that was recently shown, Erangel seems to have a much warmer tone overall. Is there any chance the visuals might be adjusted to bring back the colder, moodier look from around the 2017 early access and official launch period? I completely understand and relate to this question. I would also love to see Erangel keep more of its original atmosphere. That said, since we're still in development, we're currently testing different lighting setups and other visual elements, so nothing is final just yet. But I really do feel the same way. And I personally care a lot about preserving that early Erangel vibe. I miss the Erangel from the early access and original launch days too. We will do our best to capture that feeling again. I would love to see a custom match exclusive team deathmatch mode with more flexible setting options. It would be really fun to have a TDM mode where we could choose from various fun weapons like handguns, crossbow, or even overpowered modes from the old war mode, along with level 3 gear and care package weapons. It would be nice to add it to custom match, but we think UGC might be a better fit. UGC is currently being built on a TDM foundation, so we'd love for you to try creating fun modes with it. If you feel anything's missing, feel free to share your feedback. We're open to adding more features, so go ahead and give it a shot. Let the clans enjoy competitions and have a scope, a goal. Give clans a system to compete against each other divided by nation, continent and world. It would be really amazing to see different clans competing across tournaments and ladders. I totally agree, there is definitely a need for clan battles to give players more opportunities to compete. There's value in building stronger bonds within clans, and having friendly competition between clans sounds great too. We've been thinking about hosting clan battles as events, but as for global competition between countries or continents, that's a bit tricky. We all have different ping. For example, players in the US and South Korea can't really compete fairly. So instead of building it as an in-game system, we're planning to approach it as event-based content. We actually started testing this out a little bit last year, and we're planning to continue and expand on it. This year as well. You're in, right? We can count on you, right? Thank you all for showing so much interest in the 2025 roadmap, for all your great questions, and for your continued support. This is actually my third dev drop, and I've been getting some questions that really hit the mark, and others I honestly didn't see coming. We're still shaping things as we go, so please bear with us. Episodes 4, 5, 6, we've got more coming, so please keep the feedback coming too. Thanks again. Hello players, this is Kim Tae-hyun, Director of PUBG Battlegrounds. Welcome to the third episode of Dev Drop. In this video, I'll be going through some questions about the 2025 roadmap. I'll also touch on topics that are not in the roadmap but might be on players' minds. Hope you enjoy it. Questions and feedback that aren't covered in the video will be answered in a blog post. Shall we get started? Let's go. With or without Unreal 5, I feel the developers need to take a step back from content for a month and focus purely on game optimization and fixing stutters. We actually have many different teams. There's a team working on Unreal Engine 5, another team focused on optimization, and teams that handle live service content and various updates for PUBG. So even if we pause work in one area, it doesn't necessarily mean we can immediately shift focus to another. We would love to say everything is working perfectly, but we know there is still work to be done, especially on optimization. We understand player concerns about optimization, given the recent Sanhok issues. We made some optimization improvements back in April, so we hope you give it another shot. Of course, we'll keep working hard to improve performance moving forward. Really looking forward to 120 FPS on console. That's all I've wanted since the game came out. Wait a second, about this comment. Pretty sure we've never officially announced this. so we're not exactly sure where that information came from. But as of now, we haven't made any decisions to confirm 120 frames per second support. We would need to explore the technical feasibility through development first. We know there are a lot of expectations around the shift to current-gen consoles. We'll do our best to figure out how we can meet them. Despite the long-standing dominance of the AR meta, weapons like the M16A4 and SCAR-L have remained underused for years. I believe it's time to either enhance their strength or rebalance them in some way to make them more viable. There are several different aspects to consider when balancing weapons. We've seen quite a few discussions and comments about weapons such as the M16A4 and SCAR-L, and many players have been asking us to improve underused weapons in general. While we do make gunplay adjustments every 2 months, it's difficult to single out just 1 or 2 weapons. Instead, we follow a broader balancing plan and adjust multiple weapons together. The reason we recently rebalanced shotguns and SMGs is that we also consider balance across weapon categories. We've been tuning things across the board. As there are subcategories like 5.56mm and 7.62mm weapons even within ARs, there's no single correct answer. But we assure you that we'll keep fine-tuning the overall balance. I've seen the video and the latest dev talk. Oh, thank you so much for checking them out. I am touched. I'm a bit scared to see destruction being added to more maps. The performance issues in Sanhok with destruction have not been fixed. There are 2 types of destruction in the game: terrain destruction and building destruction. To explain a bit more, terrain destruction affects only the terrain, while Sanhok's destruction also includes destructible buildings. When we mentioned destruction in the roadmap, we didn't mean that Sanhok's destruction would be applied to every map. We meant that terrain destruction, which was first added to Rondo, will be expanded to other maps. There are currently no plans to bring building destruction to every map. And we will need to resolve optimization issues on Sanhok first before considering anything like that. That's something we may look at much further down the line. Don't worry, we won't do it. Keep the bots how they were. It's casuals. It's where those who aren't as skilled can come and play daily. Let's see. I think we got 2 questions here. One about bots and another about the casual mode. First off, let's talk about bots. Our goal isn't to make bots stronger or threatening in any way. Instead, we want their movement and behavior to feel more natural, so that they can better fit into matches and provide a smoother, more enjoyable experience for players. We want them to act as a support element, like oil in the engine. As for casual mode limits, we know there are players who only play casual mode. These players log in, play their 3 matches, and then log off. While raising the limit could help boost playtime, our goal is to encourage players to gradually transition from casual mode to normal match. That's why it's not easy for us to simply raise the cap. That said, we have been discussing this internally. We are exploring different ways to expand the limit, and already have a few ideas in mind. We will share more once we have a clearer direction. Passes need to be more appealing, especially the survivor passes. Without the provided schematic, I do not think most players would even consider purchasing them. For passes, our intention is for players to enjoy the game a bit more, with fun missions that give various rewards. We hope more players can have fun clearing missions and getting rewards through the pass. Ideally, we want the pass to feel rewarding and enjoyable, a fun system where players look forward to the next unlock. Also, remember how the schematic wasn't there at first? I actually fought for it and earned it. Even getting just one in was tough, but of course it doesn't have to be just schematics. We'll keep exploring different ways to make things fun and do our best to bring good news. If UGC is introduced and becomes more mainstream, we expect to see an increase in creators producing a variety of content. Some maps could gain widespread popularity, similar to user-created maps in other games. Right now, our UGC system is still in alpha. Once it's live, we'll start by looking at how players engage with it, whether creators are making content, and how everything comes together. We haven't planned any specific benefits or incentives for creators just yet, since we're currently focusing on ensuring that everything related to UGC works smoothly. UGC will be launching soon, and if you have fun creating with it, we'll follow up with some exciting plans and updates to share later on. While we understand that optimizing existing maps is currently the priority, when will development on a new map begin? Also, with the introduction of Unreal 5, will the minimum system requirements need to increase accordingly? Seems like there are 2 questions here about a new map and about minimum system requirements with Unreal 5. As of now, we don't have any plans to develop a new map. Last year and this year, we've been more focused on improving existing maps rather than creating new ones. So for now, we are not planning to develop a new map. As for system requirements, of course, we would love to keep things optimized for the setups players are currently using. But with Unreal 5, along with all the new features and visual improvements, there's a possibility that the minimum system requirements could increase slightly to support those changes. That said, we're not aiming to drastically raise the specs, we're working to keep them accessible. Having teammate kill or knock notifications appear in the center of the screen feels really uncomfortable. Please consider removing the notifications, or at least adding an option to turn them off. We added those kill messages because we felt it was important for players to be quickly aware of their teammates' actions. We are doing our best to keep them as subtle as possible, but we know it is a fine line. We will continue to closely monitor player feedback and make adjustments wherever needed, so please bear with us. We will do our best to find the right balance, so we would really appreciate your continued feedback. Based on the Unreal 5 preview that was recently shown, Erangel seems to have a much warmer tone overall. Is there any chance the visuals might be adjusted to bring back the colder, moodier look from around the 2017 early access and official launch period? I completely understand and relate to this question. I would also love to see Erangel keep more of its original atmosphere. That said, since we're still in development, we're currently testing different lighting setups and other visual elements, so nothing is final just yet. But I really do feel the same way. And I personally care a lot about preserving that early Erangel vibe. I miss the Erangel from the early access and original launch days too. We will do our best to capture that feeling again. I would love to see a custom match exclusive team deathmatch mode with more flexible setting options. It would be really fun to have a TDM mode where we could choose from various fun weapons like handguns, crossbow, or even overpowered modes from the old war mode, along with level 3 gear and care package weapons. It would be nice to add it to custom match, but we think UGC might be a better fit. UGC is currently being built on a TDM foundation, so we'd love for you to try creating fun modes with it. If you feel anything's missing, feel free to share your feedback. We're open to adding more features, so go ahead and give it a shot. Let the clans enjoy competitions and have a scope, a goal. Give clans a system to compete against each other divided by nation, continent, and world. It would be really amazing to see different clans competing across tournaments and ladders. I totally agree, there is definitely a need for clan battles to give players more opportunities to compete. There's value in building stronger bonds within clans, and having friendly competition between clans sounds great too. We've been thinking about hosting clan battles as events, but as for global competition between countries or continents, that's a bit tricky. We all have different ping. For example, players in the US and South Korea can't really compete fairly. So instead of building it as an in-game system, we're planning to approach it as event-based content. We actually started testing this out a little bit last year, and we're planning to continue and expand on it. This year as well. You're in, right? We can count on you, right? Thank you all for showing so much interest in the 2025 roadmap, for all your great questions, and for your continued support. This is actually my third dev drop, and I've been getting some questions that really hit the mark, and others I honestly didn't see coming. We're still shaping things as we go, so please bear with us. Episodes 4, 5, 6, we've got more coming, so please keep the feedback coming too. Thanks again.
Thank goodness it is Friday, because today will be day number 1 in the grand finals for the road to EWC PUBG Rest of APAC Open Qualifier 2025 grand finals. And we'll be your storytellers for today, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sir Cloud, together with my wonderful, amazing buddy here, YOLO Lee.
Yeah, Sir Cloud, of course, it's great to have you back to grace us here at the Casters Desk once more. Great to cast some. Can't wait to cast for some really great games or a good weekend of games, PUBG games here as we go down the road all the way to Esports World Cup. Finally, Sir Cloud, we are finally going all the way to that World Championship title here. Really excited for it.
Oh yeah, absolutely, right? And the battle will definitely be tight. And being in Esports World Cup, I mean, this is the biggest mid-season tournament that every team wants to be in. So I'm pretty sure they will go all out. We'll see lots of amazing action. And there's a lot more to look forward to involving these amazing teams.
Wow, just look at this overview as well. So, Klaus, you know, at first I was always kind of curious to see like how many teams actually participated during the open qualifiers before we got all the way up to our top 16. I thought it was going to be our usual 64 players, but I couldn't be more wrong. 128 teams participated in the open qualifiers, which then only filtered out to our top 32 in the semi-finals. And then after that semi-finals, we got our final top 16 here for the grand finals here. Interesting enough, the first two, of course, will naturally qualify for the EWC Online Qualifiers APACs here for the final round, whereas the 3rd and 10th place will be still going through the qualifiers itself. However, comparing from the last PUBG Master Series of Phase 1 that we had earlier this year, instead of having top 6, this is top 10. So I believe this shouldn't pressure too many of our teams too much, but of course the pressure is still relatively high.
Yeah, I mean, there's still an amount of elimination towards the end of these finals, right? So surely there will be pressure, undoubtedly. And it's not only pressure of like, okay, being in the top 10. Ideally, you want to be in the top 2. So you don't need to feel the pressure of like playing in the play-ins and risk getting eliminated again. At least you go one step further. And I'm pretty sure all these teams will be eyeing for that instead. And speaking about the teams, here will be their roster here. So starting off with Monk, we have Old Bloods, Kiwa Esports, Zanshin, Roman Kill, Palladium at Night. We have iRohani, Pepeto, Samurai Gaming. That's quite a mouthful here. And we have Nirvana, Rebirth Soldier Gaming.
Yeah, man, like just looking through our top 16 teams as well. I believe we were talking about this during the pre-show as well, while during our rehearsal, that literally half of the lobbies were returning teams here. Yeah, I mean, if we were just comparing back from the PUBG Master Series Phase 1 here, I believe this is a lot of these teams that are somewhat returning can be considered one of our more consistent teams in the tournament, and most likely we're also going to be looking at this team to have the more favoritism in taking that top 10 spots here. But of course, moving on to our second half here, Sir Cloud, we do have our happy squad, Roy Esports here, Savage Man Esports, Justice for Tomorrow. We also have the Unlucky, although I believe they would be the lucky players if they as we go through our top 10. We also have Dream Bounty Hunters, U Gaming, and of course Team Newbies here.
You know, perhaps Unlucky, like they're thinking something like how we would normally say the casters girls, and like if you keep
the reverse psychology.
Exactly, right? Exactly. Reverse psychology, like you tell people that, we're unlucky, you know, maybe the circle wouldn't favor us, we're always in a bad position and all that. And all that is just reverse psychology. And for, you know, they have it in the bag. They want everyone to think that, this is the unlucky team. But, well, maybe they'll be the one to pop up.
I mean, you could be right. You could be right. Reverse psychology has been playing in the favor of some of the teams in this past few years in the PUBG PC side. But you know, I have never been a man that likes to depend on luck too much. I mean, sure, if luck was in my favor, I'll be thankful for it. But if it's not, like, hey, you know, we shape our own destinies here, and a lot of these teams, especially of our top global teams, has always been ensuring their spot not based on luck, but on their wits and skills personally.
Yeah, just like you. You don't need luck. You got skill.
No, because I never had luck. That's why I don't depend on luck.
Well, they might need a sprinkle of that and a lot of skill, definitely, to go through our 6 matches here today. And we're going to start it off with Erangel, followed by match number 2, Erangel. And then we'll have a really short break before we come back for Tego, followed by Rondo, and then another short break, and we'll end the day with 2 Mirama. So basically, ladies and gentlemen, for the audience out there, if you want to take a quick break for yourself, same with the players, it will be after every 2 matches.
Honestly, just looking at a few of the maps as well. I believe throughout these years we have different maps coming in. We had a Sandhog and Vikindi at one point. This time it's going to be Tego and Rondo. Honestly, so far, seeing this recent new map Tego and Rondo during Master Series as well, I can't stress enough. No matter how many times I say this, Sir Cloud, I can't stop saying it because of how beautiful the map design was. Large map, don't get me wrong, very large map, but still very beautifully designed.
Yeah, especially for me, I do like the design of Rondo a lot. Like there are a lot of areas that are not only beautiful to look at, but it's also unique in how they will react to when the players actually play inside of those areas. But of course, we'll zoom in onto that later when we reach the Rondo matches. As we're going to start off with the OG map, that is Erangel. So obviously this OG map, every player would have played it before. If they have not, something's amiss. And speaking about players, we're going to have a good look about how they are at least looking right now. Are they looking confident or are they looking worried? We're going to start off with Monk.
Yeah, one of our 4 Oceania teams. Fun fact, this is actually, I'm not sure about you, but at least for me, I have never experienced in the tournament where we had more than 1 or 2 Oceania teams. It has 1 or 2 has usually been the limit so far. This time we're having 4 Oceania teams. So hopefully this really spiced things up for a lot of our tournament players as well, especially with a quick showcase of what Fury or Decima Gaming back in Master Series, like how they showcase their personal gameplay. Very excited to see that flair as they bring across towards the other APAC teams that we have here.
Yeah, I really like the dragon by Bless that he has behind there. It's like that gives him the fire to start off the game. And and if we were to look at like some of these players' backgrounds, like it's interesting to know like what sort of personality that they have. So it kind of tells a bit of the story here.
True.
And for Kiwa, a lot of them are playing in their rooms, but man, it seems to have like a lot of I would say badges there. Maybe he has been to a lot of offline events.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. We are talking about a team that has, like, they were ex-members, like, for Kiwa Esports, each of their member were ex-members of one called Victim Rise from the future. They're also the only few teams that's currently in this tournament that has been to at least 2 or 3 PGSs, and even went all the way to PGC here. So they're really a fantastic teams here. They definitely have their big moments here. Although I would have to say, I won't say they're a passive team, but they have always been focusing on securing those mid spots here. And during those times, really become a massive nightmare as they rain fire and bullets during those good positioning as well. Especially on the map of Rama. I cannot forget that scene in that one round, especially towards Fury, when they were based on top of the mountain. Fury couldn't do a thing about them. They were having a time of their lives.
But looking over at Roman Kill from the Philippines, they do have Lima, OpenAI, ArtGod, and Savvy. So of course for OpenAI, that is a name that is very, very modern at this point. I believe that he has a lot of language models together with him.
They're taking over everything.
I know, right? Like he can just read the entire map. Like he can predict the circle like from the very beginning just because he's an OpenAI himself. But you mentioned about the number of Oceania teams, and here is another one, Palladium at 9.
Yeah, this is one of our 3rd one. We'll have another one later on, which is going to be Justice for tomorrow. But Palladium at 9, here's the interesting thing, right? So we have both Suspect and Aspa, right? I'm not too sure. Never got to see Killer Ru as Psycho really playing alongside this roster before. It's an entirely new roster, entirely new team coming towards here, at least for this road to EWC here. But they definitely have the history as they played through multiple Challenger Rumbles, and even if I believe it was also the Onslaught League that they ran into each other as well. So definitely a group of friends, all veterans for sure, coming to showcase their experience and skills. Very excited to what they have to bring towards this tournament for sure.
Oh yeah, definitely. Looking forward to all these Oceania teams as well, since a lot of them have qualified to this stage. So it just shows the level of quality that they have. And speaking about quality, they would need to bring the quality as we were starting off match number 1 in day number 1 here. Of course, it's going to be Erangel, ladies and gentlemen. Let's check out what sort of flight path we're going to get to.
Oh, man, the fly path has... Now, that's the part where most teams want to see whether luck is in their favor. But, of course, judging from this trajectory... Oh, it's a bottom left side of the map. I'm really interested to see if any teams decide to drop towards Sunofgo Island here. Because I think so far, even back in Master Series, we had 1 or 2 teams that we usually drop on at military base, and the rest of the team would just casually just do this massive long dive. They get as far as Gatka if they want to go for as well.
And you mentioned about the team that will be dropping into Sonoska military base. Looks like Zanchin is going there, and they will have the entire island to themselves. No other team is going to contest them for it, so tons of loot there for them, unchallenged. And they seem to be pretty confident about it. Look at the spread down there in military base. Like, they send like 1 player towards Novo, 1 player towards the left bridge, and 2 players inside of military base itself. So that's tons of loot for them.
But at the same time, like, just judging for the trajectory, you don't really get a lot of this like high hot spots area as well for them to loot as well. Mostly going to be a couple of contestations. Now, of course, you know, usually a phase 1 is usually about who gets the weapon first, usually wins out the fight here. We did see a couple of players already losing now. Particularly Roman killed 3 members already knocked down, 1 remain and instantly eliminated away. Not the kind of start you tried to hope for, and let's be honest, not a lot of intel we can actually try to figure out from them here, especially for one of the newer teams for the Philippine sides here. So I guess we'll learn a little bit more about them in possibly the next few maps for now.
Yeah, I guess OpenAI will need to train his language model. Yeah, that definitely wasn't the start that they were wanted.
The code line wasn't foolproof.
Not at all, not at all. I mean, when you start a new OpenAI, you need to, give it some time to be trained. So maybe it's the round 1 thing. Maybe in round 2, they'll be able to figure out something else. But now we're going to see a fight between these 2 teams involving Monk as well as another team that's in front of them. That's going to be Team Newbies.
Yeah, Luke is currently knocked down as well, but he's definitely within this very safe vicinity of his teammates as well. So they should be able to get him picked up nice in time. But a little bit confident, they know they got someone knocked down as well. They try to go for an engagement here. And Blow, unfortunately, try to go for a quick pick here, gets picked out and knocked out instead. And now they're currently sieging to the house here. Sir Kyle is not looking so good for them right now.
Oh, it's a quick siege down here by Tukin to get another one knocked down. And it looks like Mr. Hartwell will get one for himself as well. Pick it out, Spark Queen. And there's only 1 player left from Monk. He's trying to get away. He got a vehicle. He should be fine. But with only 1 player left, that's Purdy Squirty. The best that he could do at this point is just to hold on for placement points.
I mean, that's I guess you could say that the best he can do right now is, maybe he can try to get a couple of additional kill points to try to third party into the round here. But for now, he will just have to salvage his way. He just gets picked out. He just gets spotted out in the distance. He has no vehicle, by the way. He's just trying to hold the ground by himself here, Sir Carl. And now they're trying to pick him up from as multiple angles as much as possible here. They know they got him on the run here. They know there's barely any cover here as well. That's why the Team Newbies, they don't mind hunting him down. The blood is in the water and the sharks are coming in here. And Snipe Hall here, he's trying to look for a nice sniping kill.
Yeah, at least he managed to heal up, but he still need to face off against the 4 players of Team Newbies. Here they come, Sniper with a high ground advantage, and he will make quick work out of Purdy Squirty. Monk becomes the 2nd team to be eliminated.
That's one of the 2 teams, the new teams that came into the tournament as well, out of commission this early, and actually not too surprising as well with the drop zone that we actually were somewhat witnessing as well. There's a lot of those areas, like I said before, not a lot of cities for them to loot around with, not enough to really accommodate multiple teams at the same time. So naturally, we were going to be seeing conflict, but I didn't expect to see 2 teams already eliminated this early. But regardless, we do see Old Bloods here with the emergency pickup. trying to get really nice close into the circle. If I'm not mistaken as well, Sir Cloud, the circle is currently shifted towards that east, the left side of the map right now. So quite the distance for a lot of the teams, that especially the team, I believe it was Team Zashin, who actually dropped a military base. Quite the distance they had to cover to get to that spot.
Yeah, the circle is centered around the area of Gatka right now. So a lot of open space, lots of greenery. We'll check back on the other teams later on because right now Mook seems to be in trouble. Kitsune cutting him down, but not able to get a good clear shot, I guess because he's in a vehicle that's covered enough. So that's why they couldn't land that shot onto him. But they will still try though. But Mook takes a lot of damage right now. His vehicle is smoking up. Oh, wait a second.
There's
His
no
back
wheels?
tire is punctured. Oh, that is bad. This is bad news. He has no choice but to just reverse.
I think he just decided to just not reverse anymore. The car is fuming here. He's not getting enough thrust or torque to get out of that spot either way. It's pretty much a sniper's den at that point, at that kind of spot as well. So probably had to hold on until his teammates come to go for a quick pickup. Whereas checking on the other side for some of the other teams as well. U Gaming on the other hand, one of the new teams that came into the mix as well, Kitsune, was also joining in the Snipers Fest and try to pop a couple of leads to some of the members here as well. Vehicles completely showing black smokes at this point here.
Yeah, and he has to get back down on foot. Now he's pretty much in the open, but lucky for he's not really out of it yet. So he still used the vehicle just to give him extra cover, tries to fire back. But for how long? Okay, but like what you mentioned, right? He needs to just hold on until his teammates come and pick him up, and looks like they did. And he should be safe for now.
Oh, thankfully as well. It's that kind of thing where you do not want to lose too many members in, especially this early into the round, like phase 1 or phase 2. You lose 1 or 2 members, it gets pretty hard as you get towards that final circle because you just need, ideally, you want to have as many members to cover your flanks as much as possible. But hey, if you're a mad fragger, you want to go for that 1v4 Clutchmeister, hey, be my guest. I don't mind. Everyone loves it. Everyone loves an all-out brawl. But, everyone still would like to have a little bit of assurance here to have as many people as much as possible.
Oh, speaking about insurance, I do like the position of Happy Squad. They have one player on top of Mount Olympus, aka the Gatka Mountain, just to be the guy who will look at their surrounding and make sure that nobody does anything funny. And now Archibald is going to join in at the top. So there's a chance, there's still a possibility that the circle will go there and they will be able to lock down the mountain fairly early, which is great. But now we're going to look at Kiwa going up against Roy.
Oh, actually, Kiwa loses one of the members relatively early. I think someone missed it and someone to kill during the kill score and one of the points here as well. But it's unfortunate, but hey, still 3 men strong. They're still in the center of the circle, like I told you before. This is the team that really like to play around the mid spots as well. And Marlon coming in to finish up the job on one of the members of Roy Esports. There goes EDV King here. Now Kiwa did lose 1 member, but of course, naturally, they want to even out the odds here. Get a couple of loots, not a lot, but it's just something they can work with here.
Yeah, I mean, it's a point at the end of the day, right? So if you're able to pick it out, that's fine. Now it's a matter of getting into the circle. So I believe that majority of teams, like how we check, or last we saw, they were playing in the middle of the circle. So they should have an okay entry point into the circle. I believe it will not be a trend of teams like gatekeeping other teams at this stage, that is. Maybe in stage 4 or maybe 5, then we'll start seeing teams gatekeeping each other. But phase 1, not yet. So they should have an okay entry as long as they can tag the blue.
Yeah. Here's the interesting thing, right? Because usually when you play around the map of Erangel, right? Usually compared to Marama, it's like you want to play around the edge most of the time, especially this is Erangel. But it's a little bit different when the circle goes towards the side of Gatka, right? It's a lot of plain fields. It's like either open areas or a lot of mountainous areas, right? So it's just one of those rare situations where most teams rarely plays around the edges and people just try to get as close to the center just to try to get that nice spot, because it can be quite the nightmare when you're trying to siege up here when the team has already someone boxed you in or gate, or like in your words, gatekeep you at the entrance as well. So that's pretty much why we see a lot of teams just dangling around the mountains area, or at least try to get some form of compound safety for themselves. Because it's like you said, it's phase 1, still a massive circle, but it's not going in the most ideal location here for some of these teams here.
Yeah. But I like that you mentioned about the mountain, right? I wanted to give a thought about the being or playing by the foot of the mountain. But we hang that thought for a second because on the elimination V, we saw one of the players actually just got knocked, but not eliminated yet. So I guess it's one of the long range now. Now coming down to the mountain strategy, and now that we have this map on the screen, if the circle goes to the Kakao mountain, looks like it will not. So that's fine. But if you can play by the foothill of the mountain, that's not too bad as well, because there are some angles that from the top of the mountain, they cannot directly, or they don't have a line of sight onto you, hence you will still be safe. And in case the circle goes there, then at least you would have early access into the top of the mountain. But now that the circle has shifted down to the lower ground, it's no longer a conversation.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's especially like if the side of the mountain is like pretty steep or pretty inclined, it gets a little bit of a nightmare to try to lob nades over as well, since not many will somewhat connect on exactly where you want it to be. But you know, I know feels like we're jinxing them a little bit. Hold on, the car slowed down. They got a couple of nice hits in. Can he get the knock though? Got a good one as well, and it's gonna be Leo from Savage Man to get a nice pick off, a nice kill score on Killaroo here.
And Savage Man, they're looking for more. Right now, Upchin on the other side, he knows exactly where the members of Palladium and Knight are at. But it's not only them. There's also another team around the corner as well. And that's UG. Okay, but UG, they're far enough. The moment they heard those gunshots, they'll be like, okay, we don't want any part of this. It's still too early.
Oh, do I see a crash team? A team is crashing to the compound, Sir Cloud. It doesn't look good. Ronak says he wants to get out of here. Doesn't really have the best of health. But I think they heard him open the door. They will chase him out. They smelled him out as well. And Mok, alongside with Feeman, alongside Goni, will try to hold out there. Okay, wait. Okay, so they did went for... So interestingly, right? It's not a two... I thought they went for a 2x2 split here, but no. Runax was just the Lone Ranger here, while the rest of the squad was on the other compound. Okay, interesting.
Okay, so it looks like maybe the strategy was like he wanted to open up that space so they can shift compounds when needed, but then again, he was sieged down and there was nothing much they can do about that. Pretty much similar with the strategy that Savage Man Esports is doing right now by sending Upchen into one part of the area where he has his own compound with the vehicle, obviously, and the other players are on another compound. With this kind of strategy, they're not only able to get a better view of everywhere else in the map, but also they're able to pin down teams. Like, for example, Palladium at night right now, 2 different crosshairs looking at them at the same time, and they have nowhere to go. The moment they step on the compound, whether they go north or whether they go south, there will be players from Savage Man Esports waiting.
I mean, yeah, like this strategy is like you mentioned, right? It's one. I guess you could say is bold. It does cover a lot more territory, a lot more area. You probably also get a lot more intel this way. But the reason why I say bold is the fact that if that one player were to be crashed upon, like just now what we saw happen to Runox, well, in a 1v4, if the star aligns, you could hold your ground. But in that kind of scenario, when you're being besieged upon and forced out by utilities and grenades, you don't really have a lot of options. You end up being cornered in here. So it's unfortunate. It didn't really play out as well as what Runox hoped for. But hey, still majority of the members of Urohani Samurai still stands. So they will carry on his will of fire here as they carry on towards this game.
Well, speaking about carrying, so Kiwa being carried by the emergency pickup lands into the circle. Circle shifted up north, by the way. And now here comes Savage Man Esports. Okay, they don't have the circle. Now it's time for them to fight. The fact that they got one player down, Percy on his knees, Leo immediately eliminates him. Now they have the man advantage, and they will siege down Palladium at night anytime soon, which is right now.
They're just finding a nice timing before they go in. The Molly goes in. They're crashing and trying to find an outpost here. They're trying to corner them into this very small compound. They do find an opening. Luna goes for the pick here, the dry pick here. Finds no success. It's a pre-fire. Will find greater success on him here. And it all comes down to Leo and Savior. Luna's still not being finished off here, but they will be able to secure the compound.
Ooh, Yanni, nice scope down. Getting one player out of Roy. And it's going to be DD eliminated just like that. Now his other teammate just arrived around the corner. 50% of health left. Tries to get to safety and he will arrive into the compound. But then again, at what cost? At that one player down. But Chao is here, sharing the same compound as the other members of Roy.
Oh, it's a good idea about it as well. Just not full sure. He did get picked out here, trying to force him out with the flashbangs here. Just to try to set things up before he besieged them once more here. Trying to find the time. He does saw the helmet for sure.
That was so close. That was so
insanely
close.
close, yeah.
Okay, right now, but nobody's at the second floor anyway. But here comes Yanni with the nade still. And looks like one of the other players, Xiao Feng, will be picked up. They'll be back as a trio, and they're just buying a little bit more time. But Yanni, is he getting impatient? But then again, he still got his target. And Roy eliminated at number 13.
Despite Jaxi having the first pick at him as well as he opened the door, he only still has no idea exactly where the position. He could be up the stairs. He actually had the crosshair set up towards the greater flank beside the table and the staircase as well. But Jaxi wasn't really quick enough, and Yanli was able to finish off the remaining members of Roy Esports here. That's gonna be our fourth team. Their fourth team to be eliminated into this round here as well. Quite the carnage throughout this phase 1 and phase 3 so far.
Yeah, it seems like all these teams, they want to set the pace, right? So that's why perhaps they are playing a little bit more aggressive. But it's still okay if you ask me. Okay, phase 3, 4 teams eliminated. And out of these 4 teams, 2 of them from the very beginning where there was a Doswell clash, that's still kind of okay if you ask me. But now Kiwa, who came in with the emergency pickup, they do have company around the area. Zanshin is just right across them. But because of this terrain, I guess both sides will call it a truce for now since they're both in the circle anyway.
Yeah, they're winning out when it's going to be the next circle. It's like in 10 seconds as well. So we know exactly where they really need to go here. I'll be honest with you, I didn't really want to jinx all these players, but I was really hoping the circle keep going south towards the Corey here. I would have loved to see a final fight in Corey. But you know, of course, it's never been favorable for anybody in the first place here. But we do slightly go towards the mountainous area once more with the circle as our phase 4. Kiwa does get a nice eagle-eye view on some of the members here. We'll get a nice pick-off on Ken from Zanshin here.
Yeah, interesting enough, Trick was the one to knock him down, even though Gmoy landed the damage on the other side. So basically, he was shot by 2 different angles. But nevertheless, still eliminated. And now for Zanshin, they only have 2 active players left. And Trick, lots of damage there. He knows that his shots did land. And now, sending a nade across. And looks like Zanshin, sandwiched by Kiwa from both sides, eliminated at number 12.
Yeah, this is something to be expected from Kiwa, the team that came second place in the Master Series as well. And you know, to be honest, Sir Cloud, I was a little bit concerned for some of the teams as well because Kiwa Esports and Roy Esports just recently came from a Players Tour APAC series as well here against one of our best teams, even from the Vietnam, against going up the likes of teams like Day Trade here as well. So the adrenaline could be quite high for this team here. I thought it could carry forward for them towards this round, and it seems I'm not wrong.
Well, it's still round number 1. We got to give them the benefit of the doubt, right? Whatever it is. So more rounds to go. It's all about being consistent. But that spray by Mook dealt a lot of damage. And they actually get that one, okay? Not really though. But the blue is doing damage to all these teams that's still spending time on the outside. Now Goni is gonna try it out. Here comes the spray by Mook again, and this time they will get Crazy Dog. Can he get the second one? Now Crazy Dog is down on his knees. They'll surely be able to secure this elimination point. But at the same time, they have to heal up quickly. But here's Xavier on the high ground. Xavier on the high ground. He knows that somebody is right below him. He sees, he shoots, and he doesn't score yet. But second time around, he should be able to, and he will get that knock.
Yeah, he's got a greed for it as well. And moving forward to the other side of the map as well. Savage Man is currently attacking this compound for sure. Being hit from all angles here as the circle is relatively more tighter than usual here. While they're taking this fight between 2 squads head to head here, we do see another squad picking them off from the other side. UG will be removed from the round here. But the
Savage Man Esports, look at this, Leonard.
Looking good.
8 eliminations already. This team is on fire now.
It's looking great. I was a little bit concerned. Because of their run during the Master Series here, but they are looking really great. A really great start here. But I might have jinxed Xavier, my friend. Somebody pick him up, please.
Nice tap with the Mini 14 there from afar. But here comes Jeff on the lower ground. Okay, Upchan's waiting at the high ground. Does he know that Upchan's there? Okay, he probably has an idea. Okay, there you go. cooking up his nade. He knows that somebody's up there, waiting at the corner. Nade set across. Nade number 1 did clip UpGen down to 70% of health. Second nade on to UpGen. 50% of health left. Here comes Jeff rushing in. Only 10% of health left. He should be able to do it. He gets that one knock, but from the left side, it's London to seek revenge for his teammate.
But Sally, Lun alone is just not enough here. Too many grounds for them to cover here. A little bit, I guess you could say a little bit of the timing also didn't really wasn't in the favor as well. Lun repositioning himself to try to have this, to be able to have this nice crossfire. But he just couldn't really picked out Jeff before he actually got the knock on one of his members here as well. Very unfortunate.
Well, let's see how fortunate will the next set of teams be as they try to get into the circle right now. From the outer side, we see that NRG coming in straight into the middle of the circle, taking a little bit of risk, but one player currently knocked down. And here is the nade from Tentrip. Nade set across. This could be a beautiful one to secure those elimination points. 2 of them knocked down anyway, but it doesn't matter because final player of NRG taken out by Happy Squad, giving them those points.
More teams being eliminated. It's currently phase 5 as well. We're moving towards, especially with the circus, someone forcing everyone out into the open area here. And there's barely any cover. Everyone's just trying to fight for the best cover that they can have here and just try to salvage as much utility as much as possible. And look at CJ, for example, right? Sure, you got a couple of flash, you got a couple of grenades, but you don't have a lot of smokes left here. Hopefully from this pickup from this box here, you should be able to find enough, but sadly won't find any smokes here. So no smoke trail to someone set up here. But they gotta be careful because currently on top of them is gonna be another team here. Because naturally it's gonna be unlucky here. They do hear the pot shots coming in, it's relatively nearby as well. But overly, he's not going to be over-committing for this. No, he's just going to be waiting for them to really come in. I'm actually surprised that Chai Wei actually really spotted them out right out of the open, this inclined cliff here.
Well, now they know. So CJ repositioning himself, trying to find a better angle. Overly now moves forward, but nobody's home. They've actually moved away from this area. Now CJ is together with his teammate. They are playing as a duo on the other side. It's going to be CJ and Tentrip. They know they're outnumbered. So they will not engage further. Instead, they will move further down south, away from the clash point.
Just really biding their time here. And I don't blame them as well because trying to farm up as many points as much as possible, even if it's just placement as well, will just somewhat give this team the edge later on. Sure, it's top 10 teams to move forward. It doesn't feel as much pressure compared to just having our top 6 here. But you just do not want to get that chance. Yeah, all these teams, they just went through a grouting session of 28 teams here as well. So this is the best of the best. So they of course expect to be the best here. But we do see a beautiful knock coming in from Old Blood as he sees him from the back line. It seems like Happy Squad will fall. Not the best of cover here, but someone to be expected as teams will be coming from the south. They did anticipate for it, but they just don't have the cover to defend that position.
Well, Oblets, they have to reset quickly because here comes Unlucky with Overly sending a nade across. And lucky enough for them, they have repositioned themselves all the way down south of the circle. Looks like they will not want to be involved in these seemingly unnecessary fights. We do have still teams on the outside of the circle. Here we go. Unlucky, trying to stop another team from coming in. And we have Shelfer together with Yan Li. They're still on the outside of the circle. 5 more seconds before the circle closes again.
Ooh. Couple of tags. The circle is definitely coming in as well soon. They do have a rough idea of exactly where they are. They have a really good cover for now before the circle comes in here. So Unlucky doesn't necessarily have to really push them in here. They know for the fact that they will be coming towards them instead. So they're just somewhat trying to buy their time, but not really keeping them out of sight because they at least need to know where's going to be the path or route for them here. But of course, sadly, at the same time, they're not really out of clear Dream Bounty Hunters here, as QR Esports is also somewhat sieging them for the back line. They don't really have the man advantage here, nor do they have the position advantage at the same time.
This is not a good position for them. They're still on the outside of the circle. They will be pressured by the presence of the blue soon. But Dream Bounty Hunter Gaming will make quick work out of them. First, they get out Drake, looking for the final member of Kiwa. And Kiwa right now on the other side. But they don't have Kiwa. Okay, another team has arrived as well. It's going to be Dream Bounty Hunter Gaming. But all of them, they're on the outside of the circle. They have to fight their way through still. As Kiwa eliminated number 4, 3 teams left.
3 remaining. Dream Bounty Hunters, by the way, they were the ex-roster members from Nirvana Soldiers here as well here. So glad to see them coming back here as one of the consistent teams from Master Series. But of course, not really out of the clear. Top 3, of course, is fantastic for sure. But they just need to, but they're not really out of the clear. They just have a rough idea where one of the team is. But what about the south side? No one really have a good view on that south. It's currently at the bottom of the hill, if I'm not mistaken, from the terrain design as well.
I mean, the only team at the southern side is Oblats. So they're going to steer away clear from these fights. And we're going to focus onto these 2 teams right now. It's going to be between Unlucky and also Dream Bounty Hunter Gaming at the northern side. While Blessed, he tries to tap away, tries to steal away those elimination points from afar. And here comes Jeff as well from another angle. He got Joey.
Oh, dude, Unlucky and even Old Bloods, they are raining all over the parade here. Dream Bounty Hunters as well. They don't have a mountain of their own. And now literally it's the battle between who's the mountain kings here. And it seems that the circle still favoring Old Bloods on their own mountains here. Unlucky don't really have to descend down their own personal mountains just yet. Yeah, they still got a couple of seconds, a good bit of time as well here. But Old Bloods, they know the game plan. They know what needs to be done. Currently positioning themselves here. By the way, 16 points in total. By the way,
wow. And we're not done yet with this round. 4v4, and they do have the circle advantage as well. We gotta think about it. Circle, they have the terrain advantage.
Oh, yeah.
And right now, they just need to wait for Unlucky to actually come into the circle. The ball is on Unlucky's court right now.
Just need to buy that time. Just really try to get a good view. The best part about it is because of the look. Okay. By the way, thank you so much. Just look from the mountain terrain, right? It's not easy to just dive down from the center because it's quite steep for them. The minute you drop down, you might actually get staggered at the same time. But what a pick coming in from Carl Lee. Can't believe he found that shot on Speedy. That's going to be definitely throwing a wrench to the plans here. Let's see if anyone will try to go for the revive here. But this does give an opening for Unlucky to descend the mountain and prepare to siege the current Mountain Kings of Old Bloods.
Well, right now, looks like they are sieging forward. Let's see if they can make it through. As Blessed will get Sunny side up. Now down on his knees. 3 more to go for the side of Unlucky. Okay, here comes Flash. Flash from the side. Now we don't know if they know that he's here. Sends a nade onto the high ground. Onto Blessed. And now Blessed sieged by 3 different nades at the same time. Let's see if there'll be enough to take him down. Looks like the answer is not yet.
Ooh, he barely saw a pixel of the guys here on the left side.
Oh, Flash! They were just unlucky.
Love the pun going with the team name here, but hey, one still remains. It's gonna be over, Lane. But sadly, it's over and done here for our first round here for day number 1 of the road to EWC, rest of APAC Open Qualifier. And Old Bloods, hey, I guess you could say this old vet still has something to show for us here in this tournament.
Hey, I mean, they are showing their experience if you can't think about it. Like, they could be that team that goes up north, joins in the fight just to gather more elimination points, but they chose not to. They'll be like, okay, 3 teams up there, you guys cancel each other, we don't get the points, it's okay. If we tap from afar with our mini 14, if we get anything out of it, that's a bonus. If not, we'd rather go for the chicken dinner. And also the whoever who's remaining at that time, which is the 4 players of Unlucky. And that's how they sealed the chicken dinner, by making a safe decision-making that gave them the best outcome at the end of the day.
Yeah, honestly, just seeing from the game, someone reminds me of Kiwa Esports back in PMS, back in PUBG Master Series Phase 1 here. Seriously, just biding them time, trying to get to those really good vantage, good positioning as well, as they slowly siege their way in 1 step at a time. And honestly, I'm really surprised at how fast play in terms of the elimination that was happening towards the map of Erangel. Because let's be honest, it's like you said before, it is the OG map. It's probably one of the most oldest map here in the meta pool as well here. And because of how ancient it is, right? Everyone knows everything about this map. And ironically speaking, despite knowing how the map works and the timings and everything, you would expect the map to be a lot more faster, but no, apparently not. Even in the international scene, even during the PGC and PGS 7 and 8, the map gameplay has been a lot more slower because of that, because everyone just knows the timing, especially once that circle gets towards the later phases as well, like phase 4, phase 5. Everyone just knows those timings in terms of just to go for those third parties as well, and it really does hurt here. But I'm suspecting this round was a lot more faster, was because of primarily just a circle, because it just went towards the mountainous area. You either could get a mountain area for the final circle, or the farm area, or the flatlands, or the farm areas around Gatka as well. Really hard to judge how the circle would have transitioned, but they just went with it here, and everyone you saw, I believe we had like what, 8 to 9 teams already around phase 2 towards the center of that circle. I'm like, whoa, that is a lot of teams there.
Well,
Macao is not looking so good for them right now.
oh, it's a quick siege down here by Tukin to get another one knocked down. He still need to face off against the 4 players of Team Newbies. Here they come, Sniper.
But jinxing them a little bit. Hold on. The car slowed down. They got a couple of nice hits in. Can he get the knock though? Got a good one.
This is still too early.
Oh, do I see a crash team? A team is crashing to the compound, sir. Trying to corner them into this very small compound. They do find an opening. Little Ghost one is still not being finished off here, but they will be able to secure the compound.
Ooh, Yanni! One of the other players, Xiaofeng, will be picked up. They'll be back as a trio, and they're just buying a little bit more time. But Yanni, is he getting
for anybody in the first place here? But we do slightly go towards the mountainous area once more with the circle as our phase 4. Kiwa,
He's gonna try it out. Here comes the spray by Mook again, and this time they will.
Got a greed for it as well, and moving forward to the other side of the map here, as the circle is relatively more tighter than usual here. While they're taking this because of their run during the Master Series here, but they are looking really great.
Here comes Jeff rushing in, only 10% health that he should be able to do it. He gets that one knock, but from the left side it's London to seek revenge for his teammate. He tries to tap away, tries to steal away those elimination points from afar, and here comes Jeff as well from another.
The minute you drop that, you might actually get staggered at the same time. But what a big combination! Love the pun going with the team name here, but hey, one still remains. It's gonna be overlaid, but Sally is. What a round, especially just going through the highlights as well. Just give a good reminder of how the teams were really playing as well, especially with the whole scenario of just really unideal positioning as well. We were just talking about the side of the base of the hills as well, and we were just discussing how steep it could be, how inclined it was as well. It's great if you're trying to put a foothold against someone who's trying to descend upon you. But it's a different story if someone was to be coming towards your position. Something like what we saw Old Blood did during the highlight, what they did towards Happy Squad, I believe as well. Their last 2 members, they were just duking out against Unlucky, but Obla, as they were just slowly moving in, they say, hey, we have 2 players out in the open, no cover as well. That's great. We'll just slowly pick them off here. It was pretty much just open seasons for a lot of these teams, especially, but I don't really blame them. That kind of spot where you're just trying to determine whether is it going to be on top of the mountain or the base of the hills or the flatlands, it just comes up based on your experience. And of course, I guess you could say, like what you mentioned, a little luck does go a long way here.
Hey, and how Oblas played it is by experience. You can clearly see, right? Because they would rather take the advantage of getting the best terrain possible for themselves in that circle instead of going greedy to try to join the fight just to try to gain more elimination points. At the end of the day, they still gain, I believe, the most points of them all in this round. So it's still great for them. And let's not forget, the objective here is, of course, ideally to be in the top 2, if not to be in the top 10. And with a good start like this for All Bloods, I really look forward to seeing what else they can put on the table in the next Irango.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's still, we're just like first game of day number 1. There's still a lot to be said here as well. How many points, the placement as well. I think this is just like one of those few times where, especially for some of our old veterans here too, or some of our more experienced players like Happy Squad in particular as well, you're getting as much points or placement, or getting as much total points in maps like Ranga and Marama is pretty much the name of the game for a lot of these teams as well, because Tego and Rondo still relatively new maps, and I think a lot of teams is still it's not really like the bread and butter for them at the moment here. Like we do see some form of success, but even in terms of players interviews or even in the global scenes, some of them are still saying like, we're still trying to get a good feel, trying to get a good sense, a game sense, trying to set up that game sense for these kind of maps as well, because it's a lot more larger. Some areas can be a lot more open as well, a lot more compounds to play with too. So Erangel and Marama, these two maps has been here for the longest of time, so it's pretty much down to their muscle memories at this point here. But Tego and Rondo, it's pretty much like a walkout for some of these teams, particularly some of the newer teams. And if you throw new teams into the mix as well, when you have no intel on what's their play style as well, yeah, so a lot of these consistent teams definitely want to try to farm as much points in a more familiar map before we get to Tego and Rondo.
Yeah, absolutely, right? Because if you gotta think about it as well, like it also depends on what sort of tournament are you playing. Some tournaments, it's only Erangel and Miramar. Some tournaments, maybe Tego. Some tournaments, maybe Rondo. So these two maps, like what you said, right? It's like the quote-unquote the wild card map. Like sometimes you see them, sometimes you don't. But in every tournament, without fail, for sure you will see an Erangel and a Miramar. So that's why these teams, they are much more familiar with that. So if they have the opportunity, they need to gain as many points as possible from these maps that are so familiar to them, and then think about how they want to be versatile when it comes to the maps that are quote-unquote wildcardish.
Oh yeah, wildcard, and one thing is especially as well, getting those timings, positioning. I mean, really, positioning wise, I think that map really, I think this is just one of those rare cases where most teams will just primarily focus on getting towards that circle as much as possible. Even on a normal day, on a normal sunny day, right? When we had a really nice centralized circle, we don't normally see that many teams in that circle during phase 1 or phase 2. I never seen 9 or 10 teams in a phase 2 circle that quickly. I was just like, whoa, that is fast. That is insanely fast here as well here. But things could be different. I guess the play styles, and it's glad to see the adaptation coming for some of these teams as well. The quick on the decision making as well, how they really want to play around it. Very smooth, very quick, especially seeing the fly path of the circle. All the machination was already happening in the minds of our fantastic players already.
Yeah, I guess sometimes it's dictated by what kind of flight path you get, right? Like if we were to reference the first Erangel, like the flight path was like all the way down. It was like just above the base. So naturally, they will force teams to meet with each other as they try to go maybe to the northern side where they're more comfortable with, or maybe even up to Rosa or even up to Yasnaya. So they have to drop somewhere in between, grab a vehicle, and that's where they will bump into another team. And in theory, that is how we saw the first two teams being eliminated very early. Now, when we come back to the next Erangel, if we get a very different flight path, I'm sure the outcome will be very different at the very beginning as well.
Oh yeah, definitely, for sure. And by the way, is there any, since we're talking about teams, right? I know it's just game one. It's just game one. There's not a lot intel we can play off with as well. But is there any team in particular you were somewhat trying to keep your eye on here? Whether is it the returning one or the new ones?
Okay, so I definitely want to keep an eye on Oblets. Okay. Just because Xavier texted me in the middle of game 1. So definitely know he's watching. So the fact that I know he's watching, I'm giving my attention to Oblets. And the fact that he came out with a chicken dinner, of course, it's something for us to see. But okay, besides Oblets that, my answer was based on Xavier. Well, I would say Happy Squad and OG Squad as well. But before we talk more about all the other teams, right, let's check out the match leaderboard as of now. And look at the Oblets. They're ahead by even unlucky by 14 points with a total of 24 points.
Yeah, it carries so much. It really carries so much weight, especially when you're pairing not just the placement points, but even your the elimination points as well. It just makes it so much easier to just really divide you and see who's really the top of the pack here. And so far, Oblets 24 in total. It speaks such loud volumes that you can't really say anything about it. You just gotta look at it. You be like, wow, I got second place. Like even for Unlucky and Dream Bounty Hunter Gaming, right? They can and Kiwa Esports. They say like, great, we got second and third and fourth placing, but wow, All Bloods with 24. That's literally a 14 points differential here. So pretty making quite the statements here coming from All Bloods. You know, Xavier, as he messaged you as well, glad to hear as well. How only if he's playing today, then he will be the only Malaysian player in this entire tournament.
Oh yeah, he is the sub player for All Bloods though. So well, we don't know whether he will play or not, but well, if we kind of think about it objectively, right? I mean, with this current lineup, with Jeff, Speedy, Morshe, Blessed, it's got the chicken dinner with a whooping 14 kills here. Let's be real. Let's not rock the boat, right? Let's just keep the momentum going.
Yeah, of course. I mean, the goal, of course, naturally would just be to be as consistent as much as possible, right? Like every round, try to get at least to that top 3, get as much as 8 kills as well, just to really try to solidify your top spot. I mean, if that is the goal, I mean, naturally for a lot of this team, being the first 2 will be the ultimate goal, right? Sure, top 10, you pretty much qualify if you're pretty content with it. But I believe all these teams who has put in the work over these months and years of experience as well, in the PUBG esport professionalism here as well, everyone wants to try to get to that first 2 spots here. So far, All Bloods in a really good spot for themselves here. Really showing the masses on where they currently stand. But you know, this is just the first match. Things could change. Things could be different in the next 5 matches as well, because we do see some teams perform well on certain maps and or I guess you could say in certain situation, right? Because I believe some teams will end up in a situation where they're either crash upon when they're unprepared or being the hot spot instead. So
well, just to echo on what you said, right? The only reason that the team wouldn't want the top 2 spots is that, well, we worry that we get bored, like in between waiting, you know, for our next match. So we might as well play the play-ins, you know. At least we got we have more game time. We get to fill our time by being productive, playing a tournament. So yeah, I mean, I'm just trying to be positive while thinking about the possible positive outcomes if any team would say that, you know what, our target is not to be the top 2, our target is in the top 10.
So Carl, let me tell you something. If we're talking about the play-ins, do you know? I mean, okay, we don't know who are the teams. They're still undergoing their own specific open qualifiers. But the play will consist of not only the top 10 teams from here, but also at the same time the top teams in Thailand and Vietnam, who has also been quite the beast in the PUBG APAC scene as well. Like there is never like, okay, I love it how our amazing casters during the PGA, during their PGS 7 and 8, they always like to talk about the wall of APAC, right? So it's like, and I understand because the Thai and because in the history of not just PUBG, I think the history of FPS esports here in Thailand and Vietnam, they have produced one of the greatest FPS teams and players in those 2 countries and regions alone here. So if they're talking about their own wall of APAC, then what about us here? You know, it's like the rest of APAC versus Thai and Vietnam. You know?
I mean, well, in Vietnam they do have the global champions as well. Let's not forget about that.
That's true.
Yeah. So that's a statement by itself, and they have always been consistent anyway in international stages, and that's why they have their own qualifiers by themselves. And of course, when it reaches that stage, for us as viewers, it will be really interesting to watch.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, like what you say, right? If you have to play the play-ins against those teams, you know, then it's gonna be pretty tough. So I guess. Yeah. Of course. I was just joking or whatever I said earlier on, right? But the fact of the matter is that you want that top 2, so you can just skip that part and you don't need to risk yourself being eliminated at the play-ins.
What are you talking? Dude, like, what are you talking about? Like, just top, like, it feels a lot more, like I said before, it's not as pressuring when you are top 10, right? I mean, sure, top 1, top 2, you basically qualify to the finals. That's great. It's definitely great. You don't really have to go through another round of open qualifiers if you're the third to 10th place. But it's like I said before, it doesn't feel as pressuring. Top 10 out of 16 teams definitely feels a lot more better than like back in Master Series, which is like top 6 out of the top 16. So it's like everyone is like fighting for that spot. They're like, yeah, there is no comfortability. There's like it felt like every round really mattered. Not to say that every round doesn't matter for this tournament, but the pressure is like, it's like you said, it's like a pat on your back, right? It's like, oh, okay, it's not as pressure as long as I get to that top 10. But like I said, naturally, with these players' professionalism and of course with their experience, they definitely want to try to aim for that first 2 spots at least. You know, it's always great to walk off with a title. Hey, I won first place in this grand final rest of APAC. That is an exceptional feeling here. But
It
you
is
know,
a flex. Not gonna lie.
it is a flex. It is indeed a flex. But I'm gonna say right here and now, I still think like Asia Pacific is the best region. Like, don't get me wrong, okay? So in the PUBG scene, right, we have like the Americas and the EMEA teams, right? They're like the all brawl out team. Like every region has their own playstyle, right? Americas and EMEA is usually like the all brawl out team, right? High FPS capability, high firepower, entertaining is always great to watch. Then we have Korea and Japan, right? The Asia teams, which is usually more methodical, more meticulous, more calculative in their gameplay as well. That's pretty much why we see, like, even back in Master Series, Irohani Samurais playing a lot more slow. It's quite slow for my liking, but they tend to somehow make it work here. This time we have Unlucky as well. We did see a very more similar gameplay as well here. So it's a lot more slow, a lot more calculated. I'm not a big fan of it. But you know, but like I said, this is first match. We might see a little bit different as we see. Hopefully they become more proactive. And then we have Asia Pacific, where we get the best of both worlds. We have teams that's aggressive. We have teams that's insane fraggers. Then we have teams that's also pretty methodical in their gameplay as well here. So that's why I say I feel APAC, at least to me, is one of the best regions to watch here so far.
Well, since you love APAC so much, you're gonna get game number 2. Well, obviously that is.
Oh yeah, we're
game
definitely
two.
getting game number 2.
Yeah, and we're not ending only at 1 game, ladies and gentlemen. That never happens, okay? It'll be the best day if that actually happens, or the most interesting day, that is. But still, game number 2, very different flight path this time. A lot more balance from game 1.
Definitely a lot more towards the central area. So a lot of teams and better hotspots, a lot more better hotspots and a lot more resources for larger areas for a lot of these teams to choose to go for here as well. Not many teams are going to be contesting too much about it, but the same team Zan City is still going to be following the game plan from the first round, which is to be dropping towards military base. They did this exactly for the last match as well. They're still going to do this again. So I believe their ideology for this case is just the drop in the area where not many teams favors as much, and then go to the circle pretty last. And then it's understandable, right? This is Wrangler. Usually play around the edges a lot more here. So Zanshi is pretty fine with this. We do see a little bit of a shift in some of the other teams this time as well, since the flight path is a lot more flexible. Gives a lot more trust for some of these teams here. But
yeah, because of that flexibility, we're not going to see a early clash like how we saw earlier on. I don't see any clash for drop slot. Maybe the closest one might be even in Gaka, but even that's a good distance. So yeah, I doubt we'll see that. But we'll get to see a very interesting circle favoring Zanshin at the very beginning.
Oh no, the battle of the bridges. Let it begin. I love it when we fight for bridges, man. Like we rarely get final circles at those bridges as well, because it gets interesting, right? Okay, the reason why I like really tight areas is because it really puts a lot of these players, a lot of this team to the test here, right? Like, how will they interact with this? How do they want to play around this as well? Do they got enough utility? Did they prep enough as well? The positioning favors them as well. A lot of thinking does come into this kind of thoughts here for a lot of these players, and I love to see that.
Oh, I realized that UG actually lost 1 player. Wait a second.
Did we see the kill feed for it? I don't recall seeing the kill feed for this.
Yeah, and no other team actually scored their first point. That means UG actually started this round with 3 players.
That's fine. They've been playing pretty slow from the last match as well. But here's one of our Oceania teams, right? Justice for Tomorrow Esports, right? Even back at Master Series, we had, or at least I had quite high hopes for them. It's mainly because they came from the same playing field with Fury or Decibel Gaming at that time, right? So I expect like a really all-out brawl. But so far the rounds that they had during that tournament as well wasn't really as favorable for them. falling out, getting eliminated relatively early as well. Doesn't really have a good spot. But you know, there's a lot of things that could mess up a lot of these players' timings and positioning as well here. So hopefully the see Justice for tomorrow really thrive this time. But Jeff from Old Bloods, they get tagged out, possibly from one of the members who was already initially inside of the bridges so far.
Yeah, they're doing the bridge rush right now with Old Bloods behind them, trying to be the gatekeeper of this bridge, but they failed to stop one team, Justice, from crossing over. But the moment they cross over, they might meet with Zanjin. So we'll check on that later. Because Zanjin, they not only have the right bridge to take care of, from the left bridge, Savage Man Esports is now in to the base.
Yeah, everyone was really fighting it. And by the way, Savage Man, where did they drop again? Hold on, let me remember. You know, when it comes to me, then we'll talk a little bit about anymore. But hey, you know, Savior walking in. This is not the Savior we were talking about from Old Blast. This is a different Savior, but also a pretty phenomenal player for the side here for Savage Man Esports here.
Okay, and to answer your question,
yeah.
Savage Man, they actually dropped on the area, the lighthouse area. So it's not really into Ferry Pier. Instead, they drop around the lighthouse area on the left bridge. They grab the vehicle and they immediately rush in through the left bridge into Sotnoka military base. And now they're here, sharing the same area with Zanjin.
All right. Thank you so much, by the way. I was just about to look it up. But okay, so that's pretty much how they got into this circle relatively early. I thought they actually dropped relatively nearby too. So works out for them as well. Its military base is such a lot. It's such a large land area as well. So able to accommodate quite a few teams here as well. And I don't think we're going to be seeing a lot of confrontation either way. Everyone's going to be pretty satisfied with where they currently are until the circle starts to dictate how their movement is going to be like otherwise. Boathouse area, Dream, Bounty Hunter Gaming, like I said before, they were each of the entire roster is pretty much the ex-members of Nirvana Gaming here. So glad to see them back here, back in action. Of course, with Yen Li being one of the new members here to replace Shampoo here or RGKS Snap. Team Newbies is one of the newer teams. I believe they were one of the few teams that actually got the early. They were one of the first 3 teams from the last round that actually got the early knocks here.
Well, Happy Squad, they're probably content with the result from the previous round. And this is a team that is so experienced. I mean, you just break it down.
Experienced, okay.
Yeah, so experienced. I mean, you just break it down. You got Jim Boss, you got CJ, even Evil Patrick is still in the lineup. I mean,
it feels like an all-star team, man.
It is. I mean, even from back in the day when they were Archangel Predator, they were like one of the best teams around. And they are still here to today. So you can imagine the wealth of experience that they have.
No, I totally agree with you as well. They were here since like I still remember them all the way back from like PUBG Continental Series as well.
Man.
And they've been here even longer than that, by the way. Before that as well here, about of course under Archangel Predators. They only later rebranded later towards the later years here, but still pretty great. I know you call them ancient. I can't believe you call them ancient, but I'm just gonna say, not ancient, they're mythical. How about that?
Wow. Okay, I like how you position them.
Mythical.
I'll take that one.
But I do have my concern as well, because even during the Master Series, they had rounds. They had rounds where didn't really work out as well for them. Sure, there were circumstances that wasn't as favorable for them here. But so far the score has always been they're popping off, and then they're not popping off as much as well. But regardless, they still were able to secure that top 4 spots, so to qualify moving forward towards the play-in. So that's pretty great for them.
Wow, the Samurais, they pop off to score their first point at this round. Another recoverings happen. Feven should be back up soon. His teammate is together with him, so the revive is kicking in. And they are trying to stop the other members of UG from coming in. And UG now only has 2 players left. But the good news is that they are in the circle, so they can still hold on to this compound. And hopefully other teams don't come by and try to siege it down.
Sieging down. We do hear a couple of free fire happening on the other side. It looks like Jing was able to get a nice knock on Mark. Feven, of course, naturally will try to even out the odds here. But they're still flat out right out in the open. So thank God they still had that initial preset smokes here. It will dissipate eventually, but just enough time for them to get Mark up and running here. Do a couple of knocks here, and Jing, by the way, is completely out in the woods here. No allies nearby to go for the revive here. So I believe this is going to be the end for one of the third, at least one of the for all three members of Unlucky here. Sorry, U Gaming here.
Yeah, so U Gaming, they will only have one active player left. So definitely will not want to be involved in any fights at all. But what interests me is that where will the next phase circle go? There's still a chance they will go towards the main peninsula. Maybe around the area of Milta, or maybe around the area of Farm. Not necessarily into main to the base. That's why we don't see all these players hard committing to main to the base yet.
Oh yeah, I mean it's still phase 1, right? So the circle is still relatively large. Some of the teams but you do see them strategically positioning themselves ready for any rotation necessary, right? That's why we see Kiwas currently somewhat near the entrance of the bridge here. Not necessarily trying to be gatekeepers, but just being prepared to just do a really quick getaway here as well. And Happy Squad, on the other hand, is Arjun Bot. Okay, Arjun Bot is somewhat alone here, Lone Ranger here. He is hearing a lot of vehicles passing by here. He has no interest on trying to aggravate them in any way here. He's just trying to hide himself possibly here as he slowly drive by. Because he's currently too far from the rest of his team as well. So for him to lose out relatively early may not be as ideal for the team.
Whoa.
But he did spot up another Lone Ranger here. And Spark Queen, he didn't expect that a little ninja was ready to pounce upon him here. That's a free vehicle and a nice free kill point for the side for Happy Squad.
Totally didn't expect that. I mean, he was the only one passing by the lower ground of this hill. And obviously, he didn't see where Arjun Boss was at. And Arjun Boss was like, oh, okay, that's a good clear shot window. And he will take him out. But now the rest of Happy Squad being sieged down. One player gunned down. Wow, looking at the circle, looks like it's going to be 100% main to the base circle after this. All these teams on the main peninsula will need to relocate themselves.
Oh, yeah, we're going to look at a really mass relocation for a lot of these teams here. And let's be honest here, even though it's shifted towards the military base, right? It's so compact right now. I tell you this right now, Sakal. There's already, I believe, about 5 teams positioning around the bridge entrance to military base. It's already so congested here. And now it's going to be even more heavily contested as more teams will be crashing in here. Should they choose to crash or just drive past the compound here? We did see a team making the more safe choice as they would drive by here. A flash?
Becomes slow. Tapping away with an MK12. Hoping to get a knock at least. He's close to getting that one. Okay, they have to dock themselves anyway. And by the time they dock themselves, they leave their boat, they will be out in the open. That will give Blow a lot more space for him to shoot them down. Okay, bullet after bullet did connect, but not enough damage yet to get a knock.
It will be a very impressive knock as well. That's quite the distance, especially as well with the semi-automatic AR here. But of course, looks like Zanshin not happy with the neighbors that's nearby. It looks like All Blood is currently 1 member knocked down here. 3 within, not all of them is within the vicinity as well, as they are trying to set up for a crossfire here. But sadly, one of the members of All Blood just can't really get an angle for the person that's currently trying to knock down their teammates here. But it looks like Kiwa Esports Trick will be the one to steal away the elimination point, despite of all the hard work that's being made by Zanshin here.
And that's what happens if you have so many teams close by in such a small area, like what you mentioned earlier on. Less player will land with this sort of circle. And there's still a little bit of water in it in phase number 2. Phase number 3, however, very likely for us to get 100% land. But by that time, there's going to be so little space with all these teams coming in even later into the circle.
Oh, yeah. I mean, if it gets to the bridge, then it's a dream come true. But what a shot coming in from Shu Horse here, of course, alongside with Pivot here, as they will have a beautiful crossfire set up to knock down Sunny here. Looks like the sun is not shining well upon him so far. It did manage to drop the defensive smoke utilities here to try to go for the pickup here, but they still have no idea where the shots are coming out so far. They have a rough idea, but they just don't see it. No visual confirmation so far.
3 sets of emergency pickups here coming into
wow.
the mid to the base. So it's going to be crowded here. Now that we have another 3 teams entering.
Too crowded.
Absolutely, right? And plus they are aiming for the middle of the circle, which is totally understandable. You want to be in a comfort zone, but the fact that you're coming in later, there will be other teams there now. And speaking about other teams, now Savage Man Esports, they will need to deal with DBH coming into mid base. And here comes the cavalry with one by one. Kiwa still trying to hold their ground, but they will lose one player to Happy Squad.
I can't believe he actually got the knocked as well, and the carnage doesn't end just yet. Kiwa Esports constantly trying to reposition themselves. They see if they can try to salvage as many members as much as possible. 2 will be removed from play here. But man, he's not satisfied with this. He wants to equalize the scoreline here. He does manage to get rid of the last remaining members of Happy Squad. Not happy that he lost 2 members because of them here. But at least they will be able to get the revenge they sought out for, but not without a price. A very costly one as well.
And check out the circle. He actually favors Zanshin right now, who's at the top of that mountain, just outside of Novo. What a good spot for them to be at. As for Savage Man Esports, now it's probably time for them to leave the mid to the base itself. They were the kings of mid to the base, though no elimination points yet, but this could be their chance. Once they rotate in, there will definitely be more teams waiting for them inside of the circle.
Yeah, it's now this is the part, even though we're just currently phase 3, but just looking at the land area that's currently remaining, right, and just the terrain wise as well, there's a couple of hills. There's also a chance it might just keep going north towards the bridge entrance as well. Not a lot of cover, not a lot of plays here. A lot of these teams is just trying to bank on the fact that okay, the circle just doesn't go away from their current positioning. And sadly for Irohani here, they will find one of the members is going to be Dream Bounty Hunters here. As it's going to be Xiao Fang. He hears him coming. He sees the trajectory of the nade as well, but doesn't really have a good eye. And he found him as well. I can't believe it.
Well, the follow-up has happened right now with Rulex from the back. Will get Xiao Fang. And he will go down immediately. And Goni, he needs to secure this high ground. But the rest of DBH, they are coming in. They seem to be interested in trying to take over this compound or this high ground for the hands of Goni at least.
Still biding the time. Gornil just really playing off with the initial from the previous gunshots as well, from the previous audio cues as well. Still don't have any visual. They don't really have the best position as well. Every angle feels like a threat to them. They're not really comfortable at all. And moving forward to the other side, Roy Esports here. They're playing at the cliffs. My God.
Ooh.
Playing at the very edge.
Setsuna! Number 1, number 2. Beautifully executed by Setsuna with his AUG. Looking for his third target right now, but there are more teams around him. More targets, that means. Here comes Roy Esports defending their ground still. And another team eliminator is going to be NRG. Roy took most of the points out of them. Roy defended their ground beautifully on the outside of Novo.
It seems also on the other side, Rohani was able to secure the position against Dream Bounty Hunters as well here. U Gaming is also going to be another player to be removed. Lemma from Rome and Kills, our other Philippine teams, also will have to succumb to the zone here. And I'm going to give any elimination points to anybody here. But now the circle, mountain area, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be having a great match as teams will have to scale the mountain. Who's currently at the peak at the moment here?
It's Zanshin.
Oh, Zanshin. Eh, what? Is it really Zanshin?
Yeah,
oh, yeah, you're right. It is Zanshin.
Okay. But now, Faven, he sees Killer Roo in front of him. He's going to go for it. Spare the Killer Roo! He gets Killer Roo! Not able to ride away into the sunset as Faven will want to secure that elimination point right now, but got to be extra careful on the left. Faven! He is on fire right now, knocking down Percy. Killer Roo will finally fall to the hands of Faven.
It's been a while since we saw a great Car 98K shots here. So far, everyone has been playing around with just semi-automatic sniper marksman rifles here, but good to see it, Faven. What a shot, really. Gets the knock. I don't think he's going to be able to get the elimination. Actually, no, I think they got him up in time, right? Or was it an elimination score?
I believe it was. So right now, we see Faven, he has 3 eliminations and he's looking for more. And Kiwa is in front of him. This could be another opportunity. But anyway, he needs to clear, or they need to clear their flank because they're by the edge of the circle right now and they have to consider how they're going to manage the road in front of them in the next phase.
Trying to buy the time, want to secure the position. At least the good thing about this as well is that the fact that they actually saw them coming from the emergency drop here, so from the emergency picked up here as well. So they got a faint idea. They don't really have to worry about the top side here unless someone siege upon them. They're hearing a lot of things as well, so gives Monk a little bit more confidence to slowly move forward here. Whereas on the other side of the map here, we do see Monk already sieging on the side here. Savage Man Esports here, and Upchen barely gets out, actually gets down instead. Luke still holding out the line here. Savior, the last man standing from Savage Man here. The savagery as he's getting pinned between two teams on both sides here. The only salvation is this tiny pit, or I guess you could say a ditch, as he tried to go for the revives here to return the favor back towards the rest of the members.
But here is Samurai onto Kiwa. Tapping away, it's going to be Mook on the left side, and now on the right side, he's trying to manage two different sides at the same time while his teammate has that space to lob this nade onto the high ground. It's going to be Runex. Two nades up onto the high ground, managed to damage them. And now he's going to rush in. Drake on the left side. He sees Drake. Good clear shot onto Drake. Runex will knock him down. One more to go on the other side.
The timing was just perfect for Nox. It worked one time, but sadly it wasn't going to work the second time. Gonil tries to move in, trying to see if he can pick up the rest of the members here. Runox will fall. Mach backed up again, ready for action here. He's the only one that doesn't really have a kill, but sadly Feeble pushes forward here. Mon wants to slice of Feeble. Will get it. Gonil charges through, and QR Esports will be eliminated away. But sadly, both Feeble and Ronax will be removed from play. But guess what, Sir Cup? I'm happy about this turn of events as well. From the last round, rather slow, quite passive. This time, more proactive, a little bit aggressive. I love it. There's 9 kills on their belts here. Looking pretty good, Orahani.
Absolutely. Absolutely love it. Like, you don't have to circle. You have another team on your side, on your flank. You clear them off, and then you think about the circle. And they did it very, very quick, before even phase 5 closes. So now they have the time to manage crossing into the road, getting into the circle, and we'll see what happens next from there. But speaking about getting into the circle, moshing right now, look at his position. Right beside him is Roy, and also other teams as well, and in front of him, he's basically surrounded, so it's going to be a tough route for him to get into the circle.
Yeah. They especially for Roy Esports, they do have some vehicles, but they are going to be running into Roam and Kill here, who's pretty much well prepped and ready for them as well as they can hear the vehicle coming in. Zhangxin, on the other hand, they have the luxury, and I mean like absolute luxury, to choose how they really want to take this fight. They're hearing all of this happening, by the way. So they have the choice. They could rain bullets, they could rain fire, they could rain nades. But not a lot of utilities left, especially for Preitzel here. We do have some defensive utilities like smoke just in case. But other than that, no offensive ones here. But water shot coming from E-Twat here.
Oh, beautiful. And because of that, Moshing from Old Bloods eliminated. So now we're down to the top 9 teams, with the circle still favoring this high ground, where Zajin held on to it for the longest time. And now Zajin, this is their chance to collect more elimination points. They scored 3 so far. And as long as they still have the circle with this high ground, it's going to be tough for the teams to actually climb up, and they will be the king of the hill.
Yeah, I guess you could say in a way the best case scenario is hopefully the circle actually force them to descend the mountain here, because it can get pretty annoying, especially for the players who's currently having the high ground. Pretty hard to land those nades if that side of the cliff is pretty inclined. Couple of trades of tags. It looks like Paladin will just have to somewhat continue with this battle of attrition here. They don't mind about this as well. They're in a circle. The blue zone is coming in. They just have to keep them at bay. But the trades coming from Irohani so far has been pretty accurate so far. Dang accurate.
And how are the Samurais going to get past this one? Suspect trying to stop Gonil. But Gonil, he fires back. Anyway, Gonil will still go down to Suspect. One more to go behind that 3. And he doesn't have to circle. Mook does have to circle. He's tanking on the blue right now. I doubt he'll be able to survive this one.
Yeah. He just can't. He just boxed in from too many angles. He can only hold.
Okay.
That's gone. But of course, Irohani did leave the round, although eliminated relatively early as well. They still walked out with so many elimination scores on that belt as well. So it's pretty dang good for them too.
That's going to be OpenAI. Hopefully he has enough learnings from the previous round, because they were first to be eliminated. And this time, so far, so good. I mean, they're now in the top 8. No
Actually,
elimination points yet, but they're fine. I mean, it's a survival game at the end of the day. All you need to do, your main objective is to survive. But now with the circle still partly favoring that high ground where Zanchin is at, still it's going to be really difficult for Roy and a Roman kill to actually get past Zanchin.
It just need to be as quiet as much as possible. Although we don't really get to talk a lot about Roman and Kill in particular. Not sure about OpenAI here. I mean, yeah, I know about OpenAI, but the player name OpenAI. But
I'm sure you do.
Yeah, but Lemma and Arco in particular, they have been participating in quite a decent amount of tournaments like the Challenger Rumble, the Onslaught Leagues as well here. So definitely have quite the experience in the PUBG scenes for sure. But in terms of this roster here, this is all new territory for me here as well here. So far Roma Kill, they couldn't showcase their abilities in the last one since they fell relatively early. This time, surviving a lot more longer, but definitely not in a really good spot either way. They're quite a precarious one actually in this case. Palladium on the other hand, they do have the vehicles, enough torque to enable them to scale the hill, but they're not the most silent of entries here. So a lot of teams should be able to hear them coming in.
Well, as long as they're able to hug the foot of this hill or by the hillside, it's going to be hard to get a good line of sight onto them from the top of the hill. So they will be fine there. But now on the left side, again, another team now on the outside of the circle still. So it's going to be unlucky this time. That needs to fight their way through. And they will have newbies in front of them, trying to stop them from coming in as gatekeepers. But they'll try to breach into the compound where newbies is at.
It's such a tough position. It's such a tough spot as well, especially like this. I guess you could say in a way a trans position here. You need to, let's see how well Team Newbies will best defend their territory on their own here. A lot of rooms for them to play around with as well. One good chuck of nades or utilities can somewhat flush them out here. But it's just a matter of whether Unlucky has enough utility to flush them out. Because I believe a lot of teams, relatively early, especially during phase 2 of the circle, everyone slowly made their way towards military base as well. So not sure whether a lot of these teams is somewhat well equipped on it. But while we didn't miss that out, massive, and I'm talking about a massive slaughter was happening on the other side of the map. So looks like Raw Esports will be eliminated as well. Monk on the other hand did get one member knock alongside with Palladium and Knight as well.
Wow, now that we're at space number 7, we're still a part of the circle in this high ground. Zanchin picking out those elimination points, and now Zanchin collected 6 elimination points overall, still using their high ground advantage to their name. And that makes it actually 7 eliminations, and they're looking for more right now from this high ground. They will finish off Paladin at night at number 6, and now they have Monk in front of them. Zanchin, they have the opportunity to farm these elimination points, but Candy, unfortunately knocked down, so now they have to pick him up.
Oh, finding a nice opportunity. They should at least give them a little bit of a breathing room as well. But Zanchin was pretty much having an absolute field day with that high positioning as well. Racking up all these points for themselves here. 8 kills. Pretty sure they had 1 kill before they actually got to that mountainous area. But other than that, 8 kills from just that location alone, man. There's no real chance so far. Luke, or by the way, also known as Nikos, was able to get a nice knock on one of the members here too. So that's pretty great. Great sniping here. Could be it was probably an opportunity, an opportune moment for him to get a nice pick as he was trying to pick out someone else here. But other than that, the battle for the King of the Hill will be continued later on. Now it's the battle for the Flatlands here. That was just trying to get some dominant control, and Sniper was able to get a finisher on Overly.
Well, here comes the tap from the side by Flash. Anyway, for Unlucky, they're still able to breach through as of now. But Zanchin, look at this. With the high ground position, they're able to overlook all these teams. If anyone misstep on the outside, Zanchin will be able to tap away and potentially get a knock or maybe even secure an elimination point. And now for Unlucky, in front of them, Monk is actually on the other side. So we have at least 3 different teams here on this low ground.
Oh no! There's just not enough cover for them as well. Too many openings here. Not the best spot either way. Kali still managed. Will still be able to fight for another round here. But the lane looks good. Did it pass him? Oh, hold on.
Oh, it bounced.
Oh, they had no choice but to forsake him as well. Not a good spot as the Rainbow Nades. One team out of commission here. Comes down to our final top 4. And Team Newbies, they're not out of clear just yet. JFT raining all over them for now.
And here is PV, Elder, from the side, tapping away onto anyone that passes by. At the same time, looks like the zone took out the members of Team Newbies, unfortunately. And here comes the circle again. Again, this circle has part of this high ground. As Team Newbies looks like they have been eliminated. Now we're down to the top 3 teams. Justice for Tomorrow. They have the circle. The only team that does not have the circle completely is going to be Monk.
Yeah, it's our 2 Oceania teams going head-to-head before they tackle on Team Zacian as well. Pretty much like it feels like the battle of the it feels like a battle of the Colosseum in Rome, right? It's like the 2 challengers, and then you see Emperor Caesar just watching all over this parade here.
Yeah, while shouting like "finish him," or was that his line?
Pretty much, yeah. Gladiator, the movie, such a great movie, by the way.
Yeah, do watch that, but we just exposed our age. Anyway, yeah. Brazel, now you'll be praying on the ground, knocked down by Blow. And there was a shot onto the high ground. But anyway, because it's a high ground, there's a chance that he will be picked up. But look at his position on the southern side circle. He could be held hostage right now. So if Sanjay were to go and save him, then they might be in trouble. So they might have to let this one go. And Blow will land the final blow. But actually came for Purdy Squirty to finish off Brazel. So Sanjay now only has 2 active players.
Yeah, but they can still someone by that time, depending on where this final circle is going to be as well. Someone is, I guess you could say in a way, JFT and Monk is pretty much on the flat land. If Zhangxin had to scale down the hill, well, you know what the result going to be like as well. One player decides to stay behind to give the necessary covering fire, suppressive fire even as well here. But it seems the damage is still coming in. Do they have enough resources to sustain? They are slowly moving down the hill as slowly as 1 step at a time here. But like I said, scaling down such a steep hill, a steep mountain like that is an absolute nightmare. It's an
this is going to be pretty difficult, right? Now that we're entering phase number 9.
The final circle, yeah.
It will close entirely, my friend. And who will come out of this alive here? It's going to be either these 3 teams. Justice for Tomorrow, Monk or Sanjay for the chicken dinner.
But the thing is this, right? The difference is Monk can tank the circle a little bit, but Justice for Tomorrow, they will be forced out here. That's why we do see a little bit of defensive smoke being preset here. But what a spray while they're trying to set things up. They will find Dusty for the knock here. Whereas on the other side, the Zanshin finds an opportunity to go down. No, not unlikely here, as they're taking this 1 step at a time.
Well, that means that Zanshin right now, they have the high guy advantage against Monk, but Monk has a little bit more space to play, I believe. So the advantage is towards them, and at the same time, they are able to farm the members of Justice for Tomorrow Esports, because Justice for Tomorrow, they don't really have much space. It's either they give themselves up to the blue or they will show themselves in the crosshair of Monk.
Correct, exactly. Just unfortunately, there's just not enough. There's not enough offensive utilities on the side here for Monk to flush them all out here. So they will just have to slowly take them on head on here to see if they can tank down the zone and force them out. It's literally a battle who's willing to take the daring approach here. And it looks like Monk decides to go right out to the open here. Go high at the base of the mountains here and say, come and get me, boys. I don't like the fact that everyone's playing with covers here. Find me in the open. Be brave. Be bold. It looks like he was able to get out a beautiful knock on Purdy Scurdy.
Well, you asked for it. Now they're coming at it. But now Ken's on the high ground. Does he have the space to still hold on to the high ground? Okay, he's forced to go down anyway. 20% of health. He needs to heal up quickly. E2D. Now lobs a nade onto the low ground, trying to get Privy, but Privy stepped away. The members of Monk now, they are in trouble. And Gens will let the final blow. And looks like Justice for Tomorrow. Somehow they still managed to survive this one. One last player left is going to be Privy against the 2 players of Zanshin.
Oh man, this is They don't really have any eyes on him. They're hoping for the circle to push him out here. Pivy, he's kissing that mountain for as long as he can. He knows he doesn't like this kind of positioning as well, but in a 1v2, he's just pretty much working with what he got. But looks like Zanshin being the aggressor will dive in, find the opening, and will descend upon them to secure the winner chicken dinner. Well done from Zanshin.
Kings of the high ground, kings of the mountains, Zanshin coming in with the chicken dinner. And at the very beginning, if you remember, they were the only team to drop inside into the base itself. So they have the advantage of being at where they want to be, and they chose the high ground, the mountain just outside of Novo, and that gave them that chicken dinner towards the end because Circle also favored them at that high ground.
Yeah, it really played with their playbook as well. Just being the really slow, being proactive as much as possible. They got the positioning as well. They weren't too overcommitting in some of their, or trying to be over aggressive with their positioning as well. They just really bide their time, farm on elimination points. We did see some really good knocks from them as well. Even though some of those knocks weren't from them, they will be the one to secure those points for themselves here. They slowly rack things up here. But other than that, what a round that we witnessed as well. I do love the boldness coming in from Monk as well. Just decided like, hey, you know what? This spot, we're running out of cover, we're running out of options here. Just be bold, be brave, move down there. I love the attempt, but man, that's all she wrote for sure.
Yeah, but we have to relive the best moments here from the previous round through the highlights, ladies and gentlemen. And what a round it was for Zanshin to score the chicken dinner. And look, it's not like they were playing passively, right? They were still very, very active in trying to just fish out those elimination points. And they got it for themselves. So let's check out the highlights.
Really gonna be an idea for the team.
Whoa!
But they spot out another lottery. It's a dream come true. But what a shot!
DDH coming into the base. Here comes the cavalry with one play
here. But man, he's not satisfied with this. He wants to equalize the scoreline here. He hears it coming. He sees the trajectory of the nade as well, but doesn't really have a good eye. And he found him as well. I can't believe it.
Well, the follow-up attempt right now.
The class, my God.
Ooh.
Playing at the very edge.
Sensula! Number one now, David. He sees Killaroo in front of him. He's gonna go for it. Spare the Killaroo! Into the sunset as favor. Number one to secure that elimination point right now, but gotta be extra careful on the left. Up onto the high ground, managed to damage them. And now he's gonna rush in. Drake on the left side. He sees Drake!
Ready for action here. He's the only one that doesn't have a kill, but Sally Feeman pushes forward here. Mon wants to slice of Feeman. Will get it. Got him. Some defensive utilities like smoke just in case. But other than that, no offensive ones nice. Water.
And how are the Samurai gonna get past this one? Suspect trying to stop Gonil. But Gonil, he fires their name, and that makes it actually 7 eliminations, and they're looking for more right now from this high ground.
But Justice for Tomorrow, they will be forced out here. That's why we do see a little bit of defensive smoke being preset here.
Now lobs a nade onto the low ground, trying to get Privy, but Privy stepped away. The members of Mux now, they are in trouble.
Man, this game, I can't believe our first 2 maps, right? I mean, Erangel, right? But I can't believe our first 2 games towards into this tournament, right? It's been so hectic. It's been absolutely it's been quite the roller coaster for not just us, the viewers and the casters, but even for the players as well. The amount of decision making that comes to them, the amount of situation they were being thrown into as well. Even though they got a nice decent flight path in the second round of Erangel here, but with how the circle dictated, Arrow just like, yeah, we just don't have a choice, right? Like, we know there's going to be a team going to be camping us there. We know there's going to be someone who's going to be very comfortable there. Do we want to spend more time in gathering resources, getting up our ammo and utility economy before we get into it as well? Man, there's so many things that was going on in all these players' head as well. And Zanshin, of course, like Emperor Caesar in the Coliseum as well, absolutely sitting up like a true emperor in the throne.
Hey, the first 2 maps is depiction of life, if you kind of think about it.
Nothing goes the way.
It's perfect. Like, yeah, you get something, you don't get something. You get a nice flat path, you don't get a nice circle. You don't get a nice flat path, you get a nice circle. So it's just a depiction of life, right? Nothing is perfect at the end of the day. But we gotta congratulate our top 4 teams. Of course, Zanshin, who scored the chicken dinner early on, even though they were on top of that mountain, and they were like kind of like the kings of the hill, but they were very active, and that's how they brought in this total amount of damage of 2,851, followed by Monk, and then we got Justice, and then we have the Samurais here as our top 4. And of all these top 4 teams, the Samurais were the ones that used the most utilities.
Oh yeah, no, because like we did see them dropping relatively a more comfortable positioning as well, and they were, if I'm not mistaken, they were also one of the few 5 teams, if I'm not mistaken, that was pretty far from the circle as well. So they really had a lot, I guess you could say in a way, like I said, very slow team, prioritizing and getting up their economy before moving into the circuit as well. So definitely have a lot more utility to expand, or at least to utilize for themselves here. But that's not really the main point for them for this round, right? It's not the amount of utility they utilize, it's just how proactive they were, how active they were in this round here. They completely evolved from the last time they were back in Master Series. They were a lot more active. They were constantly seeking out players as well, but while also playing around with their own personal playbook as well, getting a whopping 9 kills before they actually bailed out here in this second round. So pretty happy with the growth that they had. JFT in particular, been a good round for them as well. I was just talking about their concern, especially during their round during the Master Series. Now they're looking really great in this second map as well. Can't wait to see a lot more. Monk has been showcasing exactly who they are, especially with Hickerman on their lineup here. Because Zanshin, the one that has been pretty, has the most amount of kills, I believe. He has 12 total kills here. That's insane.
Yeah, absolutely right. With the chicken dinner, so that's like 22 points to the name. And the one that contributed the most, in fact, he contributed 50% of the total kills of the team, is E2D with 6 kills, 1,167 damage. But we also have got to give it to Kens as well. Okay, although his kills is obviously not as much as E2D, but his damage is very, very close as well to E2D with 1,107 damage. This just tells the story that Kens did a lot of work, and E2D probably he landed the final blow just to make sure that they secured those few extra elimination points for the team.
I mean, it also could mean based on like what's the roles that each of those players play in that team lineup as well, right? I mean, Nice Seal did follow earlier. I believe they only had 3 members towards phase 4, phase 5 as well here. But other than that, with the amount of points that they have, Zanshin was able to get a whopping total of 22 points here. But is it enough to dethrone the current king, by the way, from the last round as well? Be quite a chance for themselves, since they were able to rack up quite the amount of points for themselves too here. But other than that, in terms of the ranking as well, we did see quite the shift for some of this team. Let's quickly look at the total leaderboard here. It looks like Old Butts was still able to retain themselves here with just the additional kill points that they have for the last round here. So making them 25. But Zanshin, of course, is not too far behind.
Oh, yeah, I mean, it's only game number 2, right? So the points are definitely still very, very close. But if you can maintain your name up there in the overall leaderboard, number 1, number 2, that would be great. It is a marathon at the end of the day. It is not a sprint. But it's also a signal for teams at number 11 onwards. And to my personal surprise, Happy Squad is at number 11, the team that has a lot of experience. It's interesting to see them down there. But then again, benefit of the doubt is that it's only game number 2.
Oh yeah. I mean, I think this is also similar to like some of the previous tournaments as well, right? It's usually like the first map, they're explosive, they're great. Then suddenly when you get to the second round, it's just like wasn't really performing so much. But like I said, certain circumstances, certain scenarios that somewhat like implicated some or imposed some on some of our players, like that circle, for example, here. But of course, with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, that's going to be it for our first 2 maps. We still got more PUBG action coming to you guys as we move towards Tego and Rondo. So don't go in for too long. We'll be coming back with you guys with more PUBG action right after this.
Hello players, this is Kim Tae-hyun, Director of PUBG Battlegrounds. Welcome to the 3rd episode of Dev Drop. In this video, I'll be going through some questions about the 2025 roadmap. I'll also touch on topics that are not in the roadmap but might be on players' minds. Hope you enjoy it. Questions and feedback that aren't covered in the video will be answered in a blog post. Shall we get started? Let's go. With or without Unreal 5, I feel the developers need to take a step back from content for a month and focus purely on game optimization and fixing stutters. We actually have many different teams. There's a team working on Unreal Engine 5, another team focused on optimization, and teams that handle live service content and various updates for PUBG. So even if we pause work in one area, it doesn't necessarily mean we can immediately shift focus to another. We would love to say everything is working perfectly, but we know there is still work to be done, especially on optimization. We understand player concerns about optimization, given the recent Sanhok issues. We made some optimization improvements back in April, so we hope you give it another shot. Of course, we'll keep working hard to improve performance moving forward. Really looking forward to 120 FPS on console. That's all I've wanted since the game came out. Wait a second, about this comment. Pretty sure we've never officially announced this, so we're not exactly sure where that information came from. But as of now, we haven't made any decisions to confirm 120 frames per second support. We would need to explore the technical feasibility through development first. We know there are a lot of expectations around the shift to current-gen consoles. We'll do our best to figure out how we can meet them. Despite the long-standing dominance of the AR meta, weapons like the M16A4 and SCAR-L have remained underused for years. I believe it's time to either enhance their strength or rebalance them in some way to make them more viable. There are several different aspects to consider when balancing weapons. We've seen quite a few discussions and comments about weapons such as the M16A4 and SCAR-L, and many players have been asking us to improve underused weapons in general. While we do make gunplay adjustments every 2 months, it's difficult to single out just 1 or 2 weapons. Instead, we follow a broader balancing plan and adjust multiple weapons together. The reason we recently rebalanced shotguns and SMGs is that we also consider balance across weapon categories. We've been tuning things across the board. As there are subcategories like 5.56mm and 7.62mm weapons even within ARs, there's no single correct answer. But we assure you that we'll keep fine-tuning the overall balance. I've seen the video and the latest dev talk. Oh, thank you so much for checking them out. I am touched. I'm a bit scared to see destruction being added to more maps. The performance issues in Sanhok with destruction have not been fixed. There are 2 types of destruction in the game: terrain destruction and building destruction. To explain a bit more, terrain destruction affects only the terrain, while Sanhok's destruction also includes destructible buildings. When we mentioned destruction in the roadmap, we didn't mean that Sanhok's destruction would be applied to every map. We meant that terrain destruction, which was first added to Rondo, will be expanded to other maps. There are currently no plans to bring building destruction to every map. And we will need to resolve optimization issues on Sanhok first before considering anything like that. That's something we may look at much further down the line. Don't worry, we won't do it. Keep the bots how they were. It's casuals. It's where those who aren't as skilled can come and play daily. Let's see. I think we got 2 questions here. One about bots and another about the casual mode. First off, let's talk about bots. Our goal isn't to make bots stronger or threatening in any way. Instead, we want their movement and behavior to feel more natural, so that they can better fit into matches and provide a smoother, more enjoyable experience for players. We want them to act as a support element, like oil in the engine. As for casual mode limits, we know there are players who only play casual mode. These players log in, play their 3 matches, and then log off. While raising the limit could help boost playtime, our goal is to encourage players to gradually transition from casual mode to normal match. That's why it's not easy for us to simply raise the cap. That said, we have been discussing this internally. We are exploring different ways to expand the limit, and already have a few ideas in mind. We will share more once we have a clearer direction.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the road to Esports World Cup PUBG Rest of APAC Open Qualifier 2025. My Lee, also known as YOLO Lee, and gracing us at the caster's desk is Sir Cloud here as we bring you guys all the great PUBG shenanigans and gameplay, all our amazing talents has something to offer here. Sir Cloud, it's been a good day, or I guess you could, based on our timing, it's a good night, and I'm prepared for a good weekend of PUBG games.
Hey, whenever I get mid-to-base circle, I ain't complaining, my man. I love mid-to-base circle. If it's given to me, I'll be like, oh yeah. So congratulations to both Oblet and Zanchin for scoring the first 2 chicken dinners, putting themselves up at number 1 and number 2 respectively in the overall leaderboards. But we are not done with Erangel. We're going to head on to our next map after this, and of course, it's going to be a very, very different sort of feel here. While we check out how the players are feeling individually, and now on screen we do have the Samurais, or their long name is Irohani, Popeto, Samurai Gaming. So what do you make out of them?
I mean, back from even in previous tournaments as well, right? It's just a really phenomenal young team here, right? Especially since they also represented in their own respective region, also in the PGS APAC 1, right? Although they came in 22nd place, but you know, it's the PGS APAC, right? They're running alongside with some of the most heaviest hitters in the APAC region as well here. It's quite the tall order here. And the best part, after witnessing from the second match as well, they're also constantly growing, evolving, adapting, definitely having their due diligence, still playing with their playbook, of course, still playing around with their playbook, which is just having this nice slow approach here. Definitely a little bit slower than mine liking, as I mentioned before. But after that second round, taking it nice and easy, but also racking up and also being very open, not too shy about getting into fights. I'm liking it, just as I'm also liking this flight path.
Oh yes, this flight path towards the right side of the map, but then again, these teams should be able to get to majority of where they want to drop. But I also want to highlight on the Samurais, right? Fabian, he did had a good game in the previous match. Like it was a 1v2 at some point, like one player in front of him, one enemy in front of him, and one enemy on the left side. Like he had a flick shot towards the left side on the high ground, and he had a great moment for himself. So I would expect to see better moments or more highlight moments here from Fabian coming into this map. Now, this map itself, if we were to look at the initial drops, my eyes is glued towards the southern side. We have 3 different teams down there.
I think especially we do see one of the members of Kiwa Esports here, but I believe that dive was specifically just to try to secure a vehicle from themselves, right? I think I believe there were times when I had a friend asking me at moments like, hey, you know, how come the rest of the squad is dropping at this particular positioning? Well, while this one is being a lone ranger, just dropping at a different part. I was like, oh no, it's just to secure a vehicle most of the time. And it looks like that's exactly what they did. Man stole a vehicle out from the faces of from the samurais here. Say, hey guys, good luck trying to find another vehicle. I mean, they will find another vehicle, but not with this one for sure. It's currently in the hands of a Man, who's casually currently looting into another separate compound. And since he's the only one here, he doesn't need to share any resources here. Rest of the other teams, you know, circles, this time we had been having circles went to the east. We had circles going towards the south. This time for this third map, it was stuck towards the north side map.
When one player from Happy Squad currently knocked down, I noticed that they had an early encounter with another team, but he's not eliminated yet though. So I wonder what's the status right now. Okay, so it looks like they managed to pick up Iyad, they're in the same vehicle, and they will move away to somewhere safer to recover him, which is absolutely fine. And entering into the circle from this area, it should be okay for them. And they're going to take the road less traveled by all the other teams, going up to the northern island, passing by Palace, and maybe later entering the circle from the left side.
Thankfully, he actually got knocked down in the vehicle here. I'm still questioning how this worked out here, but like, you know, for some reason it worked here. So pretty cool. Hopefully, we can actually get him up in time.
Okay, he's still ticking out though. Okay, but they should be able to get it out. That should be fine. I wouldn't be too worried. And plus, obviously, there's nobody inside of Palace, so they would have all the time in the world as long as they don't spend too much time in the blue later on. But on the Aya just got eliminated.
I think they could have get him up in time. I think he's just gone.
I believe they could have, like, even though it's not inside a palace, they could have picked him up earlier. So I'm not too sure what happened.
Yeah, you know, but it's fine. You know, it's not gonna hold them back. I believe Happy Squad. I mean, don't get me wrong, ES is also a phenomenal player, but you know, Happy Squad is just as strong with the 3. Although ideally, as I mentioned before, best to have as many members as much as possible. But you know, they can go with 3. On the other hand, we do see Mon getting a beautiful knock on Gonil. Wow, from where? And this is, by the way, this is the guy who's been a menace to the samurai so far from the very beginning, from the drop. They stole their vehicles. They looted the nearby compound down the road. That's pretty much why you don't see Gonil and Mark staying around those houses too long, because they just know for the fact that it's completely empty out. On the other side, you do see Xavier just find another knock on Nice Hill. It looks like, just like the second round, repeating history once more. Will be one of the few early members to get knocked out and not be able to support Zanshin here.
And Brazil is still down as well. But Mookie actually took a big risk of actually moving forward. Okay, not much information on foot, and now he will pay the price for it, unfortunately. Knockdown, and his other teams will need to save him. And here comes the rest of Kiwa here. Man just right in front of Faven. And Faven sees Kiwa. Okay, they drop by. Faven not pulling the trigger yet, but other players actually shooting onto Faven. Now Faven's at 4% health. They try to take the shot on to the member of Kiwa. Almost getting it. That was a beautiful headshot. And they will finally got man.
Yeah. Finally putting an end to the menace here. Still sticking around, trying to find some cover because of course Fever has got an eye on him. They do know exactly where Fever is, and also looks like they were able to find Ronax here. They will get a slice of Fever here, and will someone knock them down? Remaining members going to be Ronax here, caught between a rock and a hard place here. Barely any covers here. Let's see whether what's the ending going to be like for the Samurais. On the other hand, on the other side of the map here, you see U Gaming. Couple of tags here and there, nothing too. It's been a little bit more peaceful here for you gaming on this side.
Yeah, good for them because in the previous round, well, not only
maybe not so peaceful anymore.
Oh yeah, not that peaceful, but at least this piece is for you gaming as Kitsune will get that knock onto Moshing. It's a matter of securing that elimination point. They should be able to do so. But for the Samurais, after seeing them on cam, they became the first team to be eliminated.
Mm-hmm. That's pretty much it. It looks like, oh no, it looks like Nirvana Maple Mapai was able to knock down somebody with his own teammate, actually, in fact. But other than that, Kitsune is being surrounded. He's the Lone Ranger here. They know exactly, they know one of the members of U-Game is here. Spot out the head. Couldn't react fast enough before Bleed. He's going to be able to get the knock to Kitsune here. And 279, all he can do is just watch his teammate from afar. Knocked down, unable to save him at any time. And Billy, looks like good old Billy just might have to abandon Kitsune here.
Yeah, and Kitsune was aiming at the angle, assuming that he would his opponent would be walking in, but then again his opponent kind of crouched in, so that's why the angle wasn't that right. And for U Gaming, they not only lost Kitsune, they even lose 279. And now for U Gaming, they only have one player left. Hopefully he's able to stay out of danger for now.
Yeah, that's Billy, man. Billy had no choice but to make a run for it as well. Unlucky actually even joining the fray. I mean, the blood's in the water, the shark came in as well. They made quite the commotion with all the gunfire as well. So it did definitely attracted some of the vultures here. They came in to do a little bit of a cleanup here. All Bloods, on the other hand, were able to pick up Moshing, thankfully, as well. And this is our current top 1 contender here. The other side, we do see Dream Bounty Hunter Gaming here. Ex-members of Nirvana trying to sustain as much as possible as they currently have 2 members knocked down. A Happy Squad, they're currently hunting now for the remaining members here, trying to sustain as much as possible. Roy Esports, on the other hand, do manage to find a little bit of a confrontation from Unlucky.
And with the nade sent across, but Setsuna, they're not able to connect that one. They try to find a flanking angle, I believe. Okay, or at least a different angle, that is. But 10 Trip from Happy Squad just got taken out. Okay, looks like Happy Squad again, they're not having a good time. I mean, the team has experience as them. To see them outside of the top 10, it's kind of weird. But of course, there's still a lot more games to go. Anyway, here comes Roy. They found a flank. TD will be gunned down. And Everking secures that one elimination point. On the other side, it's going to be sunny side up. And Setsuna got him from this rooftop.
U Gaming, especially with the last remaining member, Billy, finally found out and sought out. Gone to commissioner. Roy Esports, definitely had their time in the sun here. Made quite a commotion in the last round as well. Of course, because of the terrain wasn't in their favor. Currently continuing on with the onslaught as long as they liked here. But this time, they had one member knocked here. They did manage to get 2 elimination points and even got the revive as well. So they're backed up and ready to go. Pretty sure they're gonna loot out their hunting trophies that they managed to earn from winning out that fight. Whereas on the other side, Palladium and Knight. Now this is what I'm talking about on being more peaceful here. Relatively peaceful here. Couldn't find any targets, didn't get a couple of pot shots in, but not gonna find any success. TD on the other hand was able to finish off Unlucky Sunny.
Well, put to rest it seems. So Unlucky now only has 1 player left. They haven't seemed to have found their momentum since the game number 1. Game number 1, they were doing pretty well. Game number 2 was not that great. And now in game number 3, very, very early on, in fact, in phase 1 still, they only have that one player left, so it's going to be pretty difficult for them. Anyway, speaking about the phases, we are going to head on to phase number 2 real soon in about 18 more seconds. And I believe most of these teams, they've already had their own spot that they're pretty comfortable with. Or maybe except for Overly now. Okay, Overly is the final member for Unlucky.
Let's see how long he can survive as currently roam and kill. Currently roaming and of course planning to kill. If unlucky enough for Overly here, not able to spot Sevi out in time, seems we'll be able to want to live up to the team name here. So slowly making their way step by step at a time. Actually, this is the most I guess really just roam and kill. I guess the way very slow roam does find it, and there goes Overly.
Yep, he took his time, but at the end of the day, he paid dividends as they will secure their first elimination point for this round. Roam and kill. They not only got that point, but they clear out this area for themselves. Now, this area is currently by the edge of the circle. So they need to plan for their next move later on. But for now, they can definitely chill here, reset themselves, and loot up whatever that's necessary around the area.
Oh, gonna buy that time. Oh, by the way, we just got the correction as well here. So, from Team Zashin, Doti, we'd like to apologize for pronouncing the name wrong. It's Doti. It's not eat what like what we were pronouncing just now earlier for last match here. So, Cloud.
Oh, okay. Doti. Okay, so it's the other way around. Right.
So basically he reversed his name. Very smart. I didn't spot it out. Sorry about that, but of course, won't feel as bad as Mao Rush will be knocked down, even with the exploding vehicle as well, courtesy of Lun.
Well, that was a beautiful angle there. Well, let's see if Savage Man Esports, they can get a good angle here. Will Leo get Mao Rush? Okay, that's going to be one. Looking for more targets, obviously. Now, Savage Man Esports, I wonder will it be a right time for them to convene together. Okay, they're sending Xavier on the other side of the road. They want to try to lock out DBH from moving further forward. So DBH, they might not have the choice but to take this fight unless they're willing to move outside the zone to come in back from maybe the south.
I mean, with the circle progression as well, there's decent amount of land area for them to really work to this out, decent amount of compounds as well. So the teams can be somewhat satisfied. So far, all the picks that we've been seeing, or actually all the skirmishes that we've been witnessing so far, has just been usually teams that has been going on with their mid rotations here as well. Couple of free areas. I think so far it's just only NRG here, which is Nirvana Rebirth Soldier Gaming here. Hasn't really found a compound for themselves. They did manage to find a decent land area for them to play around with, decent vantage points. Pretty much could spot anyone from a mile away if they hear any vehicle coming in as well. So pretty comfortable, and they do notice or hear Monk that's coming in from the right side. That's pretty much why you see Larry scoping in at the moment.
Yeah, and at least they have this little bit of elevation, so a bit of an advantage to them. While we will be checking out phase number 3 in about 28 more seconds. And I believe a lot of these teams are already in the circle now, so that's why we don't see anyone making the big engagements yet. But the next phase will be crucial because the last time we saw the circle, there's still a little bit of that circle on the left side or on the smaller island in this map. So it should go towards the main peninsula entirely after this. But we're going to see an active approach here by DBH. They're going towards Savage Man Esports, and Xavier is alone across that road.
Yeah, everyone's trying to do a little bit of a split off. It's not really a 2x2 setup here, but it's still a pretty tight formation here. They do have a rough idea, and Xavier, of course, not going to shy away for a potential fighter. He's pretty confident with his firepower, with the AUG in hand. Gonna see if we can get a couple of picks here, but just gotta be careful. There is someone that's trying to stalk around from his rear end here. He did anticipate it. We'll check for it. Sadly couldn't see him in time, and Xiao Feng is gonna be the one to find an easy pickup here for himself here. Savage Man, one member down here, but not out.
Xiao Feng was ready for it. From the lower ground, he knew that it was coming towards him. It's just a matter of patience. And he got paid off for it. And now with Savage Man Esports, they don't have Xavier. They only have 3 players. They don't have Circle. And looks like their plan is to bail out of this. They're not going to take this fight anymore on the outside. It's not going to be worth it for them.
Yeah. Not going to take any more losses here. They just want to try to get to the circle in time, as they notice as well the area. I guess you can say in a way there's not a lot of compound remaining for that side, so it feels pretty open for them here. On the other side, they do spot the glider. Oh man, I was just about to talk about whether we get to see the glider in this round here. So that's going to be Kiwa Esports here. They're currently still in the blue zone, by the way. They are still coming out from the south side, where Monk is currently playing at the edge here. So quite a few teams that's going to be gatekeeping Kiwa Esports on the end here, both Monk and even NRG. But Spark Queen doesn't feel, looks like the members of Monk here doesn't really like the idea of being sandwiched in between the two sides here. So they're going to be making a quick getaway to the side. It looks like, oh, okay. Sorry, my bad. Kiwa Esports is going straight from the south to the north. They actually went to the east side.
Oh, here comes Monk. Going straight onto the high ground, but the moment they did that, look, got gunned down. Nice, got his Spark Queen coming in from the left side. You need that vision. Okay, he sees one target, but not able to get that one knockdown. Now he's cooking up his own nade, hoping to land it onto the other side. While this is happening, his other teammates are now in trouble. Birdie Skirty, gunned down. Spark Queen together with Blow, they have to win this fight from the lower ground, going up to the high ground without the circle to the advantage. Spark Queen still able to get one for himself, taking down Larry. And now he's healing up within the smoke while Blow is buying time for him.
I can't believe Spark Queen actually got off with a pick battle like that as well here. Zones coming in. It's not as painful, but they don't want to tank it too much as well. They find an opportunity to siege upon them as well as they rush into the side, secure all the elimination points here. They do know a member still remains here among the last man standing. He gets the knock, but not the finisher here, as there's still one last remaining members of NRG here.
Oh no!
And sadly, Crazy Dog will be able to sniff him out and remove him from play. A well done maneuver coming in from Monk here, but sadly this will be the end of their round.
And he was taking the blue at the same time, so I wasn't that confident he would be able to survive it anyway. But anyway, the point is still given away to another team. Now, circle-wise, moves towards the left side of this bridge. With only a handful of teams inside of it, a lot of teams on the right side, and also all the way onto the left side. DBH looks like they did not make it. Same goes for Savage Man Esports. They've been eliminated by Kiwa.
Man, I think Savage Man had just taken a beating after the beating, especially losing out Savior initially as well. Just kept running into too many teams towards the zone here, and I don't blame him as well. There's just not enough compound, not enough good spots for them to really land. There's no trees. There's not many trees either, or forest of foliage area for them to really positioning as well for cover. So that's why you see a lot of these teams just banking it on, just playing at the river banks here. Feels at least this way they are confident that the fact that, okay, our backs, as long as our backs is towards the river, we won't get that flanking. So, and we're pretty sure you can hear any car that's coming in from the bridge side.
Yeah, it's like you don't need to worry about your back, right? So you just need to focus on what's in front of you, and that's exactly what Justice is doing right now. But at some point, they have to get into the circle anyway, and by then, it will be Sanjin that's the closest team. But also, all Bloods from the inner side of the circle, they do have a line of sight onto this riverbank.
Oh yeah. Particularly, I think even Old Bloods right now, they're definitely playing a little bit more meticulous about this for this round as well. Especially since round number 2, they only were able to rack up 1 elimination point, and they already noticed how quick the teams are. And the rest of the team was also scaling up in terms of points as well here. So just really trying to be quite calculative as they try to make their approach here. On the other hand, Roman Kill, looks like Sevi and Lima was going to be able to get another elimination point. And spotting out quite a few people swimming for the shores here. Oh, they're going to have an absolute field as they slowly pick them out here.
Yep, that's going to be another one. And there are still at least 2 more on the other side, though, from Team Newbies that have not made their way across. But they could still go for the option of like rotating down south, but we'll hang that thought for a second because right now Justice is in the fight with Elder currently down on his knees. PV is there though. PV will save him, but will he be in the clear for him to do that? Okay, so far so good. While his other teammate Shoehorse comes in, try to open up a little bit more space, but has to be extra careful with the fact that Kiwa is still here up on the high ground, and Shoehorse, he doesn't know that somebody's on the high ground.
It's just like I said before, just not enough cover. Sure, there's a couple of large rocks they can utilize here, but just not for Shoehorse here. Does it really? Actually, I'm not sure. Does he have his vehicle nearby, or he actually just came on foot here? I'm not too sure about that. But Circle is definitely going to be coming in. We'll see where is it going to finally go here. And it does go towards the north side of the map here, where some of the teams that's currently positioned in with that lone. That's the only compound in the circle, by the way. So it's not really the biggest compound. It's a little house. It's a little shack, or maybe 2 houses here. So 2 or 3 at least.
And it's not really the best because the moment the next phase of the circle shifts away, they have to cross the road. So that will be a challenge for Old Bloods. But as long as they have this compound, they'll be able to block out teams like Justice from coming in. So they'll be playing the gatekeeping role against them. Look at the position that they have. It's so difficult for Justice to cut across. And not only Justice, Hiwa on the other side, spot up by Speedy. Drake knocked down by Dusky. And the point is not secured yet though, so it could be picked up by anyone.
Yeah. Right now, Justice for Tomorrow is just juggling between 2 teams here. Currently being pinched in. They know they're not really in the best of spot as well. It's literally a run for the openings here as well. It looks like Justice for Tomorrow decides to focus on clearing out the edges right before they get into the zone here. But after being spotted out, being constantly tagged by Speedy from Old Bloods, decides to fall back slightly, just a little bit scared about this kind of a rotation.
How are they going to cut across Old Bloods right now? Old Bloods really stopping them from coming in. Look at Justice. I mean, at the same time, the blue is right behind them right now. It's either they give themselves away to blue or maybe Old Boys. But we'll check on them later on because right now on the right side of the circle, we have Roy right now going up against Rock and RAK. Jaxi in front of Savvy. Savvy falls back though, but Jaxi's going in for it.
Time he's looking for blood. Oh, he gets it with a drive-by as well. EWC being absolute smooth with that kill spray. But they're not done. They're not out just yet. They're throwing a couple of nades. The nade looks good. It secures and it gets the knock and out goal. 1 member remain. Trying to go for the quick revives here. I believe it is... No, actually not a revive. Trying to go for the quick reposition here. But sadly, it's not a battle of 1 front. It's a battle of 2 fronts. As Roy Esports also have to deal with one other team across the river banks as well. It looks like Rome and Kale will fall to the hands of Team Zanshin.
Well, now Roy will need to figure out how they're going to cross over the bridge because another team's waiting for them. It's going to be Palladium at night. As TD sees one target just right below the bridge, tapping away with the MK12, not able to hit the target just yet. But at least they're within the circle. They can still kind of take their time. And here is Old Bloods. Trying to stop Justice. Justice, somehow they managed to make their way into the circle at least.
Oh. Man, to forge their way forward here, especially with Kiwa currently out of the picture here as well. Now Justice for Tomorrow can just focus on Old Bloods here, but of course, then again, not really out of the clear here. Zanshin is being drawn by the commotion that's been happening between the 2 teams that's currently taking pot shots at each other here. And thankfully enough, it looks like Zanshin was able to find the prying eyes of Old Bloods and will divert their attention towards them as well. But motion spray has been absolutely phenomenal so far. They did drop down a couple of defensive small to try to go for the revive on Bleed, whereas Speedy is currently on an Eagle watch here. I guess you can say Overwatch positioning here. They're trying to force anyone out.
But they will be forced out by the blue because right now they don't have to circle at all. They have to cut across the road. And this time it's going to be maybe Justice to try to stop them. So Old Bloods, they have to finish off Justice. If Justice is still there behind that rock, but anyway, Justice, they will also be forced into the circle itself. So let's see who will get this advantage right now. We're rushing in onto Justice. Justice, 1 player still down as the nades will rain down. Looks like it's going to be a mortar attack by Jeff from Old Bloods. Putting all that pressure, putting all that pain onto Justice as Moshin comes in together with his teammate and they will finish off Justice for Tomorrow.
Oh, man. So tenacious. So tenacious counting for Justice for Tomorrow, but Sally just couldn't withstand the onslaught that was coming in from Old Bloods as well. They want the blood, they got it.
Finally got down from behind. It's going to be Anarchy from Team Newbies to finish him off. Oh, right now TD, he spot 1 player of Palladium at night. And that's going to be him tapping away. At the same time, the blue is on top of Percy. Percy will not be able to survive this one. And Percy will give himself away to the blue.
Can't believe Roy Esports constantly just going back and forth with this as well. How many fights and how many skirmishes they had to succeed to get themselves to this position, this current spot at the moment as well. And RG, that's the lone member, the last member on Nirvana Gaming here. And they are spotted out by Jexy from Roy Esports here. Looks like he's going to be the one to send the good man off here. Actually, I spoke a little bit too soon. RKS Snap sends off Jexy here. But of course, Jeff was able to return the favor here. It's going to be all blood to save the rear ends of Roy Esports here. But they're not really out of the clear just yet. They do know where he is from the sound cues here. Hopefully, TD is going to be able to pick up his last Jexy in time. Before Jeff actually catches wind of what's going on the riverbanks.
When All Bloods right now is the only team with a full squad, so they have the man advantage against all the other teams. And they have managed to get into the circle. Phase 7 is going to be upon us real soon. While Blessed, on the left side, he sees one enemy, one opponent behind that tree. And they're playing by the edge of the circle. Very likely they will not get the next phase of the circle, while Roy is keeping eye on the All Bloods from the southern side, or from the right side of the circle now.
Biding in time, final 4. You see Bleed just have both helmet and armor is just gone completely in the red here. But OT was able to find more. Shing we're gonna be getting that nice finish off here. Try to equalize the odds here among the rest of the team here. It's 3-2-2-1 here. Team Newbies. Actually, Team Newbies has been pretty silent throughout this entire match. I can't believe they're still sticking around here. Don't get me wrong. There's just been solid action coming from Team Newbies here. So we didn't really get a chance to see what's been going on. But so far, they've just been playing pretty safe. I dare say passive even, since they were able to get this far without a single kill.
Super duper safe. Right now at the northern side, Anaki is the only player left for Team Newbies. And surely he will stay away from all these fights. But speaking about fight, All Bloods will need to take the fight against Zanshin. Zanshin, Ken's in the circle. A little bit of an advantage for Zanshin, but then again, for All Bloods, they will breach into the circle. Not going to be a problem for them. And the airdrops on the southern side. Very, very close to All Bloods. And that will be a bit of cover for them in between All Bloods and also Roy.
Actually, that drop, I was just about to mention it as well. That drop might be quite crucial for Bleed in particular from All Bloods, because he just have he has no armor and no helmet at the moment. So hopefully he can get some nice quick resupply from the crate to best aid him for this next fight, because this skirmish, it feels like it's gonna be quite the long one here. Since we still got another phase 8 circle, we still got another circle before the final circle here as well here. So really want to stick it out here. But Team Newbies, it looks like he's not gonna go down without a fight here. He decides to break the silence here, his silent retreat here, and we'll try to impose some of the members here of Roy Esports here.
Bernaki being the fighter player of Team Newbies, and Roy, they know exactly where he is. They're going in for him. They want to secure that one extra elimination point, and now it's going to be a 2v1. Anaki on the lower ground. Jexy comes in, makes quick work out of him, and now we're at the top 3. It's between All Bloods, Zanshin, and Roy.
Oh, man, this is going to be quite a nuisance for some of these, for all the 3 remaining teams as well. They have exactly a rough idea of where everyone is within the edge of the circle as well. The only difference is that once we get to that phase 8 here, who's going to be forced out in the open here? If it goes towards down south, Roy Esports going to have a real tough time here. But sadly, they get spotted out here. Has been on an absolute spree. All Blood gets cornered out as Roy Esports and Zanshin also was going to be picking them between the battle of 2 fronts to eliminate them entirely.
But look who has the circle. It's Roy with the circle. And now they're rushing in onto Zanshin. They want to take that proactive approach. They want to finish this round quickly. And now they have cornered Zanshin on the outside of the circle. But Ken's with an off angle. He sees the 2 players of Roy. He's trying to fight them. He's trying to find them. Ooh. But Ken's found by the net of TD instead. Leaving only 1 player left. It's going to be Doughty against the world. 1v2. If we can pull off an insane clash here, it will be huge. As he tries to spray down the members of Roy. The 2 players of Roy now, they know exactly where he is. He tries to take them out one by one. Tries to get at least 1 for now, but not able to get the knockdown just yet. While Doughty is pretty low on health right now with the blue on top of him. And winner, chicken dinner goes to Roy.
Wow, Roy Esports finally getting into gear here as they go on an absolute tear here. I can tell you this right now. This 3rd match is possibly one of the more normal matchups here, especially with the circle and the fly path positioning as well. But Roy Esports, towards Yeah, transitioning, I can tell you this, it's a very tough transitioning that they had. From each phases, they weren't really shying from each fight. They don't mind taking some of those fights head on. They also find an opportunity moment for themselves here. Man, it's been a rough road for these guys here, from the most unideal positioning all the way to great decision making as well, and boldness to add on top of that as well here. So really well done from Roy Esports.
Oh, absolutely, and they scored a lot of elimination points throughout this entire round as well. And they were very, very active.
For the fact that
but let's check out the highlights of this best moment.
On the other side, you do see Xavier. This one,
4% health. They try to take the shot on to the member of Kiwa. Almost getting it. That was a beautiful headshot.
Freeman has got an eye on him. They do know exactly where Freeman is, and also looks like they were able to find Ronaxit.
Well, not only
maybe not so peaceful anymore.
Oh yeah, not that peaceful, but at least
he's the Lone Ranger here. They know exactly. They know one of the members of your game is here. Spot down the head.
Still a lot more games to go. Anyway, here comes Roy. They found a flank. TD. But we got to use that one elimination point. On the other side, it's going to be sunny side up. And so,
I guess really just roam and kill. I guess the way very slow roam. That's very smart, very smart. I didn't spot it out. Sorry about that, but of course, won't feel this. He did anticipate it. Won't check for it. Sally couldn't see him in time itself.
Spark going to get away blow. They have to win this fight from the lower ground, going up to the high ground without the circle to the advantage.
They rush into the side, secure all the elimination points here. They do know a member still remains here. The teams actually, the rest of the team was also scaling up in terms of points as well here. So just for the shores here. Oh, they're gonna have an absolute field there. They slowly pack them out here.
Going in for it.
Time he's looking for blood. Oh, as well, he became being absolute smooth with that kill spray. But they're not done, they're not out just yet.
Because right now they don't have the circle at all. They have to cut across the road. And this time it's going to be maybe just an attack by Jeff from Oblets. Putting all that pressure, putting all that pain onto Justice. That one extra elimination point, and now it's going to be 2v1 and Naki on the lower ground.
Real tough time here. But Sally, they get spotted out here. Has been on that.
He tries to take them out one by one, tries to get at least one for now, but not able to get the knockdown just yet. While Doughty is pretty low on health.
What a round, Sir Klaus. Yes, what a round. Especially with all the transition. I guess you could say in a way it was pretty a tough transitioning, not just for Roy Esports, but even for every other team as well. Some of them had a really tough spot. Some of them had a tough because of an implication by another team as well, particularly Kiwa Esports Mon stealing Arahani's vehicle and all the whatever resources nearby within the vicinity. Yeah, and they just move on the other teams as well. Unlucky, U Gaming as well. But like I said, it could also because of the map, the familiarity of the map as well. Because this map and Rondo as well. This is pretty much not the bread and butter for a lot of these teams as well. So still trying to get the feel on it on such a high stakes games like this as well. It's not really easy, I guess, in a way.
Yeah, and it wasn't that easy for Oblets as well. I mean, they had the compound, last we saw them, and while they had the circle, it was cool, it was great. Like, they were in a position to block out a lot of other teams who were coming into the circle, but the moment the circle shifted away, then they had to cross the road. It's great that they cleared off Justice, and that was a very necessary clearance for them. And they even had a mortar attack onto Justice, and that helped them to clear out Justice. And then, after that, it was kind of difficult from there because there was so much open space in front of them. But here are our top 4 teams. So obviously Roy with the chicken dinner coming in with 1,730 damage. We gotta give it to Oblets as well. Still fairly consistent here, number 2. And Zanshin as well, also fairly consistent. And then we have Chiwa here in the top 4.
Pretty much this is all. We're currently looking at the 4 teams that's currently been pretty racking up the amount of points for at least our top 5 in our total leaderboard as well. I believe there will be another great shift as well because there's been a lot of elimination points that's been racked up by the team, placement points on top of that as well. Zanshin and Obla has been pretty neck to neck with this here, but I think Obla still had a couple more elimination points than Zanshin, but Roy Esports wasn't really too far behind. I believe they had like 17 total points if I'm not mistaken as well. I guess we'll get that final analysis once we get to that total leaderboard later on. But other than that, it was also during the final top 3, right? I also believe it also played hand in hand with an opportune moment, right? Where Zanshin, although we did see Old Blood was going head to head with Zanshin, Roy Esports didn't really get that line of sight on Zanshin, because Zanshin's positioning, if you notice during that last final fight, they had this little ditch for them to play around with here. So Roy Esports they hear the commotion, but they just don't see them. They only see Old Blood. So in the end, both Zanshin and Roy Esports were able to, I guess, work hand in hand to eliminate Old Blood. But the one who had the final say was Roy Esports. Those nades, that nade on top of Ken's as well from Zanshin, I thought I could hear the funeral bells ringing already, because Roy Esports, they're keeping track of a lot of things, right? Especially with the number of remaining players. They see a knock, they were like, all right, he's alone. We're confident, we're bold. If one of us gets knocked down, we'll always follow up with this, because their body system has been pretty solid so far here. So this is the team stats here with a total of 13 kills. Very impressive.
Oh yeah, and obviously with the chicken dinner, so that's 23 points collected by Roy, and everybody contributed towards the elimination points. With the most coming in, Setsuna, 5 kills, 544 damage. Not the sexiest of number when it comes to damage output, right? But at the end of the day, it's all about bringing in those kills in.
Yeah, it's he's helping, he's committing. It's all about helping it out. It's like, what was that peribahasa term? Sikit-sikit tambah akan menjadi bukit, right? It's like basically the English translation is you add a little bit each time, eventually it becomes a mountain, or a hill. Did I say it correctly, or was it wrong entirely?
Well, it was 99% correct, so I'll give you a B plus for that.
Wait, what's the 1% from?
The 1% is sikit-sikit lama-lama jadi bukit. So,
yeah. Hey man, I didn't really score an A when it comes from my Bahasa Melayu, okay?
Yeah. So, but at least it translated it, right? So we got the context. So that's important.
Yeah,
that's
more important, right?
Yeah.
The message going through. But yeah, so this is the match leaderboard here. Roy, of course, naturally, Roy Esports will take up the most points, especially with the placement points along top of the amount of elimination points that they have. Like you said as well, by the way, good map to 23, 13, 12. Will this be able? Nah, I don't think it'll be able to overwhelm, because this time Old Blood was also, because Old Blood still maintain the first spot for themselves here, and they will still maintain it as well. But Zanshin is quickly catching up. Look at Roy Esports. Previously, I believe he was like in the 6th or 7th place. That one round alone, with their effort and of course their effort and their hard work put together, now they're already all the way up the top 3 here, and literally catching up to them relatively quick here. This horse race seems like it's going to be between the 3 teams so far.
Wow, you're calling out very early.
I know.
Maybe Tiwa, maybe even UG, spike up performance in the next round. Who knows, right?
I tell you this, day two will be the spike up performance, I guarantee you.
Yeah, maybe day 2, right? Because we still have a lot of games more to go. But and also, let's not forget about Happy Squad. Okay, Happy Squad, no points this round, so that will root them still at the outside of the top 10, unfortunately. So this round was a bit of an iffy one for Happy Squad. I wasn't too sure about what happened there, but hopefully they'll be able to bounce back, because it will be kind of weird to see Happy Squad not making at least a top 10.
I can tell you this, for casting for Happy Squad for at least like 2 or 3 tournaments before this as well, I can tell you this for sure, they will bounce back. I don't know why there's this habit of there'll be a game where they're insanely popping off, and then there'll be a game where they're not popping off as well. You look at their past games in their previous tournaments as well. It's always like that. Out of the 18 matches, half of it will be like they're like getting like 10, 11, like 7 to 10 kills with high placement positioning, and then suddenly there'll be the other half of the rounds is they're just getting like 1 or 3 kills on it. There's nothing in the middle for them for some reason. Yeah, so I can guarantee you Happy Squad will definitely bounce back for sure. But I think
right, so you're saying that they are a team that a warm-up team or a slow burner team?
Man, I would love to hype them on. They have such great history and they're like pretty much brimming with history when it comes to like PUBG experiences, right? but it feels that way. That I guess in a way is some kind of consistency. But I guarantee you this: they will always end up in being top 5 at least every single time. This first 3 matches is still too early to say, but I guess you could say in a way the same could be said for the other teams as well, especially the newer teams, which by the way I've never seen before, nor have I casted them either. Like Team Zashin, for example, been maintaining that top 3 spot for 2 matches in a row now. Very impressive.
Well, let's see if they can continue to maintain this one, because we're jumping on to match number 4. And let's see if we will see any early fights here. My eyes, I'm looking at the southern side. There could be a possibility there of an early clash. But speaking about south, that's where the circle will be as well. And any other areas of a potential early clash? Not really though. So perhaps I'm still glued towards the south side. But because this is such a large map, right? Like you have so much space to play with. Even when you're gliding down with your parachute and you see another team there, it's easy for you to just move anywhere else.
That's why I think it's like for some of the teams, it's just not used to it, right? Because it's larger than Erangel. It's quite similar to Erangel when it comes to like forest area, like when it comes to landmass areas, and of course building compounds as well here. But other than that, how do you tackle it? Because it's a good mix of mountainous areas. It's not like Erangel where you have just one section where it's mountain areas, then another section is the mountain area, and another area is just pretty much hills and land areas. This map, you just got that nice mix of those two in between as well. There's also the problem about the buildings as well too, where there's a lot, you can get a decent amount of vantage points on some of the levels here.
Yeah, and I do really like this map because of those that kind of variety, right? Like you have landmass. That means that you have a lot of cities, you have a lot of mountain areas as well. You have a lot of open areas. So there's a good mix here in this map, and I really, really love that. So it's really challenging for the teams. They have to adapt to every single circle. And with the fact that we have this southern-ish circle, there's a lot more greenery to it, lesser urban areas. So this round, these teams will need to be prepared for potentially more open fights.
Oh yeah, I mean it's also because it's so large, right? There's just a lot more looting opportunities for all these teams here. They don't really have to contest for it too much, unless your initial flight path was so was so unfavorable for you. Then you most likely have to contest pretty much like what we witnessed from our first match of today here. But so far the flight path was pretty good. Everyone was able to go where they need to be here. Like this area is so large, my god. It feels like an absolute maze, you know. It's like when you see it from a third-person point of view, right, of the map, you'll be like, oh, you know, it feels pretty open, it feels pretty okay. But once you get into those compound areas, like city areas like this, it's just like it feels like an absolute maze, man. It's insane.
Yeah, it's crazy, right? Like you have multiple level buildings, and you know, if you're the only team here, you're surely going to get everything that you want. Like when it comes to loot. To a certain extent, it's so huge that you can also share it with another team. But obviously, because this entire map is so big, like you don't really need to share it. Like even the other team wouldn't want to share it as well. Like there's so many other options to just loot everywhere else. So that's why at the very beginning, we're going to see all these teams getting their own spots. We don't see any early clash. But maybe I spoke too soon. Because Sunny side up, he got turned upside down by Option.
Yeah. I think he was trying to go for, I believe he was trying to go for a rotation here, just end up running into another team as well. But you know, it's been pretty quiet so far. I don't think we haven't seen a team that's been pretty frag heavy, right? Like if I have to give an example, it would probably be like something like what we would see from like Decimal Gaming or X Fury, right? They're the kind of team where we don't see that kind of team where it's just usually just snowballing out of control, just constantly looking for fights, constantly looking for frags. I mean, sure, some maps you see them tone it down, but other than that, it's just most of the time just keeps looking for fights, and that's because of just that confidence comes from their fragging paralysis as well. We haven't seen a team like that here, so, or maybe it's just too soon. You know, because day one, first 4 matches, I think all the teams want to try to get a feel from each other as well. I mean, from the teams that we've seen here from Happy Squad, the returning one like Kiwa Esports, Roy Esports, or even Savage Man or Happy Squads, I already know for a fact they're not like this snowball heavy kind of teams here. But the new teams that came in so far, including some of the newer Oceania teams, we don't see that kind of similar aggression.
Yeah, and I guess one of the factors, like what you said, it is because it's day number one. Like everyone's feeling the map, everyone's feeling the lobby as well. Because some of these maps, like these two maps that we are currently playing, it's only played once. So you don't really have much of an idea of like, okay, how will the other teams play? Maybe when it comes to tomorrow, when we repeat these sets of maps, then we'll see a very different play style. We could probably even see a more aggressive play style because by tomorrow, if some teams feel that they are too far away from their own personal objective, whether it's the top 2 or the top 10, then they will start to be a little bit more aggressive because they have to bring in the points by then.
Wait, hold on. Is someone up there? That's such a high position. Wow, okay. I believe that's one of the teams that came from the emergency drop or emergency pickup, right?
Yeah, that's a possibility, and that's how he landed on top of that hill, I guess. But we're gonna see another glider. Okay, you're getting your wish again. You're getting your wish again.
I mean, gliders are great, man. Like seriously, it was a thing that I didn't know. Like at that time when I remember there was like one tournament, right? When I was casting, suddenly out of blue, I just see a guy fly in the sky, and I'm just like, oh, did he just came from emergency pickup? But the guy was moving a little bit too smooth for a guy with a parachute. So when the observers zoomed in for me, and I was like, what? That's a glider?
Well, that's a glider, and you're gonna get your wish again of seeing more gliders.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, but that was months back. Like now I'm very used to it. I'm still excited. My inner child is still being excited about it, but yeah, other than that, pretty peaceful round. Very peaceful, actually.
Yeah, because it's a big map, so that's natural when it comes to a large map, right?
Yeah.
But that also means that when it comes to like later phases, right? Like phase say 3 or maybe 4, if it still retain like all these 16 teams in this map, then it will be explosive.
Yeah. No, I totally agree with you because even like when this map first came out as well, everyone was playing it very similarly like how you would play your Wrangle, where you just play around the edges of the circle. Sometimes, depending on the circle, some people will try to get to those midpoints or the center of the circles because they just have those buildings, right? Those compounds. You really want to secure it for themselves. Now, I guess even until now, we do see a mix of ideals coming from some of our teams. Even in the international scene, some teams are playing around the edges and some still trying to go to the center of the circle because there's no real right or wrong answer really on this map so far. It's not like Miramar where your gameplay is very distinguished already. It's like you just got no choice. You want to get to that center. Get to those centers with the additional condition where you want to get this high vantage point. You want to get a nice ditch for cover because it's pretty much a sniper's fest here on the Miramar.
Yeah, so that would be pretty straightforward, right? Like Miramar, go for high ground, try to hold on to the best high ground possible, and then you will get an advantage. Of course, if the circle shifts, then obviously you have to go down, but it's easier going down from a high ground rather than you from the low ground. You have to hike up to the high ground late. So always go for the high ground. It's great for a Miramar map.
But so far, everyone is just trying to make their points clear. This is my area. This is my territory. You get out of here. Go somewhere else. Almost feels like a long time here. But okay, Roman kill. Now we can talk a little bit about them, right? So, sure, okay, it might be a little bit too early, but just from that, hold the phone for that one. Looks like Roy Esports gonna be getting a nice pickup from a drive-by here during their mid-rotations. They will lose Billy, whereas 279 will have to take a different route for the rest of the squads here. Circle comes in. Let's go towards a little bit of the center part, at least the east side here.
Yeah, and a handful of teams is out there, but we'll check back on them later because right now it's going to be Roy trying to stop UG from coming in. Spray by Viking. Almost get a knock. Not able to secure that one yet, but it's okay. He don't need to rush in for it. He was trying his luck, trying his skill, but even though he didn't get the knock, that's fine. Now it's for Roy to focus on getting into the circle first.
I mean, the circle is still relatively large. It's a phase 2 one as well, right? So it doesn't really hurt as much as, speaking of hurting as much, not as much as Leo putting on the numbers here on top of Seve here. That's going to be an elimination point, a quick drive-by. Very satisfied with it. Gets a pickup, gets back in the car, gets out of the way. Sadly, there's going to be a Lone Ranger towards his compound as well. So as he was, I believe, is just trying to go for an intel gathering here. So I guess the only intel he's passing to his teammates is the fact that he died there. So that's pretty much it.
Yeah, and for the rest of the teams, well, like Savage Man Esports, they'll be fine here, so wouldn't be too worried about them for now. But we'll be seeing the shift in about 15 more seconds. And then after phase 2 is done shifting, we see phase number 3. How many teams will still be in the circle by then? But now it's also the chance for us to look at the overalls, right? Getting the top 10 obviously is still very close when it comes to the points because we're only 3 games in. That's the 4th game.
Oh,
Even for Roy right now, okay, Setsuna scoping from afar, but not able to get the good clear shot at all.
Just talking about fighting for the 10 placing, right? It's like it's such a huge differential. If as long as you just get placement, you pretty much can secure yourself in that 9th or 10th placing as well. Since the point differential for some of our 12. For our bottom 10, or I guess you could say bottom 6 teams here, scoreline is relatively close except for U Gaming here, since they only got 1 point. The rest of the squads, as long as they get placement or a couple of kills, elimination score, they should be able to quickly climb up the ladder here. I guess it's a different horse race for our bottom half and our first half here.
Well, if you want to race, maybe it will involve these teams. Happy Squad, one of them, but Roy is actually shooting them from the outer side. So Happy Squad, they should be on the inside of the circle. So Roy, they might want to rush in. Okay, they know that they have man advantage right now. This will be their chance to try to take over this area out of Happy Squad. Happy Squad by the edge of the circle. They're trying to get away. Aljin bots all the way to safety. But it's not really Happy Squad though. There's also UG around the corner as well. And UG, they have the high ground. So they're looking at this fight happening right in front of them. Trying to find an advantage to just take out any points they could find. But Aya, finish off by Jaxi again. Aya, one of the earlier players for Happy Squad to be eliminated.
Yeah, definitely not the most ideal scenario as well. I mean, with the circle being more tighter and closing in as well, so there's gonna be a lot of teams that are gonna be crashing into each other, not knowing whether there's gonna be a team prep for them or not. Especially when you're in your vehicle, right? Which by the way, it's such imperative to have a vehicle with such a large map like this as well. So you have a vehicle, you don't really have a choice. You can't really walk into the side as well, since you get easily picked off with such an open area. You want to crash into the side, got to be prepped for it too as well. I think this is something which Decimal Gaming really loved to do a lot. Loved to do this a lot last time as well. I think the same goes for Roy Esports. But you know, like I said, Roy Esports once they get that engine revved up and ready to go, we're gonna see them crashing into a size a lot more better. But probably not on Tego or Rondo. I think it's going to be on a map which they're a lot more comfortable, like Miramar or Erangel. But other than that, we haven't seen any teams really crashing in as often. It's mostly just driving by, getting picked off, or just slowly playing around the edges here for control. And Mao Rush looks like it's going to be able to find Jeff on the other side to get for the knocked here. They are trying to equalize the long side here. 2 will get knocked, 2 will get finished. Old Blood's left alone, and Argot, mastery of the arts here, will be able to find Overlay.
A good clear shot there. And definitely he will be taken out. But look at the amount of teams here. We got at least 4 different teams. And that includes some of our top teams here. Old Bloods in this area as well. Dream Bounty Hunter Gaming. Now they just arrived and they're by the edge. As Savage Man Esports, they're going to take the northern side. But for Happy Squad right now, CJ, he tries to fight back. He managed to get one. Kitsune will be taken out, but the point will be given to Xavier from Savage Man Esports. They took away the point from the hands of Happy Squad. So Happy Squad, they're still at a 0.
But there's someone boxed in, right? I believe there's like three or four different teams that's currently keeping an eye on Happy Squad here as well. Roy Esports is someone joining in the fray. We do see UG trying to reconvene with the rest of the team as well. He did get tagged along the way. Thankfully, no knocks. But the rest of the squad is trying to slowly buy their time. They're not really in the most safest of spot. They are keeping, and they're definitely trying to be aware of their surroundings, especially towards their back lines here. But other than that, we do see Kiwa Esports slowly sieging up the mountains here. They did spot one of the remaining samurais still residing on this mountain area. And we do see Yomik currently making his way here.
Oh, and Mook is going to save his teammate there. The pickup is happening, and they have to make it quick because the blue will be enclosing onto them. As for Kiwa, well, they need to plan how to get into the circle. Next, they need to plan, and they need the information if anyone is in front of them. Okay, they see the samurais passing by though, but they don't have the time to actually hunt them down. They have to get into the circle themselves. Now on the other side, these 4 teams, make that maybe 5 if easy around the corner as well. Let's see, will they still get the circle next?
Taking the time with this. No one really showing their intentions so far. I mean, there's still time for being a little bit comfortable here. But Sally Mark will be running into, not crashing with intention here, just accidentally ran into the spider dens here. They will tear him apart. And there goes Mark, one of the members of Irohani Samurais. Feven, last member standing, all alone in the wilderness. Not sure. I believe he does have a vehicle here, but of course, the results could be quite catastrophic here. As he's going to be driving by a lot of teams who's been pretty solid with their positioning, the defense so far.
We have to point out the fact that Hongshan still is within the circle, so all these teams will be locked in this urban area. It will be interesting if the next phase, the circle actually moves away. Then all of them have to relocate. But here comes Faven from the side. Is he going to stop here? Not the best spot to stop because there's so many teams there, including Savage Man Esports and Nupchen. He was ready for it. Faven now. That's going to be the first team. Samurais bites the dust.
We didn't really get to see their point of view, but just seeing from the minimap with the firing trajectory, I just see them all just convening on Feven as well. I'm just like, oh man, that's a kill zone you don't really want to be in. But on the other side, Yanli was able to find on Upchen here, but the defensive smoke does comes in time here, so I think they should be able to pick up Upchen at the current moment here. Whereas on the other squad, we do see All Blood. I believe that is All Blood doing a really massive long rotations here. They already understand, right? All this commotion happening here with the amount of players also and teams still standing. They know Hong Shang here is just completely occupied here. There's just no entry or any safety in here at all here. Every angle is being has literally been well positioned by another team here. It looks like Tenshin was able to find Killer Poo here, but sorry, it wasn't All Blood. It was Paladin at night that was actually doing the long rotation. My bad, sorry.
Oh, at least Happy Squad, they managed to secure their first elimination point this round. Looking for more as they look for their journey into the top 10. But nice tap away by Xavier with a minute 14.
He was just about to get in.
Looking for his next target, but he's not able to secure that elimination point just yet. Now, on the other side, we do have NRG here with the high ground advantage against Justice. Justice, one player down. As Mappy looking for the pixel shot. Rushing in right now. He is pretty much all alone though, but I wonder if his teammates are behind him. Yes, they should be, as now he will breach into the compound where Justice is at.
Trying to CG from the back line. They're just trying to flush them out of the building as quickly as possible as well. We do see them going for a long rotation, a long roundabout here to see if anyone is actually playing outside of the compound here, which is somewhat to be expectable, predictable as well. And the prediction does come true. They did spot 2% outside the house, but sadly there was a straggler camping at the sideline, was able to catch them all mid-guard for the rotation here, and will punish Mapai for that. But then again, Crazy Dog was able to get anyone who was trying to fight from behind and equalize the balance here. Now it's a fight between a 2v2 here. Last man standing. Sorry, no. Crazy Dog. Last one remaining here. It all comes down as 1v1s.
Oh, and looks like they're falling apart. But then again, Shoe Horse heals up. 1v1 is happening right now. Wow, Justice. Oh, and the recovery is happening. Okay, looks like they won this defense. Oh man, that was quick.
Courtesy of Roy Esports as well. The conclusion of that battle actually wasn't won by JFT. They had help. Reinforcement came in, but not for them. And on Sally and a quick drive-by by Doughty as well.
Well, it was for themselves, so Roy will be happy to pick up those points. 4 elimination points as of now for Roy. But not for Kiwa. 1 player down. 2 players active left. Kiwa, they don't have the circle. But right in front of them if they were to go into the compound, then there will be so many teams there. More teams coming in, including Justice. So Justice will be the one to try to breach it forward first. But now it's going to be Roy against Savage Man Esports. As Roy comes in, Savage Man Esports, they lose 3 players immediately. 1 more to go. It's going to be Upchen against the wall. Can Upchen actually do it? Panzer on Upchen. Going to release him right now, and it's Panzer! Beautifully executed. On to Shuos, taking him down immediately.
Oh, the man was smiling with glee grinning from left to right with the Panzer Shack as well. He said, take a rock to the face. He was ready for it as well. Gets the knock and the finisher. Well done. But of course, he's not really out of the clear just yet. He's completely surrounded right in the open as well. Despite being in the compound, it's not really a lot of cover for him to really play around with. They always someone knocked down. Not sure whether Upchen will have an opportunity to go for the res. If he gets the res, that'll be pretty great. On the other side, we do see Unlucky here. Haven't seen much coming from both Carly and the rest of the squad here as well. But on the other side, looks like Zanshin had 1 person knocked down. Ken's trying to cover their flying, trying to enter to us to trying to find some vantage points here, but just can't find the angle here. This city is too tight for everyone to play around with. This every corner is pretty much a threat for a lot of these guys here. It looks like Arjun Boss is going to be able to get a nice elimination point on Setsuna.
And there's a chance that the circle will move away from the city. In about 40 more seconds, so all these teams will need to be prepared in case they need to all move out. And can you imagine if all that move out together? If the circle goes towards the open area towards the right, it will be disastrous for them.
It's pretty disastrous here already. Look at the edge right now. You thought the city was packed, but the edges are just as packed as well. 3 squads with barely any cover. Just a little bit of a pixel displacement will literally let the gun fly and sing here. And they look like they will be able to get an initial knock here. It looks like Kiwa was able to secure the edge here. They get rid of Leo, the last member of the Savage Man. And they will be the 12th team to be eliminated as well. Open AI. Try to play around alongside with his code line here, and he knows the code line tells him to get to safety here. But is it safe enough? He's running through bullets and sprays. 13 HP to boot as well. They know they can hear him and spot him out as well. Bleed will be the final nail in the coffin for their OpenAI and Roman kill.
Well, too bad OpenAI. It has hallucinated a little bit too much there, and. But I guess he didn't have the choice, right? Like, you don't have much space to play with. That was pretty much all he could do earlier on. But now, part of Hongshan do not have the circle. And GWAP, one of the teams that don't have the circle right now, they have to plan on how they're going to cut across all these teams to at least be in the circle.
Oh, man. If it goes exactly like what you said, Sir Clown, if we push them, if it keeps going towards the open areas here, a lot of these teams, someone is literally just running into the blender here. Really running straight into a blender here. And I think that's pretty much why we started seeing teams slowly positioning around the circle here as they slowly make their way in here. May not be the most ideal spot, may not be the most craziest or safest of positioning for themselves here or territory here, but they just have to defend it on their own here. It looks like the remaining members of Kiwa Esports will be removed from play here, and we're slowly dwindling down to our last few remaining teams here. 9 teams remaining currently standing here for the side. Raw Esports, one of our contenders for top 1 positioning at the moment, still a danger at large alongside with Old Blood and Zanshin. Actually, the top 3 contender for the top spot in the leaderboard is currently still standing strong here. Although Old Blood, of course, definitely quite hurt with 2 members currently removed. But Happy Squad, on the other hand, being absolutely happy as Tenchu was getting all these free knocks on the sideline here.
Now it's about securing those elimination points, and he should be able to do so unless it's stolen away by anyone else. Anyway, it's stolen away by his own teammate CJ, so that's fine. It still goes towards Happy Squad. And now Happy Squad 4 elimination points, looking for their 5th. Happy away still with MK12, and Tentrip will secure that one onto Anarchy. That's going to be their 5th elimination this round.
Justice for tomorrow. He's currently being neighbors with one of the members of Old Blood here. He's got a good feel. Who's gonna spot who first? It looks like it's gonna be all right. That might be went with the man went for an absolute spray. He wasn't trigger happy. He was patient enough to go for the spray to completely eliminate Old Blood.
Beautiful patience that's shown by PV. And because of that, he was rewarded by those 2 surprises. Back to back for PV. Justice is served, ladies and gentlemen. As of right now, they need to
what
serve the
crime
next
did they
piece of
do?
justice onto DBH, who has breached onto their area, trying to find a little bit more space because, okay, will the circle go onto the open space? Okay, lucky for them not.
Oh.
It's still in the urban area.
All right, okay. It's still they can play around with this as well. Zanshin and Roy Esports and even Dream Bounty Hunters Gaming is also pretty satisfied with this as well. But they're not really out of the clear. It's despite being in the compound. Look at how close they are. They pretty much can just see each other at this point here within the warehouses. Mal Rush playing around outside of the compound here. I love the position, like, if you notice from the minimap alone, right? Like, I love the positioning coming from the rest of the team that's currently playing in the circle, right? Just getting those respective angles to get as many perspective as much as possible, right? Just to get that intel in, try to get a rough idea where most of the team is trying to be positioned in. Sure, there is a chance where you might lose one of your teammates and you're not going to be able to back him up since you're somewhat positioned in that manner as well. But hey, you know, it's all about intel at this current point here. As this urban area is just pretty much like a maze at this point here.
Well, does Intel, does Zalfeng have enough Intel right now? Well, he probably does, but he doesn't have a good line of sight onto his opponents. Okay, trying to just close the gap right now. Get a good, clearer shot. But Chawi's on the other side, and nobody's really showing himself. The fact that the smoke is still active is not really helping their view. But on the elimination, if we look at this, Tantrip gets another one, taking out Flash from Unlucky. So that's another point now to Happy Squad. Now, Happy Squad, at this moment, they are already in the top 10.
You know the worst part about this as well, Sir Cloud, is the fact that all these teams are running out of resources. They are expanding quite a bit throughout all the small skirmishes as well. They're getting the knocks. Some of them are securing elimination kills. That's great as well because we're seeing knocks all across the board here. And it looks like, unfortunately, for Happy Squad, who's trying to make their way back into the circle, gets spotted out by Zanshin here. Alongside with Dream Bounty Hunters, they will be able to remove it, and we have our final top 4. But like I mentioned before, a lot of these guys are running out of resources. Some still have a smoke or two, a flash. I guess in this case, EWC King is pretty, I guess you could say in a way, if you were to compare in terms of resources, he's pretty rich since he still has quite the amount of utility to expand for himself here. But other than that, everyone else is just pretty much running dry here.
But check this out, right? Within the top 4, like our current number 1 and number 2 team, they are in it. Roy together with Zunjin. It's going to be real interesting here. But now we are at phase number 8. Okay, so the circle zooms in into the middle. And they're still like what? On the outside, the newbies. It's the furthest away from the circle now.
Is there a side entrance where Roy Esports currently positioning in? Because, okay, I know DBH still had multiple entrances where they can actually try to get towards the center of Hongshan here, or at least the west side of Hongshan. But Roy Esports, I'm not sure whether those warehouses have a side door that they can actually utilize. It feels like it's like a long building here. Oh no, okay, there is side. Okay, there is. Oh wait, this is Dream Bounty Hunter. Sorry, it's not Roy Esports. But we do have 2 members of Roy Esports currently playing on the roof side here, and unfortunately, Xiao Feng gets spotted out by one of the members here of Mr. Harwells here from Team Newbies here, still standing strong here. Roy Esports satisfied with the fact that okay, these remaining teams are fighting each other rather than themselves here. So just waiting for an opportunity moment here.
Oh, that's Hardwell. Jiawei sees him. He was scoping up, but he didn't pull the trigger though. Interesting. I'm not sure if he actually saw him or he was just looking out there. But anyway, Mr. Hardwell gave himself to the blue because he knew that he stood no chance with this circle, with all these teams still within it. So rather than giving away the point, he gives away the point to the blue itself. Goes out to nowhere. And because of that, now we're in our top 3.
This everyone's just trying to just burn time as long as possible as well. There's no reason for them to really challenge or try to be over committing or over aggressive at this current moment of time here. They just don't know how many. They just don't know where exactly everyone is currently at the moment here. They just know they're within the area, but just not sure which corner. Can be quite punishing, especially if you take the wrong gamble here at the same time for those try picks here. Jaxi still have those side entrances as well, which I was questioning. So you can still go through the compound here. EDV King, on the other hand, I'm not sure whether they actually know that he's currently on top of the building. But looking at where they're currently scoping in as well, currently just expecting them to be either in the building or at the side here. Nice L, actually finally it's great to see Nicel able to fight, able to last this long. I think this past 2 matches has not been kind for him so far. Since he's been the first team to actually die around phase 1, phase 2 circle here. So glad to see he's gonna get a chance of the action here. But it looks like TD gets a beautiful nade of Chiao Wei. Was able to spot them out too.
Okay, that's a knock, but no elimination yet. Okay, now we get a good view of where everyone is at. Okay, everyone holding on to their own corner, but because we're at phase number 9 right now, Zanshin, they actually have the most space to play with. As compared to Roy, as compared to DBH, Zanshin, they have the best chance. Unless these 2 teams, they focus on the Zanshin, but that's not going to be the case right now. Roy is going to focus on the DBH on the other side, and both teams will need to move forward, and that's when Zanshin will take advantage of the situation by picking up those elimination points.
Oh no, the tree actually gets the tree actually collided with one of the mollies as well, so it's not going to be able to go as far as they want to as well. But they finally spot out the remaining members of Roy Esports. So top of the roofs here, they will rain terror upon them here. And looks like Jaxi is the last one standing. Can't go for the revives here. Doesn't have any more defense, any more smokes on the defensive smokes here. But thankfully for the presets one, he can try to play around with this and try to go for the revives. He's trying to go for intels here, trying to go for the pig. He goes in full prone mode to try to go for the revives here, but can't find the time. The Blue Zone is constantly just forcing them right out in the open. Despite being in the smoke, they're being pushed out here. And Yanli, on the other hand, doesn't try to join into the fray. He just gets spotted out, but he's currently within the cover. He's just buying the time. He knows he has the space, but just can't find any other way.
Oh, Molly! Oh no, because of the Molly right now, he will be knocked down! Because of the Molly! Unfortunately, he will be out as well after that. Now it's going to be Zanshin and Roy. Roy, one more player left, but nothing is going to stop Zanshin from scoring the second chicken dinner!
I can't believe it. I really can't believe it. Well done, coming from Zanshin as well. The team, one of the new teams that came into this tournament as well, into the field here with his roster and with his lineup as well, achieving 2 chicken dinners. 2 chicken dinners, so they're not really back to back, but day 1 alone, and also got really great places from the last round as well. Second placing, 2 chicken dinners. They are off to a fantastic start so far.
Dude, I worry for that Zanshin player, like his monitor is a little bit too bright. I want to tone it down a bit, you know.
Well, you gotta see. I mean, I guess they need the salt monitors, right? Like one of the Zanshin players currently playing at the bottom right corner, right? Yeah, I think they need to switch monitors.
yeah, he could use a little bit more lights.
Yeah, but you know, it's. I believe on our end. On our end is 8:50 p.m. right for Malaysia, Singapore, right? But can you imagine in Oceania right now? Wait, hold the phone for that one alongside here. 2 will get knocked, 2 will get finished. Oh, plus no left alone. And our
as Savage Man Esports, they're going to take the northern side. But for Happy Squad right now, CJ, he tries to fight back. He made their first elimination point this round. Looking for more as they look for their journey into the
was able to catch them all mid-guard for the rotation here, and will punish Mapai for that, equalize the balance here. Now it's a fight between a 2v2 here. Last man standing. Sorry, crazy
coming in, including Justice. So Justice will be the one to try to breach it forward first, but now it's going to be Roy against Savage Man to it. Panzer on drop chance. Going to release it right now, and it's Panzer!
With Old Blood and Zanshin. Actually, all 3, the top 3 contender for the top spot with 2 members currently removed. But Happy Squad on the other hand, being absolutely, he's got a good feel. Who's gonna spot who first? It looks like it's gonna be. Hold on, all right, that might be. When all these teams are running out of resources, they are expending quite a bit. The tree actually gets the tree actually collided with one of the mollies as well, so it's not going to be able to go as far as they want to as well. But they find any other way.
Oh, Molly! Oh no, because of that Molly right now, you will be knocked down as well after that. Now it's going to be Zanshin and Roy. Roy, one more player left, but nothing is going to...
Seriously, what a round so far. Like, we've been experiencing quite the roller coaster as well. And I thought for a second we got a normal, like just an average PUBG match as well. Like, we got a really good flight path, a decent circle positioning as well, open areas. I thought, you know, right, things is good. Okay, it's pretty average, pretty normal after what we've been witnessing for the first 3 matches. I couldn't be more wrong, Circle. The final circle ended up in a spot where teams had to make really tough decisions, like how do we siege this compound? And even if we wanted to, it felt like an alliance between 4 different teams against any other team that's trying to get into the compound. So everyone had to play outside here. It's like 2 different kind of warfare here.
Yeah, especially if you come in late when everyone has their own corner in the compound. So it was very, very difficult to breach through, right? So that by the time you're kind of praying that the circle actually goes outside and then you'll be fine. But the fact of the matter is that the circle didn't. So it was really hard if you were late into the party.
It was a real 50-50 for all of these guys as well. Some was hoping that the compound still retain. I mean, I believe it's the same goes for all teams, right? Every team will definitely hope that the circle was playing in their favor as well, because they're already comfortable. They got a good spot. They just want to make sure all the favors are in their hands here, or basically they want to have the best cards for this kind of poker game here. So in the end, I guess Zanshin really played their cards really well. Got a good spot, got a good opportunity, had the most amount of members as well here, and also making use of the opportunity for them. I guess you could say, especially after the Erangel map and this Rondo map as well, I guess you could say they're pretty fortuitous in this case here so far.
Yeah, and the fact that they didn't lose a single player in that round, so that means they didn't give away a single point to anyone. Well, of course, with the chicken dinner, surely they will be at number one right now.
Sure.
But of course, because we still have many more games, and this is not a sprint, this is a marathon. So they have to maintain their pace. And if you gotta think about it, Zanshin so far have been doing so good. Like every round we see them lasting, if not a chicken dinner, they last fairly long.
Yep, and this past 3 rounds as well, it's not like, sure, they're not super aggressive like in the early phases, just sort of crashing into compounds, crashing to other teams looking for fights. No, they only start a fight when it's necessary, especially towards the end of the circle, like maybe the mid stage to the last stage of the circle as well. That's only when they started racking up the kills. May not be as many as what we were seeing from Roy Esports or All Bloods here, with 12 or 13 kills, but hey, it's still like 8 to 9 kills. That's a lot of points on top of placement. That's even more on top of that. So actually, no, I believe Zanshin had one round where they had 13 kills, but the other 2 rounds so far been pretty much less than 10 kills, if I'm not mistaken. 10 points. We'll verify this once we get to the match leaderboard later on. But I believe that round they actually ended it with around 9 kills. It's almost 10. So still a significant amount of numbers here.
Yeah, and speaking about numbers, we're going to get some of them here on screen before we go on to our match leaderboard. So Zanshin, obviously, with a chicken dinner. So they're at number 1 as part of our top 4 teams. Followed by Roy. So Roy has been having 2 good rounds back-to-back. They scored the chicken dinner before this, and now a 2nd place finish, which is great. And then you have BBH, and then you have Team Newbies. Now, this is because that one player from Team Newbies who was on the outside. Now, he was the example of what we've talked about, like, oh, you come in late into the compound and you try, but every corner's been taken, you have nowhere to go. The only option is to, well, either you rush in and give your point away to another team, or you give yourself away to the zone, cancelling out the point.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, so 9 kills. But still a lot. Elimination points on top of the 9 kills. That's a significant number. It's like 19 points in total. I believe Zanshin is currently in 2nd place with 38 points. They're pretty much like 36 points. They are pretty much 4 or 6 points shying away from All Blood here. So I believe with this new addition, this should actually give them that first spot they're looking for. Alongside with Roy Esports here, Roy Esports was pretty much catching up towards All Blood here. Now All Blood, I believe he has been dethroned here. But we'll check out a little bit later on. But in terms of the accumulation kills among every member here, everyone was really playing that part. I'm really happy for Nicel in particular. Like I mentioned before, he was in this past 2 or 3 rounds, he was always dying. He was getting knocked out and removed around during the 2nd or 3rd phase of the circle, not able to really commit to alongside to the team here. Now this time he's in the actions here, getting 3 kills for the teams here. Well done.
Yeah, absolutely, right? I mean, it's a team effort at the end of the day, and they are the first team to score 2 chicken dinners in our tournament. Well, there's still a lot of games to go because it's only day number 1, so they still have to keep up the pace. It's not only about what happens during day number 1. It matters what happens during the last game. So we'll see what happens there. But for now, we can't deny the fact that it's still a very consistent performance by Zanshin here. 19 points collected, as what we mentioned earlier on. and followed by Roy with 13 points, DBH with 12 points, and Team Newbies, welcome to the double-digit club here with 10 points. But we have 3 teams not getting any points at all.
Yeah. Even Happy Squad, who was previously positioned in the 10th position in the last match as well. This time now they're racking out a couple of more points, including both in kills and even in placement as well. So this hopefully will help them elevate their position a little bit more, and it did actually. Got them all the way up to 10th position. But like I said, from the quick math that we have from our small discussion, Team Zansha and Roy Esports will be able to dethrone Old Blood here, as they are now currently the top 2 teams here. We have 2 new horse races right now currently served out.
For now, that is. For now.
Yeah, for now.
Yeah. Because the points are still very close. Like if you talk about number 3, Old Blood, 40 points. They're only 7 points behind Roy, so that's still okay. And G1 is the one that's interesting though, if you kind of think about it. Like only 4 placement points, but they rack in 28 kills. So they are very focused on to just gaining points through elimination, which is fine, right? As long as you can break the points in, that's okay. And the difference between them and Roy is only 15 points. So it's still fine. One good round could still propel them up there.
Yeah. I mean, even for Happy Squad, so if you talk about placement points and kills, look at Happy Squad as well. 0 placement points, 18 kills in total here. Sure, like I said, this also applies to all the other teams as well. This circumstances, the drop, the circle positioning as well may not be in their favor. But this is where we see what the teams are truly made of, right? Despite all the challenges, despite all the trials, how much can this team really adapt and come out of these trials and succeeding with it as well? So far, we've been seeing a lot of teams, at least half of the lobby here, has been succeeding quite well so far. Well, let's see whether the other team is going to be able to catch up for it.
Yeah, but for that,
Hello players, this is Kim Tae-hyun, Director of PUBG Battlegrounds. Welcome to the 3rd episode of Dev Drop. In this video, I'll be going through some questions about the 2025 roadmap. I'll also touch on topics that are not in the roadmap but might be on players' minds. Hope you enjoy it. Questions and feedback that aren't covered in the video will be answered in a blog post. Shall we get started? Let's go. With or without Unreal 5, I feel the developers need to take a step back from content for a month and focus purely on game optimization and fixing stutters. We actually have many different teams. There's a team working on Unreal Engine 5, another team focused on optimization, and teams that handle live service content and various updates for PUBG. So even if we pause work in one area, it doesn't necessarily mean we can immediately shift focus to another. We would love to say everything is working perfectly, but we know there is still work to be done, especially on optimization. We understand player concerns about optimization, given the recent Sanhok issues. We made some optimization improvements back in April, so we hope you give it another shot. Of course, we'll keep working hard to improve performance moving forward. Really looking forward to 120 FPS on console. That's all I've wanted since the game came out. Wait a second, about this comment. Pretty sure we've never officially announced this, so we're not exactly sure where that information came from. But as of now, we haven't made any decisions to confirm 120 frames per second support. We would need to explore the technical feasibility through development first. We know there are a lot of expectations around the shift to current-gen consoles. We'll do our best to figure out how we can meet them. Despite the long-standing dominance of the AR meta, weapons like the M16A4 and SCAR-L have remained underused for years. I believe it's time to either enhance their strength or rebalance them in some way to make them more viable. There are several different aspects to consider when balancing weapons. We've seen quite a few discussions and comments about weapons such as the M16A4 and SCAR-L, and many players have been asking us to improve underused weapons in general. While we do make gunplay adjustments every 2 months, it's difficult to single out just 1 or 2 weapons. Instead, we follow a broader balancing plan and adjust multiple weapons together. The reason we recently rebalanced shotguns and SMGs is that we also consider balance across weapon categories. We've been tuning things across the board. As there are subcategories like 5.56mm and 7.62mm weapons even within ARs, there's no single correct answer. But we assure you that we'll keep fine-tuning the overall balance. I've seen the video and the latest dev talk.
We're back with the final 2 games here for day number 1 in the road to EWC PUBG Rest of APAC Open Qualifiers 2025 Grand Finals. And we're still here with you as your storytellers. My name is Circla, together with my amazing buddy here, Yolo Lee. How are you feeling about the day so far?
I mean, I'm feeling great. I'm feeling great so far, sir. Cloud, we have, like I said before, a real roller coaster of emotion and phenomenal gameplays coming from some of the teams, especially from some of the new teams that's coming into this tournament as well. I have been graced with such great gameplay coming from them as well. Sure, circumstances somewhat dictate how some of the team had to interact. Some were favorable and some weren't as favorable. But other than that, this is some of the few trials that some of these players, as a pro players, that need to overcome here, and they have been finding real great answers for it. While other teams still trying to figure out like how do they really want to interact with certain situations, and you know, and that's totally fine. We have 18 matches. We're pretty much four matches down, so we have about like 14 matches left to go here. So still enough time for some of our teams to really rack up that points here, to really catch up to some of our top teams here. If the goal is for first 2 spots here, you got a lot of ground to cover for sure. If it's top 10, well, that seems a little bit more doable for sure.
Oh yeah, absolutely, right? We're starting to see some of the teams rise to the occasion. Just like Team Newbies, they're starting to bring in the points. But let's see if they're able to continue to be consistent, because now we're switching up the maps again in match number 5. It is going to be in the Dusty Dunes. Miramar high grounds are going to be so important in this map.
Oh, it's not just the high grounds, man. It's everyone wants to get to that center of the circle as quick as possible, man. It's practically snipe. It's pretty much sniper's fest here for a lot of these guys here. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, hope you enjoy your flight path as like my co-pilot Sir Clark has mentioned before, entering the Dusty Dunes here. Not sure whether you like this map. I'm particularly not a big fan about it. Anakin Skywalker's also not a big fan about it. It's sand. He hates it. But some of our teams, they do fancy about this, practically because the play style of this map fits with their playbook as well.
Yeah, especially those who like to snipe long range. Yeah, they would love this kind of map because of the high ground, obviously. But since it's going to be the first map of Miramar with this lobby, let's see if there will be any early encounters. I am looking at the center of the map there, around the aerial power grid. It looks like we might see an overlap of some teams. No overlap on the southern side. Well, Lost Learners maybe, but then again, Lost Learners is big enough to house multiple teams, so that's absolutely fine. That's okay. But around the aerial power grid, it could be interesting. We might see UG against Mock there, depending on where UG goes. But UG seems to be heading towards San Martin. If they go there, it's going to be fine. But we're going to get the first circle centered around Puerto Priso, one of my favorite areas in this map.
Oh, actually, I'm actually a little bit more of a San Martin kind of guy. Like love the hot spots. Actually, no, if you really want a hot spot, it's always gonna be Hacienda for sure. I think that's like pop playing ground for sure for a lot of teams. If everyone really like that nice aggressive play styles here, person who picks up the first gun first usually wins. It's always has a different kind of thrill here. But you know, of course, we're not going to see that kind of gameplay in this high-stake tournament. A lot of things is pretty much on the line here. Despite being only the 5th match out of our 18 matches here, no one really wants to give a free round for free here for sure. But other than that, we do see also a team I believe actually dropped towards the edge of Los Leones, and that's going to be Old Bloods itself. One of the largest cities that we have here on the map of Miramar as well here. So Old Bloods going to be pretty content with the amount of loot they're going to be able to gather for themselves. And I believe since they actually dropped relatively early with some of the teams as well due to the fly path, they had a really good view on where the rest of the team is actually trying to go for the drops, for long drops or quick drops. They pretty much got a good eye on where everyone's planning to go.
Yeah, well, whether it's long drops or not, that's okay still, because it is a big map. So naturally, a lot of space to play with. If you see, again, the same theory applies. If you see another team while you're gliding down, you can just steer away, go to somewhere else, your strategies a bit. That's fine. But that will kind of test your versatility. And I'm pretty sure these teams being able to reach this stage, they have a level of versatility to them that they're able to adapt. So that's absolutely fine. And speaking of being versatile, One of it is using the emergency pickup. And
Oh, yeah.
why is this move needing them to be versatile? It's because like you go straight into the middle of the map, but you don't know who is there. So you need to adapt really, really quick the moment you land into the middle.
I mean, it's the kind of gamble you have to take, right? I mean, and at times you don't necessarily have to drop within a hot spot after taking the emergency pickup here. So I mean, especially since this is phase 1, right? So you do have a choice, especially since you got a good, especially those who's doing the long dives will have a better idea where most people are somewhat dropping, especially due to the flight path. So you're somewhat able to predict like roughly which area most teams will drop here. So you could still choose to drop at the outskirts of a town or a compound, then slowly make your way in here. But of course, that just means that the fact that you will be lacking in a vehicle, right? Because if you're trying to drop into drop within the vicinity of the circle, you're guaranteed that the fact that the surrounding areas has been practically just cleared out already in terms of loot, vehicles included as well. Last remember, like Miramar is still pretty much similar to Eranga, where vehicle still plays a very key role here.
Oh yeah,
But
absolutely right. Like Miramar is like no negotiation. You must have vehicles. If you don't have a vehicle, that's going to be pretty hard. But if you use the emergency pickup, then when you drop, well, it really depends on if you can find any vehicles within it. Obviously, you can't carry your vehicle together with it. If only one day we see an update where, oh, the emergency pickup also picks up your vehicle, then it's going to be a totally different ballgame.
No, you're going to see everyone always going to have at least 1 or 2 players picking up a Panzer Shrek, right? Just to see a vehicle about to land perfectly at a certain spot, you just pretty much just camp them out. It's like, oh, it's like free delivery of loots here in this case here.
That's true. It's a bigger target, right? So it makes it easier for the Panzer to hit. So
You're right, right?
yeah. But I guess that's a trade-off, right? Like if you really, really want your vehicle or together with you, then well, that's just
level.
life, right? You don't get everything perfect. Just like in the case where Justice, not in a perfect situation, as PV will be the first one in this map to be eliminated.
He just found a vehicle as well. I mean, it's not a car; it's still a bike. But at least it was something that he can work with as well here. So, but you know, it's like what it brings back to the discussion that we were having just now, right? Where it's 50-50. You're always taking your chances of the fact that whether there's a team within the vicinity, wherever you're planning to drop as well. I think that's why we don't often see emergency pickup unless especially towards the later stage of the game, unless the fact that you're so far apart that you just have no choice but to take it. Oh, but Sandstorm is coming in.
Yeah, so when the Sandstorm comes in, then ideally they don't fight because obviously you don't have good
You can't
vision.
see, right?
Yeah, you can't really see. So that's where normally teams that, oh, Sandstorm is here. Okay, we just stay put. Ideally in the compound so that, you know, we don't get surprised when the Sandstorm goes out. But yeah, Sandstorm don't really last that long. So it's not the biggest factor sometimes.
No, but the thing is, it can, I guess, in a way, in the future, right? Because you know we're constantly getting updates, we're constantly getting new additional weapons and changes as well. Thank God to our PUBG developers as well, working hard at the office. But can you imagine one day they decide to just add like you actually take dot damage, like damage over time in the Sandstorms, right? Then the play style becomes a little bit different already.
But here we get to see a fight here between Happy Squad and Roman Kill. The Happy Squad, they had a okay round previously. Let's see if they'll be able to last this one. So far, they are passing by Roman Kill, and Roman Kill open AI in an open position where he will be gunned down. 50% of health left, and he could be eliminated soon. Only 10% of health. I wonder if he will be able to be saved. Okay. He's being picked up right now, so there should be enough time. But oh, no. He has been eliminated, and it actually came from Roy. Setsuna took him out.
Like I said, it's a sniper's fest, especially with the whole vantage point and and high vantage positioning as well. Just enough commotion is pretty much enough to just draw in most players' attention as well. Even though not necessarily doesn't really necessarily have to lead to a massive fight like a one team versus another team. It's just the fact that you are able to just do damage, right? You do damage, you just constantly just whittling down all their resources and their mats, their boosts. as much as possible, as early as possible as well. Is just still pretty much quite the bonus for them as it slowly leads towards the final circle here. So that's pretty much the name of the game. If you get a knock, you get a kill. That's great. If you don't, hey, you're wasting that guy's resource. So it's still a win-win regardless, really.
But will it be a win enough for them? Because some of these teams are starting to rise up to the occasion, right? If we kind of think about it. So it's all about just keeping yourself afloat. And obviously the key objective is to at least be in the top 10. So with the teams now starting to rise up, just like maybe Monk here getting a couple of eliminations.
No!
And there you go against Kitsune. Can he get another one? Okay, here comes the Mini 14, tapping it away. And they get a second one at least. And looks like UG. 3 of them flew away to safety, but one of them unfortunately went out.
I thought he almost got the second one as well. There was another player was relatively there were like a quarter HP left as well. Thought the spray looks good. I mean, thankfully enough, at least all 3 of them managed to get out. They did lose one member, but it's like I say, you lose one, that's unfortunate. But it's not the end of the world. You still pretty much got something to work with. You lose another member, this double work. Everyone needs to work. Everyone needs to drive. Everyone needs to do double time. Yeah, you become the last remaining member. Well, you just have to be a menace right at that point. You got nothing to lose except be a menace. Get play some points, get kill points. It's like something you mentioned earlier as well when we were on our second match or Wrangle as well. You just be an absolute nuisance if you're just the last member of your team.
Well, at least being the last member of the team, I mean, you can still play for placement points. So, you still have a representative, right? So, you always want to have something at least, rather than... And maybe it could be more than placement points. Maybe that one guy, he does have a whatever long-range weapon, whether it's MK12 or maybe AWM, can potentially steal away elimination points from afar too. So... As long as you have somebody there, there's always this chance of doing something.
Yeah, I mean, we call that kill secure, Sir Cloud.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, of course, there's UG barely surviving from there as they had to make quite a quick exit from an initial confrontation here, but it seems that they're not really entirely out of the clear so far. As the minute they land it down, this thing gets peppered down by Irohane Papetta Samurai Gaming here. Runox got a good idea, but they pretty much got quite a control around Puerto Novo here. Oh, sorry, Puerto Paraiso here, sorry.
Yeah, around the area of Puerto Paraiso, so it looks like they have this area kind of locked in. You can tell from the spread that they have, right? If they have like this 1-1-1-1 or at least a 2-2 formation, then you know that they have the confidence. But looks like Roy, they have absolute confidence here with this high ground. Taking out Art God, now he's out in the open. And they're going in to secure the elimination point and potentially looking for more out of this fight.
Oh yeah, I mean that's actually the second person that Setsuna actually knocked down as well here. So I don't think Setsuna will get the glory of finishing off that kill. It looks like it's going to be EDB King here as he slowly makes his way through. This chart just primed up a nade here to see if we can actually get the finishing off here. While the rest of the team decides to say, hey, you know what? Instead of having a one-man show here, let's reconvene. Let's make the whole team come into this spot here. Since one squad was currently on foot here. On the other side here, looks like Nirvana having quite the snipers match between both Monk and NRG itself here. They did manage to get the knock here, but not enough to get the finishing here. But the team is just too far to really pick up the last remaining members here, and sadly he will fall. They try to do a revenge pot shot here, but will not get the knock for it.
Well, it looks like they are going to try and save a Crazy Dog though. Let's see if there will be a good decision. And yes, okay, Crazy Dog is in the compound, so he will be picked up. He will be back up again, and NRG will be back as a 4. But now we shift over to another team now, Jiwa. One of our top teams who have a lot of eliminations in their name. And this round so far, starting off with 2 eliminations and the chance to get more with Justice in front of them.
Huh. Interesting enough, even from the last round we were seeing from Roy Esports, right? Like just now. It seems like Setsuna actually fell to during their engagement against Roman Kill as well. Although we didn't get to see it. We thought they had the upper hand here, but it seems like they were able to trade things back here. Whereas on the other side, Team Newbie seems pretty fine. Monk, wow, Spark Queen Last remaining member still standing, being pushed out of the zone here. Currently at the clutches of NRG here, Nirvana. They seem pretty confident, pretty comfortable about this as they battle out in the blue zone here. Currently phase 3, now they start to feel, slowly start to feel the burn here. It looks like Spark Queen, he looks like he doesn't want to go down alone here. He's not the last man standing here, but at least he want to try to farm some points in the process.
And Far tapping it away onto NRG. And these two teams are spending time in the blue. We're talking about phase 3 right now. So Spark Queen really trying his best to get the one knock. Not able to yet, he's still tapping away onto NRG. Okay, so that's the first match. Safe. Second match right now. Spark Queen again. But Spark Queen, he has to realize that he has to move as well. He is alone here. But he got it! Alright! So it's a worthwhile wait for him. And finally, at least he got that one elimination point.
Oh yeah. He didn't really want to give himself up for any possible points to farm as well. So he still stick around, try to do some damage. And like I said before, you get a couple of pot shots in, you do some damage, that's great. You get a knock, that's even more, and be a nuisance about it, that's even more fantastic here. So NRG possibly not happy about this. Probably not sure whether they're regretting letting Monks, one of the remaining members, still stick around here. But you know, NRG is still 3 members strong, slowly making their way in, slowly climbing up the leaderboard as well. Haven't been making, they didn't really get a chance to get a spot in the sunlight just yet, but you know, the rounds are still early. We still have multiple matches here to go here, so we might see an off chance later on. Royce, on the other hand,
a lot of sunlight here inside of Miramar for sure.
Oh yeah,
tons and tons of sunlight.
They're getting the tanning on, Sir Cloud.
Yeah, but it's always nice to have like a bit of sunlight, you know, it's vitamin D, you know, touch grass, you know, everyone could use a bit of that. Yeah, and someone could use another extra point. As Brunex has secured that one on the TD, right? That's going to be Roy losing one player.
Yeah, but you know, I love that you actually brought up the whole vitamin D thing, right? But isn't Marama just straight up scorching heat? It's not casual or warm heat. It's just straight up scorching. It's like dusty dunes, right?
Then that's vitamin D plus or something. I don't know.
D plus.
that's like extra vitamin D.
It's like just overdosing on vitamins at this point.
Yeah, let's not overdose ourselves, okay? Just like how these players, some of them are overdosing themselves with the blue, spending a little bit too much time on the outside, while Roy losing another player, Jaxi will be taken out. But Savage Man Esports, they got savvy. Okay, they're in the fight of their own as well. While Faven will be eliminated by Option. So that's going to be another point for Savage Man Esports. Savage Man Esports. Wow, so far so good. Okay, 2 elimination points with a complete squad. That's okay for them. But Spark Queen finally eliminated. That is Monk out at number 15.
Oh, actually, yeah, okay, cool. So I thought Spark Queen is actually just going to give himself up to the zone, but apparently he gets spotted out. So that's going to be a nice one. I mean, it's 1 point, but it's something, right? So this is going to be a nice point to add on to the scoreboard here. Whereas the other squad here, UG, just not having the best of time, man. They had not even the cleanest of exit. They didn't really have the cleanest of entry as well into this map as well. Everyone is getting a piece of them wherever they go. Looks like Unlucky was able to, one of the members draw the intention of, I believe it's NRG. Was it NRG? Oh no, sorry, it's Happy. I believe it's Happy Squad and was able to draw the intention of Happy Squad. So one of them was actually getting a couple of pots on one of the members of Unlucky here. They're still trying to find an opening. A lot of vehicles here.
But from the inner side, Unlucky, they're trying to get lucky here with those long-range shots.
Mm-hmm.
A good amount of teams in front of them. Some of them by the edge of the circle, so they will be forced to move forward anyway. So that's where they might get the opportunity. But from afar, looks like just this right now. Only Elder left. The final player on the outside of the circle with a lot of teams in front of them. But he can still pick up Shoe Horse here. Shoe Horse bleeding out. And Shoe Horse eliminated by Chimon from Kiwa. So now it's only Elder left. The Elder, the last Elder for Justice.
I'm baffled on how Yoming is able just to find all these shots, man. It's absolutely insane to me as well. But it's not too surprising. Kiwa Esports is always, their members are Yoming and Chibrin and everyone. Man has always been those kind of players as well. Just able to find the line size here. It looks like Zanshin on the other hand was able to get pot shot on the other side here. Same goes for Dor T here as well. did find a knock though. Some of the members of Happy Squad, not really the best of spot as well. It's quite the lane for them to play around with exploding vehicles. Not sure when they're going to be able to pick out one of their knockdown members. And Nicel still sticking around, still alive. It's phase 4 in. He's broke the curse. He's still alive. He's been doing exceptionally well as well. The amount of damage he's been doing too.
Well, but for Elder, now that he's spending time in the blue, with the fact that Zanchin is in front of him tapping away, especially with Ken pinning him down, I don't know how much longer that he'll be able to last, especially if we move on to stage number 5 or phase number 5, and he is still in the blue, then it will be very, very difficult for him. He might go out the blue itself. Now on the elimination feed, we have Jing getting Runax somewhere else. But on screen, we have Zanchin now in action. He's Happy Squad right in front of him. The fire is kind of blocking his line of sight though, but he knows exactly somebody is behind that burning vehicle.
No, he's boxed in. There's no way he's going to be able to get out of that. And speaking of getting things out, nice Nick coming towards the area of the Mox. He has to fall back. He did prime it long enough for it to do it. Because it seems like a really great nade here. But looks like Gonio is going to be knocked down. Not fast enough with the trigger here. Mox, last man standing as he charged into the house. But they all well and prepped for him. The door couldn't be more louder than they could ever wish for here. Well prepped to mow him down. That's going to be our 4th team eliminated away. All Bloods. Still playing around the mountainous area here, but of course this is one of the small hills that they have to climb. There are greater mountains that they have to surmount here, and teams are well prepared to meet them in kind.
Well, All Bloods, well, it's been a while since we seen them perform, though they're still keeping pace currently at number 3, 10 points behind Roy. Yeah. And with the fact that, okay, Zanchin has been eliminated, Roy, now only 1 player left. This is a very good chance for All Bloods to actually catch up on the points and maybe put themselves back at number 1.
Same goes for Roy Esports as well. And like I said, this horse race has become among these top 3 teams, right? So any opportunity for them to quickly farm out as much points as possible is always a favorable situation for them entirely here. But I won't really count out the other 4th or 5th placing teams as well. Kiwa in particular is also really catching up in the ranks here. May not have as much total points that they have in the total leaderboard here, but they are somewhat slowly setting up their foundation for it. All they need is pretty much just 1 or 2 good games, and we might just have another team additional to this horse race here for that top 2 spots.
Yeah, maybe. I'm looking at some of the upcoming teams as well, as like Kiwa, for example. They already have 5 elimination points, and with 3 players, they can still look for more. And speaking about looking for elimination points, now DBH has 1 team in front of them, Xiaofeng, try to pin them down, but because now Mao Rush is gunned down, let's go and save him. But Xiaofeng knocked down from afar. Okay, now it's down to Xiao Wei and Yan Li to do something about it.
Yeah, Speedy has been, this past 2 matches, he's been nailing some insane shot with that Mini 14 so far. On the other hand, we do see a couple of skirmishes happening between some of the squads as well. I believe this is during one of their few dry picks here, and I don't blame them, man. It's such an open area, especially when everyone has their own personal hill, right? The minute you picked up for another team, there's a high chance another team is also going to spot you out as well here. So, is that Mortar? Okay, no, it's not. I thought it looks like Mortar for some reason just now. Of course, unfortunately, Happy Squad will be eliminated as our 10th team here. All Bloods also going to be spotted, will be able to catch the eyes of Dream Bounty Hunters Gaming and Savage Man Savior. Be relatively silent about it. Oh! He got that nade. I knew what he wanted to do too, Sir God. He wanted to charge it up, but spotted too early.
I like the idea though. But then again, well, his opponents, they were alert. So good for them, that is. And with that, Savage Man Esports, unfortunately, have been eliminated. Now, we're going to see the next phase of the circle. And looks like only 2 teams within the circle this time. But we're going to focus on DBH. They don't want the circle. Now they're charging up across on this hill, onto the high ground, where their opponents are at there. And that's going to be Old Boys. Let's see if they can actually get this one win. But then again, looks like we see a movement here coming in from Old Bloods, and they decide to not take that fight and focus on the getting into the circle, gatekeep them from the inner side instead. That is a very, very smart move.
a very good read as well, because they just really got somewhat of a rough idea. They played this map long. I mean, Marama seemed like Eranga, right? The map is so they played this map long enough to know exactly the timings where everyone's going to be somewhat positioned like as well. With the lack of compounds and some of the terrain not being very favorable, not a lot of ditches either as well here. So got a good read. A good spray down as well. The Old Blood's going to be literally be the sole reason why Unlucky is not going to be able to continue forward into this round as well here. They do have one of their members currently knocked down, but I believe they're pretty much on it with the revives. Whereas the rest of the squad, we do see Paladin and Knight still pretty comfortable with their position. They did get a couple of pot shots, but no real significant action being happened to them so far. Jeff, on the other hand, find DBH, go for the spray down, get the tags, but no knocks so far.
Yeah, and Old Bloods, so far so good. 6 elimination points, and they're now the only team with full squad. But it's not over yet for them. Okay, DBH right in front. Is Jeff going to go in for it? Jeff with the Dragunov. Anyway, Jeff looks like he's going to focus on to still being in the circle. They can actually gatekeep DBH, so they're not really in a rush. It's not DBH, and they're called to how they want to move forward. And by the time they will show themselves towards Old Bloods, and Old Bloods will take them out.
Yeah.
Oh, they fight back.
Oh, contesting back here, but I guess tagged back instead. Jeff already realized, okay, his suspicion has come to fruition here, as he knows of the fact, okay, there's definitely a team that's going to be able to spot them out from that edge. So can't really play with that position to try to pick off DBH here. So it's going to be a classic frontal assault here. While Moshe, on the other hand, will have a more better chance on flanking DBH here on the right side.
Oh, the snake on the mount. Rush and Moshe got it from the side. Beautiful angle there, but Moshe going to be extra careful. Now Moshe will be gunned down. Now it's down to Jeff as well as Blessed. Let's see if they can actually do this one. 2 players for DBH still active. Or make that one. Right now, with the fact that Xiao Wei has been gunned down, they're looking for the final player. It's going to be Xiao Feng. He's within the smoke right now. But how long can he last? Because the blue will say hello onto him. Now he has to move forward. He will show himself. And the moment he does that, All Bloods, they're ready for it.
Ready and waiting, but unfortunately, from a full squad left with 2 remaining members here. And UG, like I said before, okay, I wouldn't say they had a tough transition, but they definitely had a rough transitioning towards this stage of the circle as well here. UG still standing tall here with 6 kills to boot as well. Wow, okay. We didn't get to see much. I did see them getting a kill or 2 here, but 6 kills in total. I guess it's from their recent pickup from eliminated Q or Esports from the game here. So that's a hefty amount of points additional to their side here. So everyone's pretty much doesn't really look like they're in full health here. Well, except for Team Newbies and Pananeum at night here.
That's absolutely right about UG. I mean, with the 6 amount of eliminations that they have gathered so far, they stand actually a good chance to break into the top 10 after this round. And the fact that they are not too far away from the circle, if you look at the minimap, it's not too difficult of an entry point for them. And if they can get into the circle first before Old Bloods, then potentially they could farm elimination points depending on how Old Bloods will manage them.
This is just one of those open areas. This is just one of those open areas where you really need to cover as many grounds as much as possible. Because how inclined the positioning of those cliffs as well, it's very easy for just a player to really just stalk up towards you from their side. So that's pretty much why you see Team Newbies a little spread out here. Still tight in their positioning here, but spread out to see if they can cover as many grounds as much as possible. And a beautiful snipe coming from Snipe Hall here. Gonna knock down Bleed. And that's like one of the remaining members of Old Bloods as well.
Oh, for the back.
You're kidding me. You're kidding me.
They don't know.
Are you kidding me?
Wow! Easy knockdown, easy takedown from the back. Roy Esports, the final player, and Viking, who bring another point to the team.
I am unbelievable here. EDV King, I can't believe he's still so silent all this time here. Surprised that one of the members from Team Newbie actually didn't really spot him out here. I mean, we only got to see the full. We really didn't get to see the full picture here. We only got to see it at the very last moment here. So, but other than that, Old Blood removed from play here. EDV King, like I said, someone got the placement points here. Now try to see if you can be a menace about it. Farm points here. And I love the fact that he's just being silent. He's trying to instigate the fight here. He's throwing nades after nades here. He's not really in the clear either way. He's still at the edge of the circle here. So if he wanted to, he could slowly make his way in, but there's of course an off chance where he gets spotted out. I think they know. They got the intel for it as well. You know, like Snipe Paul is trying to snipe him out here. Didn't manage to trade back. I'm gonna find any success from this.
But let's see if we can gain success out of this because he does not have the circle now. The final player of Roy Esports, Edwin King. Now we need to find a way into the circle. 24 more seconds, but they know that he's behind, obviously, because he took down a player from Team Newbies, and that's why now they'll try to keep him at bay, and it looks like it's going to be suspect to finish him off. Top 3 teams right now.
Holding down the line. Last 3 teams is exactly what you mentioned as well. Setting up the pre-setting smokes just in case. But there's just too many grounds for them to cover, right? They're just playing off with the sound cues that's been happening so far from the initial trades and the small skirmishes that they have. No one is really making the daring or bold approach so far. They're pretty comfortable with where they are, but they know for the fact that this is the final phase. No more circle after this. They're going to be pushed out all the way out to the open here, so no safe grounds. Any safe ground needs to be earned here. It looks like 2 and the max is going to be able to find 1 of the 2 remaining members of UG here. We'll try to hold the ground long enough for the rest of the team here. But it looks like Panadium and Light is making their way through, being bold about this approach as they secure the high ground here.
And here comes, from the side, Killaroo. Okay, he's moving in right now. 279, right in front of him. 279, launch a nade onto Killaroo! That was a perfect nade to knock down Killaroo. 279, are they going to follow up right now? But Suspect is on the other side. Suspect gets 1. Can he get a second one right now? It's going to be Billy, but Billy fires back on the Suspect. They're trading back with each other right now. Percy shows up in the right time to take out Billy instead. And Paladin at night, they stood tall. Now it's between 2 teams for the chicken dinner. Percy's going to be the final player. He's down to 42 health. He needs to heal up as quickly as possible because right now it's 2v1. They might rush in anytime soon.
But Team Newbies, they want to buy their time. They feel pretty good about this as well. So he's going to try to go for the long rotation for the sidelines here. Could it be close enough for Freezy to try to loot those loot crates? I think not. I guess he doesn't have the chance. No intel about it as well. He's going with the pre-firing through the smokes as well. No one in there. Nate's defensive smokes thrown out here. And looks like Team Newbies. It's going for the long game here. They're not pushing forward. They're not being aggressive about it. They're just playing for the long game. But I spoke a little bit too soon. As currently from the minimap as well, they are making their way through here. He does hurt the sound. Just need to spot the head. And there he goes, ladies and gentlemen. Sir Cloud as well. Winner chicken dinner from Team Newbies. One of the new teams as well. It seems like the new teams that's coming towards this tournament so far has been making quite the stamp here today for day number 1.
Yeah, don't rule them out there, ladies and gentlemen. Just because they didn't have a good start doesn't mean they cannot have a good ending. Team Newbies comes in with the chicken dinner. And this will definitely put them in the top 10. Now, how close they are from the top 2 is something that we'll need to keep an eye on later on.
Man, this is really coming up towards this actually, but I'll say it right here, right now. I'm rather impressed of where how far UG came from as well. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, let's quickly jump into the highlight to see what you guys saw and missed.
Just like in the case where Justin. So with the teams now starting to rise up, just like maybe Monk here getting a couple of eliminations, and then you go 1-1-1-1 or at least a 2-2 formation, then you know that they have the confidence in. But Sparkwin, he has to realize that he has to move as well. He is alone here, but he got it.
Not long enough for it to do it, because it seems like a really great nade here. But looks like going fast enough with the trigger here. Monk, last man standing as he charges into the house, but they all well prepped.
Xiaofen try to bring them down, but because now Bao Rush is gunned down, let's go and save him. But Xiaofen knocked down from
Dream Bounty Hunters Gaming and Savage Man save here. Being relatively silent about it. With the lack of compounds and some of the terrain not being very favorable. Not a lot of ditches either as well here. So flanking DBH here on the right side.
This nade on the Bao Rush and it's gonna be Xiaopeng. He's within the smoke right now. But how long can it last? Because the blue will say hello onto him.
Spread out here. Still tight in their positioning here. But spread out to see if they can cover as many grounds as much as possible. And
whoa,
you're kidding me. You're kidding me.
They don't know.
Are you kidding me?
Wow! From the side, Killaru. Okay, he's moving in right now. 279 right in front of him. 279 launch a nade onto Killaru. 279, are you going to follow up right now? But Suspect is on the other side. Suspect gets one. Can he get a second one right now? It's going to be
the mini map as well. They are making their way through here. He does hurt the sound. Just need to spot the head. Yeah, after just reviewing the highlight as well, really is Marama's gameplay. Just really the name of the game is just get to that position, get to that nice vantage point, and pretty much you're in the clear until that final stance, that final fights here. Even some of the teams that were somewhat favoring and somewhat as they were duking out for that final spots as well. Fall praise to too many teams that's already having really good positioning at the same time as well here. But it's also like you said, we have a lot of new teams into this tournament that really didn't get a chance to do this, to spend in the sun. Don't really rule them out just yet.
Absolutely right. So maybe the sun was the one that charges them. Like it's like, okay, well, in practical situations, I would say that maybe this map, and you did point out like, okay, maps like Erangel, maps like Berama, they are OG maps. Every team that played them like a million times. So because of this familiarity, that's why we might see some of the teams on the outside of the top 10, like 11 onwards, start to rise up to the occasion.
Oh yeah, I mean, so they're a lot more comfortable as well. And remember, these are the top 16 teams out of the 100 plus teams that actually registered to join this tournament as well here. So can't really shy away from them just yet. Can't really lose faith either as well. This is just day number 1, and even Team Zanshin as well. I will have to admit, they weren't really in my crosshair. Sure, they were within my crosshair when it comes to researching their capabilities, their potential here, but they were really in my crosshair to see like they were being the top 5 or top 16 to be moving forward towards here as well. So really, I'm really shocked. I'm really surprised. I'm happy about it to be surprised about this. I love to be proven wrong, especially when it comes to the talent and potential of a certain team as well. So it's been pretty great so far. But you know, that's 5 matches so far. We're getting ready to jump into our final match of the night here, Sir Cloud here. Oh yeah, it's the night. If you guys are from Malaysia and everything, you guys know exactly what time we're in. Can you imagine the Oceania teams right now? They're like 2 or 3 hours ahead, if I'm not mistaken, as well here. So it's like around like 11 or midnight at the moment for them here. It's a long night.
It's way past supper for sure. Yeah, and that reminds me, still hungry here. But these teams are definitely hungry. Our top 4 teams here. And Team Newbies, okay. Number 1, obviously they scored the chicken dinner. Not the highest of damage, but they're still able to bring in the chicken dinner, so that's great. And then we have Paladin here at number 2, and we have a UG, and we still have Old Bloods. So Old Bloods, they actually survived above a Roy. They also survived above Zanshin. So who knows if Old Bloods, they are now in the top 2. We'll check that out in a bit.
Yeah, because I thought it was our final 4, or at least the 4 contestant was Roy Esports, right? Because he was the last member standing here. Really gave one of the members of Team Newbies quite the shock when he actually unveiled his surprise that, hey, I've been here the whole time. But of course, Team Newbie, your winner chicken dinner for match number 5 on the map of Marama, our first Marama of today here as well with 5 kills. Sure, stats, it may not be as impressive as what we've been seeing. But you know, the fact that they managed to get through all these teams, right? All of these teams. It's pretty impressive to me as it is, really. I don't think I will be able to even make it to that top 1 in the first place here as well here. But of course, this is our match leaderboard here. Getting that first place, so it's going to be 10 points here. On top of that, it's going to be 15. That's a lot of points right there for a lot of these teams as well here. Although, we were correct. So Roy did get the placement, but they didn't get enough kill points, so they didn't really meet up to the match leaderboard. So All Blood still overwhelmed them. Oh, yeah, 11.
But 9 points total for Roy is not too bad as well.
Oh, yeah, it is.
Get a contender. Yeah. Okay, so Zanshin, number 11, 3 points. But they should be still able to keep pace, so I wouldn't be too worried about them. Happy Squad, where they had a decent round previously, now only 1 point, so something to go back to the drawing board here for Happy Squad. And Justice is the only team to not score any points at all. And officially, Zanshin and Roy, they are still number 1 and number 2.
Yeah, Still number 1, still number 2 here. Still, Zanshin only had like 3 points in the last round as well here. So still able to still maintain the top 1. But I mean, it's equalizing the scoreline with Raw Esports. They're able to catch up relatively quick. Same goes for All Blood as well here. So it's still pretty neck to neck with them. Kiwa and Team Newbies on the other hand, look at them now. 4th placing at this current moment as well as the 2. We're slowly, eventually having more teams here. I mean, sure, DBH is still they still require a lot of points to really join this horse race among our top 5 here. But I think this is going to be I believe this tournament is going to be a really great here, as we have like 5 teams potentially going head to head with each other. Could be a 6 if DBH or JFT or Unlucky actually also get a really 1 or 2 good maps as well for themselves here. Happy squad still fluctuating here. They did get knocked out from that 10th placing. Palladium at 9 this time, because of also placement as well, they were able to secure that 10th spot for themselves.
And you gotta think about it, like if we were to zoom in onto the numbers, like Team Newbies, compared like the ratio of placement points and elimination points, like they seem to be a little bit more focused on the survivability, which is fine, right? And that still puts them up above Jiwa by 2 points. While Jiwa, they're like clearly focused on the elimination points because they only have like 5 placement points and 35 elimination points so far. So as we prepare ourselves to head in onto our final match for today, we're gonna see the happy faces of Happy Squad.
Yeah, I mean, it's great, you know. It's an absolute. Honestly, I really love to see Philippines team players as well. It's always, they have a really good funny bone. Humorous, always positive, always have this positive mental attitude for themselves here. Even on a bad rainy day, they will still laugh it off. Absolutely, I think it's a really key mentality to have, especially in the esports scene.
Hey, PMA is another team, and they're not together with us today.
Oh yeah, but you know what I mean. Positive mental attitude. I won't use the initials, okay?
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Well, now we get to see Savage Man Esports and clearly the savior. This is another proof, in case anyone is wondering. That's not the other savior. This is
it's not the Malaysian. It's not a Malaysian player savior. Yeah, but still pretty good looking guy. You know, everyone's ready prepped for this tournament. I think Savage Man has been pretty. Like it's still pretty impressive, the fact that you've been pretty consistently active in the entire PGS series as well. They weren't here during the Continental series, but they were definitely been here for most of our PUBG Global series here, a lot of our APAC qualifiers here. So the fact that you've been pretty consistent, it says a lot, it speaks volumes here for sure.
Well, let's see who will get the biggest say here, ladies and gentlemen, as we head on to our final match for day number 1. Of course, we're going to have a repeat of Miramar again. And what sort of flight path we're gonna get at this time? Flight path towards the left side, all the way up north.
Yeah, we never really had a flight path like this from us to the southeast side, I guess, in a way here, or northeast side, depending which you prefer, which angle you're trying to look for here. But this also somewhat limits like where you can really drop to, right? Sure, if you want to drop towards Alcatraz or El Pozo, right, or Montenegro, that's totally fine with you guys here, but you still could go for long dives all the way to water treatment, depending where you want to drop for here. Was there anyone actually dropping for prison? Oh no, it's okay. It's not. It's just we see Team Newman most likely is going to be dropping towards Valdemar. We do see Roman Kill on the same island with prison, not exactly at prison, but still the same island here. But potentially might be gatekept by Unlucky, who's currently positioned at one of the 3 entrances out of the prison island.
Well, we're already seeing a bit of a gunfight here inside of Lost Learners. But Lost Learners is big enough, so those gunfights, I wouldn't call it a gunfight even. It's probably like a warning shot. So it's just to tell them, hey, we're at this corner, you take that corner, and we have a quote-unquote a truce, and we'll meet each other in the later phases of the circle. And speaking about the circle, it's going to be a nice, kind circle in the middle of the map, centered around Picado, where Happy Squad is at.
There's nothing kind about this circle on the map of Marama, okay? Could be it could still be the center of the circle, but if it brings to the mountainous area, well, no one's gonna like that. Who's gonna scale up the mountain? Who's gonna descend the mountain? That kind of scenarios here. But the Lost Leonis thing, just to add on to what you say, I believe, sure, warning shots, but that's also most likely because of the fact that no team was trying to, both of those two teams wasn't really trying to contest each other, like not like how usually we see like in pub games like Hacienda, that kind of thing. Hacienda's drops. But Team Newbies, a lot of these teams should be able to get to where exactly they want to be, should be able to secure all the necessary vehicles as well. I believe the same goes for Nirvana here. Don't think they've really fully looted out here. Lara is just trying to see if they can run into another vehicle to drop on one of the members crazy long. It seems that's going to be the case here. Not exactly the most ideal vehicle, but they'll just take the bike. It's better than nothing, really. They did manage to find another vehicle along the way here. It's a Peacekeeper truck here. Going to be repicked by another person.
Yeah, they're clearly not looted at all. So yeah, I mean, it's Miramar, it's a big map, and you have a lot of space to play with. And maybe because it's still by the flight path, like the flight path is towards the left side, and naturally there will be a lot of teams that drop around the area of the flight path. So you might be thinking to yourself that, hey, it's okay if we go a little bit further, and when the first circle pop, oh, it's in the middle of the map. So even though if they go a little bit further, coming back into the circle is not that difficult. So that's exactly what they did. Don't need to clash with other teams early. Just do the slow approach, and that's fine.
Slow and steady definitely will win the race. It has been proven by some of the teams here in this tournament today, and even some of our past tournaments on the international level as well here. But everyone likes the all brawl out kind of fights, right? Everyone likes the aggression because okay, I don't blame them, right? It's definitely a lot more entertaining, a lot more fun to watch it for. But you know, other than that, you know, the teams will be just constantly just foraging around the vicinity as well. Actually, so are we going to be seeing our first confrontation between the two teams here?
We might, and we will, by Moshing starting off by taking out TD. Okay, well, Jaxi is just waiting at this house for anyone to show up in front of him. But on the minimap, we have Setsuna. He might backstab the members of Old Bloods. So Old Bloods have to be extra careful here. Here comes the gunfight, and Jaxi takes a lot of damage. Jaxi still able to get the knockdown to Speedy while he heals up. And Setsuna starting to show up right now. Right in front of him, it's going to be Moshing, rushing in to save his teammates. But here's Setsuna. Oh, don't flip your vehicle. Don't flip your vehicle now because Setsuna's here on the high ground. AK, he's going to spray out to Jeff. But Jeff managed to reach that. But Setsuna from afar with MP5K still able to get it off. All Bloods eliminated. And Roy was the one that took them out.
Oh, this is going to throw quite the wrench into the plans here for All Bloods here. They really wanted to end the night here, end the day on this final match with a bang here. But I guess in the way they did went out with quite the bang in this massive firefight here in phase number 1. And the craziest part about this is also, it was a fight between one of our top 3 or top 4 contenders here, for top 1. So Roy Esports able to rack out quite the points for themselves here. 4 points. So of course it was not a free trade for sure. They did lose Jaxi, unfortunately, here as well. But hey, you know, they managed to avenge him. They got 4 points. They removed one of the contenders of the top spot away this early into the round. They're definitely feeling pretty great about this. And hopefully this sets the momentum as they slowly make their way towards the round here. Whereas on the other side, we do see Happy Squad currently playing on an Overwatch position. Didn't manage to spot some members of Monk here. Haven't really landed any of these pot shots so far. But he is clearly sending the message.
Oh, but he got sent back the message. Taking in a bullet there.
Message received, message returned.
Yeah, like blue tick, and then, yeah, like you have the first tick, double tick, and then the blue tick. Yeah, that's exactly the same scenario.
Yeah. But, you know, other than that, right, let's just do a quick recap, right? Like, especially with all the teams slowly, as the scoreline has been constantly fluctuating, right? We don't see anything that's really defined yet among our top 2. It's usually it feels like the horse race is slowly increasing as we go here. But is there any way, like, for any of the team to try to deconstruct some of the existing team's game plan here, really?
Well, if Epic King can land this shot, then it will fit into his game plan. As they try to spray them down, but not a single bullet connected at least. So
it's a tough shot, yeah.
Yeah, but it's not. Yeah, like what you say, right? It's not easy to land those shots. But yeah, even if they don't get it, that's okay. If they get it, we can consider it a bonus. Because right now, if we were to look at Roy's position, they still have this high ground, and they seem to be pretty comfortable in the circle. So not sieged down by any other team. It's not the end of the world. So they can consider it a bonus if they get anything out of that.
Oh yeah, we do see like at least one or two teams still playing around the edges or outside the circle there. Palladium and Knight and Team Newbies is one of the two. It's the only two teams that's currently not really within the vicinity of the circle. Team Newbie just entered the circle itself. Palladium and Knight is still making their way through, but you know it's still a lot of time. It's phase 1. The blue zone encroaching is relatively slow as well. It's not even as damaging either as well. So they still somewhat bide their time. Still a lot of teams, still a lot. The danger is still a large naturally as well. We do see a lot of teams currently concentrating towards the center of the circle, really concentrated. Wow, it's even though the circle we're somewhat zoomed out here, but that's pretty close here to each other. I'm surprised there's not many teams currently like taking pot shots at each other actually.
So I'm a little bit more surprised with the fact that there are not many teams challenging for the power grid high ground. I believe there's only one team up there, and the other teams, they prefer the lower ground. I guess they just want to play as middle as possible to the circle, which is their current strategy, instead of trying to force their way up to the high ground, and that's fine. We do have a few other teams with their respective high ground, with Roy still with their own high ground, so that's okay. But a lot of teams are actually on the lower ground because that's a little bit more towards the center of this current circle.
I mean, everyone's somewhat playing with the roadways, right? Like, just in case if the circle dictates in a certain pattern, then at least if the team is able to read the pattern, there's always someone of like a very swift exit, right? To just for a little bit of a relocation here. But you know, I did spot a couple of spots right there that most of the team are somewhat positioning in. Can be quite the kill zone. It's like pretty much like a natural kill zone, right? An example, if I had to give, is probably like the areas between both Picado and Power Grid, right? Like that roadway alongside with the steep hill. Oh, it feels like a perfect spot to really just punish any players that's currently driving by as well. I believe I see it like once or twice before in the past, and it's so detrimental, really.
Wow, let's see if you will get your luck again by seeing it, like how you saw the two gliders here earlier today.
I don't think that's luck. I think there's definitely gonna be like at least one glider at least in one of those maps.
So you saw two, and you got your wish.
I mean, it's two back to back. I mean, it's Tego and Rondo, right? It's is it really luck? Is it really?
Well, if it's not captured by the observer, then we consider that we don't get to see it even though it's used. So thanks to the observers as well for fulfilling your wish.
I mean,
just like how these teams, their wish is fulfilled, because last we checked, a lot of teams, they like to play on the lower ground, try to get into as middle as possible in the circle, and their wish is granted. The circle actually focused onto the lower ground this time.
Yeah, I mean, they're pretty positioned from just now from what we saw from the circle placement, right? Where the teams is currently positioning as well. They're pretty center of that. They're literally just right dead center of that circle here. So it didn't really matter whether it went north or south or east or west. I think everyone will still be within the circle. I think we probably will only see a more bigger rotation or change once we get to that. Maybe no, not phase 3. Maybe just straight up phase 4. Phase 3, if the circle really just does a hard dip, like a massive hard dip to one side, then yeah, probably we'll see like half the teams rotating down. But other than that, I think everyone's just pretty comfortable with where they've been in here. It's pretty much the same status quo here. Couple of pot shots, couple of pre-fires here. They got a good gist on where like one or two teams currently positioning in here. So, actually a pretty good shot coming from Chibrit here for Kiwa Esports. Able to find Snipe Paul here. If I'm not mistaken, Team Newbies is actually towards the south side of Chibachera. Oh yeah, they are at the south side of Chibachera. Impressive shot, yeah.
Yeah, definitely a good one there. I mean, anything that's long range is good because of the recoil, And obviously, the further the opponent is, then the smaller the icon will be, or the character will be. But for Billy, okay, that could be a long-range one because it was eliminated by Larry. So that's another one out. Okay. So 57 players still alive, but still 15 teams though, so that's still quite a bunch.
Ooh. Definitely a lot more slower here, especially since we got a really ideal map, right? A really ideal spot for a lot of these teams as well here. However, we might see a little bit of a brawl. Please start a brawl. Nirvana has been pretty on the back end for against a lot of these teams here. I believe this is going to be I believe it's time for their turn to be on the offensive here. UG is within the vicinity of Picado. They want to go for it. They could try. I will entertain the idea. I love the idea actually here. It's been a little bit too peaceful here so far. I mean, okay, everyone got a good spot, so that's why it's been pretty peaceful here. I think it gets more chaotic later on. But you know, this is Asia Pacific, right? So Cloud, where all of us Asia Pacific players, especially all these Asia Pacific players, pro players, they thrive in this kind of chaos as well here. They don't mind taking a hit on.
Well, I mean, that's what happens if you get like a 100% playable land sort of circle, right? If you get like, okay, phase 1 circle, 50% of water, that's going to be chaotic. But if you get 100% land and it's in a map as big as Miramar, then naturally things will be will take a little bit more time. But this phase 3, with the circle shifter slightly down south, we might see those northern teams start to move, and that's where we see a lot more clashes this time.
Yeah. Like I said before, it's just that phase 3 that's going to be shifting over that someone determines like how the team is going in here. It's not really hard dip. It still went towards your, like you said, it went slightly south of the centralized circle, but it's still pretty centralized. So a lot of those teams that's currently positioned at the center part of the circle doesn't really have to. It's still the same status quo. They don't really have to move. They don't really have to do a thing about it. But like you said, the northern teams. Now that's gotta be quite a chance. Irohani, Perpetua Samurai still pretty outside. Paladin and Knight, they did split for a 2-2 split here. Half them being in the circle, the other half still playing in the edge of it. Picado, on the other hand, we do see NRG and Team U gaming here at the same time. We might see a confrontation here, but they are getting gone upon here, and they're trying to do this mid rotation into the circle as well. And all team is greeting them with the warmest of hospitality, by the way, here, as everyone will try to find their marks. And it seems like Chiao Wei is going to be able to find one of the members of Paladin at night here. Is Killer Ru as it gets removed from play.
And if you kind of think about it, like even though Killer Ru just got eliminated, well, at least they still have players. And we have seen multiple times that if you play with 3 players, you're still able to get the chicken dinner. So anything can still happen here. But Chimoy takes out Furzy, and that's another long-range shot to take him out. So teams are starting to get closer and closer with each other. So those teams who have already parked themselves within a good spot in the circle, this is their time to make the best of their long-range snipes.
Yeah, I think this is possibly the only map. Okay, you know, like I said, I'm taking an off chance here, but it's probably the most peaceful match that we'll ever have here. We haven't had this kind of peace in a long time here. We only had 1 team eliminated, by the way. Sure, we had 1 or 2 players being removed, but other than that, everyone's pretty in good shape. Really good shape here. Wow. But of course, we do see U Gaming. They did take the emergency pick up into the side here. They did take the gamble. They did manage to be spotted out here. They're actually a pretty decent spot here. They are being neighbors alongside with Dream Bounty Hunters Gaming here, but you know they pretty much stuck. They pretty much sticked out like a sore thumb here. So I think DBH, they know for the fact that they're currently sharing the territory with another team here at the moment.
Oh, here comes the rotation. Unfortunately, Faven will be knocked down by Man. But then again, the rest of the Samurais, they're still in the game. They have to run away from the blue. But Monk, they need to get away from the blue as well because we're coming on to stage number 4. And you don't want to spend time in the blue when it's stage number 4. Now, the circle slightly shifted up north. A lot of these teams still in the circle. But I noticed that there are a lot of teams on the southern side as well that do not have circle. And if they were to be moving forward at the same time, then there might be a lot more clashes at the south.
Yeah. Now it's all about that endurance now, right? Because you're running out a lot of decent covers for themselves, especially since we're not really in the mountainous area as well. There's not a lot of ditches or pits that some of this team can really find sanctuary in at the same time as well. So there's just one of those few situations where they really want to try to transition into the side one step at a time here, but you just run into teams like Monk at the current moment, or like Roy Esports, or Justice for Tomorrow on the northern west side, just constantly just reminding you like, hey, you want to take this nice and slow? That's great. I'm just gonna have a chance to tag you a couple of bullets along the way here. And looks on the other side, as I just spoke about Justice for Tomorrow, they were able to get a nice trade-off for blow for blow.
Okay. But for NRG, Mappy is down as well. Okay, they try to defend the high ground here against another incoming team. But Larry takes a decent amount of damage, so he has to heal up. While another player from NRG, they're now pretty dangerous. With Justice now still on the lower ground, they want to take over this high ground. And Justice, they might just force their way through, but Elder will be gunned down by Larry. The Justice, they will be stopped by on the southern side. Here we have Savage Man Esports going up against Unlucky. Unlucky, they're forcing their way through. While Roy passing by as well. Roy hoping to get into the circle safe and sound. And TD, so far so good, but right by him, it's going to be OpenAI right now on screen. However, it's going to be Unlucky. Sunny side up to try to win this fight. But Kali, he has this high ground, he has this rooftop, and he found one in front of him. That's going to be Kali getting Leo, securing 1 point for Unlucky.
Oh, this is such a good opportunity as well. Roy Esports, I love that they actually used this timing as well. They saw a massive fight nearby. They decided, like, we're just going to swing by past you guys here. And the best part about it, they actually relocated themselves back into the fight here because they noted that the fight is still keeping on going here. But actually Roy Esports gets eliminated instead. Both Savage Man and DBH was able to greet them in kind. So that's going to be another of the top contender removed from the gameplay here. And Zanshin's this time still 4 members strong.
Well, looks like the final member strong for Unlucky. Unfortunately, eliminated by Savage Man Esports. And Savage Man Esports right now, 5 elimination points. But the circle will shift again. Phase number 5. And looks like Happy Squad, they don't have the circle, but they can still play the gatekeeping role. On the southern side, we do have Team Newbies spending time in the blue, and we're talking about phase 5 now, so the blue's kind of hurt.
Oh yeah, it hurts. It definitely hurts quite a bit now. Since we're looking at phase 5, DBH was able to gatekeep towards both Roy Esports. We're probably also one of the few reasons of Roy Esports' demise here. We do see Savage Man trying to find decent amount of cover. Defensive smoke's being dropped down as well to try to go for the Reaver here. Desperate go for the pickup here to bring it to some form of safety here. A little bit of cover here as they're being peppered around from too many angles. And I believe the Team Newbies is going to succumb their fate to the blue zone here.
Yeah, very likely, right? We still have Mr. Hardware on the outside, and even if he tries to force himself across the road, Savage Man Esports will be waiting for him, so it's very unlikely that he will be able to survive this one.
No, and they're totally fine with this as well. Especially if you're a team that doesn't really care about getting that first 2 spots. Sure, if you get it, it's like somewhat of a bonus for some of these players, because I understand, right? Because I believe I heard like several interviews or spoken with certain teams in the past as well. Some would just, especially when it comes to just qualifier rounds as well, they were just pretty content with the fact that, okay, as long as they get qualified, they're pretty content with it already.
Okay, he's going in for it, but he's taking a lot of damage while he was rushing. And we got now Spark Queen from the side. Is Spark Queen actually recover him? But it's good he's still screaming out for help by Spark Queen. He has to win this fight before he's able to save his teammate. Unfortunately, Spark Queen will go down as well. The other members of Monk, Luke as well as Flo, now facing the wrath of the blue. At the same time, Luke will be down. And now it's only Flo left on this motorcycle. But unfortunately, he did not make it into the circle. While he was riding, he was shot down. And that is the end for their team. Monk out.
So many teams, especially since we're talking about a really tight circle and tight areas as well. So many teams just got a good eagle eye view on you as well. So the fact that you're rotating with just a vehicle out in the open as well, you're just spelling for trouble. But I don't blame it. You just don't. There's just no other option for you here. No matter what game plan that you have, it's just going to be easily deconstructed by the rest of the team, who's currently just well positioned at the current moment as well. But of course, DBH now is going to be the battle of the edges. No one really wants to go to the center at the moment because it's pretty much just open country at this moment. So the control the edges is seeing what seems like a little bit of a priority here. And Roman Kill is pretty much pins it out from both angles here between both Savage Man and even DBH as well.
Here comes Mook tapping away from inside the building, putting pressure onto PAN in front of them. And while the circle shifts over, I noticed in the middle of the circle, looks like there's going to be a big fight happening here involving NRG and Crazy Dog. Very, very low in terms of health. He needs the time and space to get off, but that time and space will not be given to him. Mappy now, the final player for NRG. Where is Mappy? Okay, now they see him. Jing going in for him. Jing for the high ground. He sees him clearly, but Jing, the moment he landed, he gets cut down by Kens.
Oh, so just absolutely pivoting on the situation. As well. They slowly make their way through in here. Roman Kill. They would love to secure the edges as well, and then someone decided on who's gonna be the victim here as well. Noticing the fact that they have the vantage point, decided to try to go on top of Savage Man, but they're getting tagged up by someone else instead. It feels like it might be Zanshin giving them the necessary unexpected suppression fire here, denying them from actually finishing off Savage Man Esports here. Roman Kill on the other hand, we do see Sevi realigning his crosshairs towards the areas of DBH here, and seems this time DBH is also having clear intentions of clearing them all out here. Team Newbies on the other hand, Harwell still sticking it out. Wow, still sticking it out to the blue zone. Actually gets a knock on Llama and even finish him off. He was not going down. He was not going down quietly at all, Sir Cloud.
Wow. Okay, the fact that he could last that long was impressive, and he could still get one more knock before he ends his life then. Wow, that is crazy. That's amazing. But anyone now, Sevi, the final player for Roman Kill. Now he does not the circle, but right below him is another opponent. He's cooking up the snake. It's going to be a short toss. Can he get something out of it? The answer is no, not yet. As Sevi now, we still need to find a way to get into the circle. It should be okay for him, but with the fact that there's somebody behind him, it's always a risk. So he wants to clear that one off first.
Just not a lot of intel left as well. He has an idea, but it's not certainty for sure. It's just merely just guesses and assumptions at the current moment as well. Sevi makes the call, not gonna try to greed for the kill for sure. We'll try to see if he can reload a couple of get some kind of resource out of the cargo box here. Was able to restock slightly, but will slowly make his way back into the circle here. However, on the other side, we do see DBH going on an absolute mad tear. U Gaming will be eliminated out of the way. We're slowly dwindling down to our final four shortly here, Sir Carl. Well, looks like they're not really out of the clear so far. Irohani tries to find an opening into the edge on the northern side, on the east side here, but finds no opening at all because not just DBH, but even Roman Kill joining in this killing spree here, constantly gatekeeping him out.
And here comes Gonu with the nade on to the other side. And Roman Kill looks like they have been eliminated at number 5. Now we're down to the top 4 teams. And guess who is in the top 4 teams? One of them is our current number 1 team. Zanshin is still in this with a full squad. But let's see if they can secure their 3rd ticket dinner for today. Right now the circle has shifted towards the right and lots of these teams on the outside.
Yeah, but the same can be said for the side here for Dream Bounty Hunter Gaming as well. Currently 6th ranked here. This round, if they're able to secure it for themselves or even get to 2nd placing, will significantly increase their positioning in the team, in the total leaderboard as well here. So for now, as long as they play their cards right, they just need to try to, if they can pick up Mao Rush, that'd be great. If they find the opportunity, that'd be fantastic. So we do see them setting up the defensive preset, defensive smokes at the same time. They did manage to get the revive here, equalize the manpower necessary as they go head-to-head with the remaining teams here. But of course, with that being said, Zanshin in an absolutely phenomenal spot at the current moment as well. 4 rounds in a row, by the way. If they secure this will be their 3rd chicken dinner, alongside with high placement and with high kills at the same time here. Aside with Team Zanshin. This new Philippine team's coming into the mix as well, really leaving his mark here on this first day of the tournament.
And the circle is actually favoring Sunshine if you kind of think about it. So right now with the circle, with the full squad, they stand a very, very good chance of securing their third chicken dinner, and that will be absolutely insane.
Ooh.
But it's not over till it happens. While Gornil spots out Aspar from this high ground. But at the same time, look at the blue. It's starting to close right now. We're heading on the stage number 8 with 1 more minute before this phase closes entirely. Now Gornil, before that, he wants to secure that elimination point, or maybe a couple of elimination points. He does not have another nade, but his bullets are good enough to take out Aspar to bring that point towards Samurais.
Oh, just trying to unravel the mystery or trying to find an opening into the mix as well. Suspect, your vehicle is smoking, it's in flames, and it will completely explode in his face, as Mount Rush will be the sole reason to get rid of Suspect here. Now all comes down to the two teams head to head here. Will determine the fates of their positioning in the leaderboard as well. And Zanshin feels a little bit threatened, as I believe DBH is currently on the offensive as they're pushing their way forward here.
Brazel!
Sadly needs to pray a little bit more harder as he gets knocked up by Selfie, but they did manage to chin up for a blow for blow here. 2v3 circle is getting pretty close and pretty tight. And it seems that the entire wipeout here for a final round, Zanshin will be securing the winner chicken dinner with 12 kill point to boot.
Third chicken dinner. 3 chicken dinners today. We can't think about it. 3 out of 6 games. That's like 50% win rate. And for the other rounds, it's not like they got like zeros. They still had a decent round. So Sunshine right now, man, based on day number 1 and how they've been performing, this is the team to beat now.
That is absolutely insane. We thought at first Old Blood had somewhat set the pace on how the game was going to be like here, but we couldn't be more wrong. But anyway, let's quickly check out the highlights.
Backstab. The members of Old Bloods. So Old Bloods have to be extra careful here. Here comes the gunfight. Got the high down. AK, he's going to spray out to Jeff. But Jeff managed to reach that. But Sasuna from afar. Looks like to win this fight. But Kali, he has this high ground. He has this rooftop. And he found one.
This time, still 4 members strong.
Wow.
Was able to gatekeep to us on both Roy Esports. So probably also one of the few reasons of Roy Esports' demise here. We do see Savage Mess.
But he's good. He's still screaming out for help by Spark Queen. He has to win this fight before he's able to save his teammate. I noticed in the middle of the circle. Looks like there's going to be a big fight happening here involving NRG and Crazy Dog. Very, very low into some health. Oh, okay. The fact that he could last that long was impressive. And he could still get one more knock before he ends his life.
Dwindling down to our final 4 shortly here, Sir Carl. Well, looks like they're not really out of the clip.
Very good chance of securing their third chicken dinner, and that will be absolutely insane.
Gonna find an opening into the mix as well. Suspect, your vehicle is smoking, it's in flames. I believe DBH is currently on the offensive as they're pushing their way forward here.
Brazel
hard as he gets knocked up by Selfie, but they did manage to chin up for a blow for blow here. 2v3 circle is getting pretty close and pretty tight. And it seems that what a round. What a final round here. Seriously, what a day one. Seriously, what a day one. We had the most craziest of circle, breaking all previous metas or previous ideology how you usually tackle some of the meta due to the circle positioning as well here. We had some crazy circles at the same time. And then finally we end the day, and I thought it was a little bit too quiet, but no, it was absolutely explosive as we got to the final circle. Now final map of Marama, and Zanshin is gonna be the one to clear things out. I thought for a second there, we might see DBH actually take the win, because I could feel from Zanshin's player POV, right, from the observer POV, they were confidently moving forward. They were just pushing forward as a squad. They were pushing forward as a team, lobbing utilities, pre-setting, trying to flush them out. I thought, all right, looks like DBH feels pretty confident to take this fight head on, but suddenly out of the blue, Zanshin just finds all those headshots, landing each one priority ones, and just securing the round.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that they scored 3 chicken dinners today, surely they will be at the top of our leaderboard. And here's the thing, if you're at the top of the leaderboard by day number 1, teams are going to look back at the forts and try to see if they can kind of exploit Zanshin. So that's going to be a challenge for Zanshin tomorrow. After all the teams have re-explored and they will try to readapt, and to see whether Zanshin can still stay on top of the leaderboard. Because right now, with the fact that they collected so many points, and also, well, obviously 3 chicken dinners, they are in the running for the top 2, and that should be their goal.
Yeah, I mean, the way Zanshin plays as well, someone reminds me of like how Kiwa Esports used to play in the previous tournaments as well. So quite the reverse here, quite the reverse of gameplay here. But you know, it's that kind of thing where new blood comes in, or at least existing pro player that just didn't really get a chance at the sun to play in the sun as well. I'm glad that all these new teams that came into the tournament has an opportunity to showcase their abilities, and Zanshin couldn't be more clearer on where they stand in this tournament. But of course, these are our top 4 for our 6th match on the map of Marama here. And Zanshin, of course, taking the top spot with 16,000 total damage.
Yeah, Zanshin, 3 chicken dinners today. Amazing stuff. But let's not forget about the other teams as well. So DBH, we got the Savage Man Esports, and also ISG. And overall, throughout the day, right, we've got to think about it. We get a lot of Savage Man Esports on our screen. Like, there's always a lot of action when Savage Man Esports is around. So it's also interesting to see if maybe they can be one of those who sneak into the top 2 by the end of the 3rd day, just because of how active they can be on the battleground.
Yeah, it's pretty much similar. Even in previous tournaments, right? Savage Man Esports has been like pretty fluctuating when it comes to their matches. Well, there were rounds where they will have a really good round. Then there were certain rounds where just pretty much just mostly placement, and then just some rounds which they didn't really able to earn much about. It's something similar to like how we will see from Happy Squad. But even got quite the shocker coming from Team Newbies as well. Initially, it was a lot about placement points here, but then suddenly out of the blue, they're getting the chicken dinners along on top of decent amount of kill points as well, earning themselves in that top 6 position. That's actually pretty phenomenal here. So can't really forget about the other teams, because just with one or two good games, actually, any of the teams in our current top 16 can just quickly force a massive update in our leaderboards here.
And look at this energy up here at number 5. No placement points, no problem for them. All dependent on elimination points, 7 elimination points to be exact, to put themselves at number 5. Unfortunately for this round, for Justice, they are the only team to not score any points at all. But my eyes is also looking at the Happy Squad. Only 1 point. They had one decent round, and the rest of the day wasn't great for Happy Squad. I mean, a team that has a lot of experience, like how we mentioned early on today. So because of that, they are still outside of the top 10. And here is the total leaderboard. Confirmed, Zanshin up there, 78 points, followed by Royce, 60 points. And then you have Oblats with 52 points, only 8 points behind Roy.
Yeah, really somewhat solidifying the day number 1 at least for themselves here. The total leaderboard from the initial 5 matches as well, it felt like it gave some of the teams a little bit of a glimmer of hope to really catch up quickly, right? But this match 6 performance for some of this team, especially from All Blood, I think they didn't really expect to bail out that early into the round. They were the only team that actually got eliminated in phase 1. They did get 1 kill point by removing 1 member of Roy Esports. But other than that, it's just they weren't able to farm out the necessary amount of points to at least try to equalize or at least maintain their stance here. Seems like day 2 and day 3, they will have to work a little bit more around the clock more. They really want to try to secure that first 2 spots for themselves. The rest of the other team, they've been doing pretty fine so far, especially for Savage Man. That last round, they were able to rack up quite the amount of points on themselves, but mostly kill points. But I mean, for tomorrow's matches, for our grand finals day 2 here, it's gonna be, this time we're gonna switch things up. Initially, we started with 2 Erangels. This time it's gonna be 2 Miramas, Rondo, Tego. We're gonna end the day with the OG map, Erangels itself.
Yeah, basically we're gonna flip the map sequence, right? Basically. And from having 2 Miramas today, ending the day, obviously it's going to be the first 2 games in Mirama tomorrow. So it's like a continuation. So in other words, teams technically they're playing 4 Miramas back to back. So whatever that they learned from the last 2 Miramas here today will definitely be carried forward on the first 2 Miramas tomorrow, and how they're going to adapt to each other, especially how they're going to adapt to the very top teams, because the teams they are close enough to chase in terms of points. They want to find a way on how to counter them, to overtake them.
Yeah, I mean, It's been one hell of a journey, and of course more action as well, because we have 3 days. I mean, okay, no longer 3 days, 2 more days of our time here at the road to Esports World Cup for the rest of APAC Open Qualifier as well, before we crown our grand champions here. But of course, naturally, the name of the game is still the same. Top 10 moves forward to the play-ins. Of course, naturally, the first 2 spots will get a nice spot in the grand finals of the play-in itself here. So the road tours there wouldn't be as long compared to getting the third to 10 spots.
Yeah. So ideally top 2, but then again, if you get top 10, it's not the end of the world, because you still have a second opportunity for you to do the business. But that's a wrap up for us today, ladies and gentlemen, in day number 1. My name is Sir Cloud, together with my amazing buddy here, YOLO Lee. We'll be seeing you again tomorrow for day number 2. Good night, everyone. The 4 players of Team Newbies, here they come. Sniper with a high ground. This is still too early.
Oh, do I see a crash team? A team is crashing to the compound.
One of the other players, Xiaofeng, will be picked up. They'll be back as a trio, and they're just buying a little bit more time. But Yanni, is he getting
here as the circle is relatively more tighter than usual here. While they're taking this because of their run during the Master Series here, but they are looking really great. The minute you drop down, you might actually get staggered at the same time. But what a pick coming in for him to lose out relatively early. May not be as ideal for the team. Whoa. But they spot out another low rate here. But man, he's not satisfied with this. He wants to equalize the scoreline here. He hears it coming. He sees the trajectory of the nade as well, but doesn't really have a good eye. And he found him as well. I can't believe it.
Well, the follow-up has happened right now.
Playing at the class, my God. Playing at the very edge.
Cicilla! Number 1 now, David. He sees Killer Roo in front of him. He's gonna go for it. Spare the Killer Roo! Into the sunset as favor, but want to secure that elimination point right now, but gotta be extra careful on the left. Still a lot more games to go. Anyway, here comes Roy. They found a flank. TD will be down.
Very smart, very smart. I didn't see it, didn't spot it out. Sorry about that, but of course, won't feel.
Spark going to get away flow. They have to win this fight from the lower ground, going up to the high ground without the circle to their advantage.
As they rush into the side, secure all the elimination points here. They do know a member still remains here.
Going in for it.
Time he's looking for blood. Oh, he
secured that first elimination point this round. Looking for more as they look for their journey.
Was able to catch them all mid-guard for the rotation here, and will punish Mapai for that.
Actually do it. Panzer on top 10. We're gonna release it right now, and it's Panzer!
Got a good feel. Who's gonna spot who first? It looks like it's gonna be follow. All right, that might be. When all these teams are running out of resources, they are expending quite a bit.
So with the teams now starting to rise up, just like maybe Mock here, getting a couple of eliminations.
No.
And Sparkwin, he has to realize that he has to move as well. He is alone here, but he got it.
Flanking DBH here on the right side.
The state on the Mount Rush and
You're kidding me. You're kidding me.
They don't know.
Are you kidding me?
Someone are going to follow up right now, but Suspect is on the other side. Suspect gets one. Can he get a second one right now? It's going to be he might backstab the members of Old Bloods. So Old Bloods, they have to be extra careful here. Here comes the gunfight. Then the high out. AK, he's going to spray out to Jeff. But Jeff managed to reach that. But Sasuna from afar to try to win this fight. But Kali, he has this high ground. He has this rooftop. And he found one.
Was able to gatekeep towards on both Roy Esports. So probably also one of the few reasons of Roy Esports' demise here. We do see Savage Mess.
I noticed in the middle of the circle. Looks like there's going to be a big fight happening here involving NRG and Crazy Dog. Very, very low into somehow.